Recording in progress. channel 1 English.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
ሳቢ ይሰማሻል? ይሰማል በደንብ? አሪፍ። እሺ gentlemen, may we request all of you distinguished delegates take your seats as our chief guest is about to be ushered in the room. Let us all take our seats.
Can we stop?
I think this one is for the speakers.
What? Jesus, I don't know now. Okay,
Should be using
I'll
this-
introduce you.
should
Okay,
it-
I will call you. You'll know when
the
it's time.
president is coming in.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I ask your attention, please? Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? May I request that all delegates take their seats? May I humbly request that all delegates take their seats, please? Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, may I request that all delegates take your seats so that we can receive the President of this nation. And at this very moment, I have eyes on him. Please, can we rise to receive His Excellency, the President of Uganda, and all excellencies here today. Please, may we welcome our excellencies in a warm way. Thank you, sir.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right. Thank you very much. That was the national anthem of Uganda. My understanding is we'll be listening in on the national anthem of the East African community. If it's ready to play, may it? Also, if we could just turn our attention to the children of the Clever Origin Junior School, who are ready to perform for us in song. The song is titled Moving Together. The children are on the balcony up above if you want to have a look.
One Africa we shall be. Having job creation, economic growth for all, evidence-based solutions for the Agenda 2030. Having job creation, economic growth for all, evidence-based solutions for the Agenda 2030. Africa, our continent, united we are, moving together. Us, my people, Africa, our continent, united we are, moving together. Us, my people. African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to foster regional cooperation, mobilizing resources, reviewing the progress of great platform. We are driving job creation, economic growth for all, evidence-based solutions for the Agenda 2030. Africa, our continent, united we are, moving together as one people. Emama, Africa, Emama, Africa, African governments and other partners focusing on sustainable development goals for a firm foundation, evolving together for the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, driving job creation, economic growth for all, evidence-based solutions for the Agenda 2030. Africa, our continent, united we are, moving together as one people. Mama Africa, Mama Africa, Mama Africa, Mama.
California, Africa, again, one day. This is Uganda, the Valley of Africa. We thank all members for pushing the economy of Africa. And in such a way, the people of Africa came up with different economic communities. And this includes ECOWAS, COMEX, African Economic Community, Economic Community of African States, SADC, Southern African Development Community, of Saharan States, and many other tactics for developing African economy.
Moving together as one people. United we are, moving together as one people.
Oh. Thank you very, very much to the children of the Clever Origins School with such gumption and energy, reminding us that the children are the hope of the future, and the message so important for this 11th Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We're moving forward as one people, as we all come together here in Uganda. So may I begin by saying, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, I'd like to say Jambo, Karibu Sana, Bonjour, Salamno, Marhaba, Assalamu Alaikum, the warmest welcome to this 11th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. My name is Lerato Mbele, and I'm going to be moderating some of the sessions this morning and over the coming days. And I want to thank you so much for the opportunity and the privilege of coming to this beautiful pearl of Africa alongside you. Allow me to acknowledge our dignitaries and most distinguished guests this morning. Our host in this Republic of Uganda is His Excellency, the President of Uganda, Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. May I also recognize with appreciation His Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, who's also here as the Chairperson of SADC. May I also acknowledge President William Ruto of Kenya and Chair of the East African Community, represented by the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury and Economic Planning, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo. Might I also acknowledge the President of Equatorial Guinea, represented by the First Deputy Prime Minister of that country, Gaudencio Mohaba Mesu. May I also recognize former heads of state who have presided over the Africa Leadership Forum that preceded today's forum. And in doing so, I acknowledge the former president of Tanzania and the patron of the Africa Leadership Forum, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete. And might I also acknowledge a co-sponsor of that Africa Leadership Forum, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, His Excellency Hailemariam Desalegn. Also coming in all the way from New York City is Mr. Robert Ray, the President of ECOSOC. And then please can I acknowledge all of you, Honorable Ministers of Finance, Planning and Economic Development. You are warmly welcomed to this 11th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. The theme for this year, you would be all fair with it by now, is driving job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science and evidence-based solutions for the SDG 2030 and also in pursuance of the AU's Agenda 2063 and the second phase of the implementation. As we contemplate the theme, I'm reminded of something that Mark Twain once said, which is continuous improvement is better than delayed perfection. Continuous improvement
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We take the opportunity to welcome you once again to the Republic of Uganda and would like to request you, when I say feel at home, I'm not sure how your homes are, but feel at Munyonyo, Kampala, the Pearl of Africa, and we want to welcome all of you. My name is Chris Baryomunsi. I am the Minister in charge of ICT and National Guidance, the Republic of Uganda, and I will take you through the next program where we are going to receive presentations from our various dignitaries and ending with a keynote address from the President of the Republic of Uganda. But before I invite the first speaker, we have a short video presentation which I would like to be played, and then it will usher us into the next presentation. Our technical team, please, do you play the short video and give that the message on the screen.
Uganda, a land of hidden treasures, home to over 50% of the world's mountain gorillas, 600 plus bird species, and more than 1,000 mammal species. Welcome to Uganda, a land of breathtaking beauty and boundless generosity, nestled in the heart of East Africa, where nature thrives and culture inspires. In 2015, Uganda stepped onto the global stage as President of the United Nations General Assembly, rallying 193 nations behind the historic adoption of the 2030 Agenda.
The theme of the Assembly is, in quotes, the Sustainable Development Goals, a universal push to transform our world.
The government of Uganda, in partnership with the United Nations, established a dedicated National SDG Secretariat in 2019 to strengthen coordination through a robust, multi-stakeholder National SDG Coordination Framework. Guided by a clear implementation roadmap, the framework is brought to life through 5 technical working groups, driving efforts in planning and mainstreaming, data generation, financing, communication, coordination, monitoring, and reporting. The third National Development Plan is 95% aligned with the SDGs. The National Development Plan 4 is 100% aligned to the SDGs. Uganda has increased SDG data coverage from 45 indicators in 2016 to 95 indicators in 2020, 119 indicators in 2022, to 139 in 2024, and to 144 in 2025, produced 3 voluntary national reviews and multiple annual progress reports, and intensified SDG localization. In the remaining period to 2030, our efforts are being guided by the 6 national commitments for SDG acceleration and transformation. Uganda has, over the years, strengthened the healthcare system that effectively supports both preventive and curative services through investing in capacity building to produce a skilled health workforce, upgrading health infrastructure, and establishing strong primary and community health services. The decreasing rates of maternal mortality ratio from 336 in 2022 to 207 in 2024, neonatal mortality rate, infant mortality rate from 46 in 2022 to 34 deaths in 2024 serve as evidence of the strengthened healthcare system. In addition to other factors, the improvements in the health sector have also led to a significant improvement in gender equality. In addition, there are several significant appointments of women to senior leadership roles and cabinet positions. Other initiatives include integrating gender equality into legal and policy frameworks, implementing gender-responsive budgeting, providing high-quality gender data and statistics, and running programs to address gender-based violence. The government of Uganda is implementing various programs such as the GROW project, aimed at responding to the needs of women entrepreneurs who want to grow their businesses and create more jobs. The other interventions are Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, Special Enterprise Grant for older persons, Senior Citizens Grant, Special Grant for persons with disabilities, and the Agricultural Credit Facility, among others. Building on these strides in gender empowerment, Uganda is also prioritizing the potential of its youthful population as a critical engine for inclusive growth and transformation. With one of the youngest populations in the world, as 49.5% of its citizens are under 18 years, the government of Uganda is keen on the productivity of youth to effectively play their part in the economic transformation of Uganda in industrial skilling and innovation. The government has implemented the Industrial Development Strategy 2018-2028, established the Uganda Development Bank to provide financing for strategic sectors, launched initiatives such as the Presidential Initiative on Industrial Development and the Small and Medium Enterprises Development Program to support entrepreneurship and innovation, invested in infrastructure development, promoted public-private partnerships. In complement to these economic efforts, Uganda is also intensifying actions to safeguard its natural resources, particularly its vital aquatic ecosystems. The country's sustainable fishery production is estimated to be 500,000 metric tons. The government continues to improve the fisheries and aquaculture management information system. These environmental and resource management challenges, partnerships, and collective action remain central to Uganda's development journey. Through partnerships, the country is delivering on transformative results. These domestic and multilateral partnerships by Uganda have demonstrated strong leadership in advancing African integration as a way forward. Through active implementation of the African Union and regional economic blocs initiatives, Uganda is firm in its promise to contribute to the development of Africa. The Kampala Declaration at the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development is expected to highlight these efforts as a model for the continent towards Africa's path to unity, prosperity, and peace in alignment with Agenda 2063. This journey towards sustainable development is a testament to Uganda's commitment to building a future where every citizen thrives and Africa rises together.
Yeah, thank you very much, and once again, welcome to Uganda. Your Excellencies, Africa as a continent has gone through a lot of phases in terms of how it has transformed. We had a period of slave trade that ran for close to 400 years. That was repressed by colonialism, which we had for 70, 80 years. And we saw the struggle for independence and self-rule in the 60s, 70s, and for some countries in the early 90s. And Africa later on stabilized, and we are now pushing on with the transformation. Your Excellencies, the meeting gathered here is the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, where we are discussing the Sustainable Development Goals and also looking at Agenda 2063, where we are discussing the Africa we want. The government of Uganda and the Economic Commission for Africa, in collaboration with the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, the organizations of the United Nations system, and other stakeholders are hosting this 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. So we are discussing the transformation of Africa with a focus on the 17 SDGs. Let me just remind the audience, as I invite the first speaker, that when you look at the map of Africa, the way it is shaped, it's shaped as a question mark, with Madagascar as a dot. In other words, the continent is asking us questions, we as leaders of the continent, but how are you going to transform the continent and improve the quality of life of the people? That's the question put to us by the way the African continent is shaped, which looks like a question mark. And with that, let me take the opportunity to invite the Honorable Minister of the Economy and Finance of the Republic of Mauritania, who is also the chair of the Outgoing Bureau, Your Excellency Sid Ahmad Oldbo, to come and give us your opening statement. Your Excellency.
Bonjour tout le monde. Son Excellence, M. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, président de la République de l'Ouganda, Son Excellence, Madame Rebina Nabanja, Première ministre de la République de l'Ouganda, Son Excellence M. Bobraye, président du Conseil économique et social, Son Excellence M. Mahmoud Ali Youssouf, président de la Commission de l'Union africaine, Madame Amina Mohamed, vice-secrétaire générale des Nations Unies, M. Claver Gatete, secrétaire général adjoint des Nations Unies et secrétaire exécutif de la Commission économique pour l'Afrique, membres du corps diplomatique, représentants des organisations et agences spécialisées des Nations Unies et autres partenaires de développement, représentants du secteur privé, des organisations de la société civile, des grands groupes et d'autres parties prenantes, distingués délégués, mesdames et messieurs. Au nom du bureau de la 10e session du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable, ainsi que du gouvernement de la République islamique de la Mauritanie et à mon nom personnel, j'ai l'insigne honneur de vous adresser ces quelques mots à l'occasion de l'ouverture de la 11e session de notre forum. Permettez-moi tout d'abord d'exprimer notre profonde gratitude à son Excellence M. Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, au gouvernement et au peuple ougandais pour leur hospitalité exemplaire et pour avoir accueilli ce forum. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, nous exprimons également notre reconnaissance aux États membres pour la confiance qu'ils ont placée à notre bureau, en nous confiant la responsabilité
and by entrusting to us the responsibility of leading the 10th session of the forum. The Bureau,
de la Mauritanie,
composed from Mauritania, Namibia, Chad, Nigeria,
l'organisation de notre agenda commun. Je tiens à
the
féliciter
common agenda. I would like to congratulate members of the Bureau and the Executive Secretary, Mr. Gatete of the ECA, and the Secretary of the Forum for the support.
notre mandat a été marqué par des
Our agenda has recorded significant progress. The members of the Bureau have participated in high-level meetings in the course of our term.
Ils ont veillé à ce que les messages
They ensure that the message of the forum was taken into account in ministerial declarations and the final document of the forum, especially
du pacte pour l'avenir,
the Pact for the Future, the Digital Forum for the Future.
par ailleurs,
Moreover, significant progress was accomplished in mining sector, which has been transformed
pour l'économie verte, bleue et circulaire,
from the green agenda and also the carbon market, among other issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the challenge for the 2030 and 2063 agenda is immense. The report of 2012 on sustainable development shows that only 10 among the objectives will be realized between now and 2030. We need to accelerate to avoid regression. These difficulties are made worse by inadequate economic growth, excessive debt. In other words, we need to stimulate employment and economic growth and to have work towards inclusive growth for the implementation of Sustainable Development Programs for 2030 and Agenda 2063. We need to be committed to this. I therefore invite you to concentrate on the following priorities in our discussions: strengthening resource mobilization for strengthening development, intensifying intra-African trade at the regional level, improvement of governance and promotion of peace, creation of opportunities for the youth and women, and also fighting against climate change and adapting the framework for the integrated and effective implementation of the second decade of Agenda 2063. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this year is decisive for international conference on the development that was held in the Second World Summit on Development that was held in Qatar, opportunities to defend the interests of Africa. I therefore invite you to take the opportunity of this meeting to develop our contribution, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, the Chair of the Outgoing Bureau, for your remarks. Can we give him another round of applause for his remarks? I now take the pleasure to invite His Excellency Robert Ray, the President of the Economic and Social Council and permanent representative of Canada to the United Nations. Your Excellency Robert Ray.
Mr. President and President of Zimbabwe and other ministers who are here, Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for your very kind introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking the children who are still here, sitting in the balcony for their wonderful song this morning. As a sometime singer myself, I will not do that this morning. I want to say how much I enjoyed the opportunity to listen to you. I was in Nairobi yesterday going to a project in Matare, and I was greeted with singing, so it was wonderful to hear it again this morning. I'm very honored to be able to join all of you, and particularly want to thank my good friend Claver Gatete for organizing the 11th Congress, which we're having, and for the continual work that he has done, in my experience, in raising the issues and the importance of what is happening in Africa and what more needs to happen. I think we all need to be very clear that unless we can take some extraordinary additional measures, we will not make the progress on the SDGs that we need to make. I want to congratulate President Museveni and his team for not only this conference, but for the ongoing work on the SDGs, which is such an important path to development, not only for Uganda, but for Africa, but for the whole world. And I congratulate him very much for that. And I think all of us at the United Nations also recognize that Africa is at the center now of the ideas, of the initiatives, and of the actions that are going to make sure that the rescue of the SDGs, in fact, is something that happens. Of course, we have to look beyond 2030. We have to know that things don't stop in 2030, but we need to know that the progress that we are making now, sometimes as difficult as it is, and I will talk about that in a moment, is something that we need to continue to work on together. First, let's have a reality check on the headwinds that we are facing. The climate crisis, which is ongoing and which will be ongoing for the rest of my lifetime and for the lifetime of every single person in this room. And let me say, as the president of ECOSOC, climate change is not a theory. Climate change is not an ideology. Climate change is science. Climate change is fact. And it is dealing with these facts and this science that we must come together in helping countries to adapt to the changes that are already taking place and in dealing with the great emissions that continue to come from industrialized countries that continue to contribute to the climate crisis. I have to say, as a representative of Canada, that the arbitrary cuts that have been made in development assistance by a number of countries, as well as the entirely unnecessary and painful tariff attacks, which are having potentially such a disastrous effect on global growth and economic justice. We have to face these challenges together. And as I say, as a representative from Canada, I can tell you directly, we know something about tariff attacks these days. Our territorial integrity as a country has been questioned. Our nationhood has been questioned. And we know, as do all of you, the right to sovereignty is built into the Charter of the United Nations, and the right to economic and social justice and to freer trade is built into our charter and everything that we stand for and have been fighting for together. I want to say to you, many Africans here, I say to all of you, your struggle is not only your struggle. The struggle you are facing is a struggle faced by everyone in the world. And above all, in difficult times, we must reaffirm the value of one simple thing, and that is solidarity. The solidarity we must show with each other and the solidarity we have to show in our work, in everything that we do. We know the challenges are great. We know the gap between the finances that are necessary and the finances that are there is great. We know that that is a gap that will affect the ability to fight climate change, to deal with adaptation, to lift people out of poverty, to make sure that girls and boys can go to school, that we can find the way to social justice and to better services, and most importantly, find the way to prosperity. We know that gap exists. But we must also look to our own resources, each and every one of us. We cannot take anything for granted. We cannot assume that others will solve our problems for us. And we all know that if we help ourselves, we're more likely to get help from others as we need to move forward. We're coming up to some important meetings in the ECOSOC cycle and in the cycle of the United Nations. And these are meetings, we have a great many meetings. And sometimes people wonder, well, what actually happens at these meetings? Do we advance the causes? Do we take the steps that are required? The meeting that is going to take place in Spain in July is an important one, because it is a meeting where we will be making some important decisions on how we go forward in this critical issue of finding the ways to finance development. Financing will come from donor countries. Yes, it must continue to do so. It will also come from private capital and private investment and business, not only from outside Africa, but businesses inside Africa and inside every country. It must come from the mobilization of domestic resources. When we look at those countries that have succeeded in achieving such significant growth over the last 25 years, in each and every case, it has come from governments themselves making difficult decisions and being able to mobilize the resources and the savings that are required to make progress. So I just want to say in close, Mr. President, in thanking you very much for this invitation, the importance that we attach in ECOSOC to the meetings that are upcoming, but not just to the meetings that are upcoming, to the decisions that we must make. It is not good enough for us alone to say that we would like to see something happen. It is not good enough for us alone to say we want something to happen. It is important for us to know that we need to make something happen. And so if I may, let me close with a story, short, not a long one, about someone whose life has been very difficult and nothing is going right. And he now feels he has no obligation, no other alternative, but to turn to the Almighty for assistance. And he says, God, please let me win the lottery. I need to win the lottery. And if I win the lottery, then everything will go well. Week after week after week after week, he repeats this prayer. And one time after making the prayer, skies open up, and a loud voice comes out, and he can hear it clearly. And it says, "Dear sir, You have to buy a ticket. You have to buy a ticket. And that is what we all need to be true in our own lives. If you want to succeed, you have to buy the ticket. At the school I visited yesterday in Matthias, there was a slogan on the wall. And the slogan was this one, which I thought was so great for children, but not only for children, for all of us. It said, the bridge between hope and achievement is discipline. We know what we have to do. We know the steps we must take. We just need to do them. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak this morning.
Thank you very much, the President of the Economic and Social Council, for your remarks. I now take the opportunity to invite His Excellency Moses Velakati, the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment of the African Union Commission. You're welcome, sir.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, Your Excellencies, Presidents and Prime Ministers, distinguished ministers and delegates, representatives of the United Nations and development partners, esteemed colleagues, friends of Africa, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to stand on the existing protocols. It is both an honor and a privilege to address you today as we open the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. On behalf of the African Union Commission Chairperson, His Excellency Mohamed Ali Yusuf, and my entire delegation, I bring warm greetings of solidarity and ambition, the kind of ambition that envisions an integrated, peaceful, and prosperous Africa driven by its own citizens and representing dynamic force in the global arena. We gather, ladies and gentlemen, at a pivotal moment when the geopolitical global landscape is marked by complex challenges, as well as issues of climate change, pollution, economic volatility, persistent inequalities. Yet, amongst these challenges, Africa possesses immense potential, untapped potential in its Africa's youthful population, abundant natural resources, and growing entrepreneurial spirit, which present us with unique opportunities to drive transformative change. We also make strides on integration through AFCTA, just to share that we remain prisoners of hope towards development agenda of Africa. Let me begin with 3 key messages, Your Excellencies. Messages that I hope will shape our dialogue and stir our collective will to act boldly as we take one step at a time, advancing towards the Africa we want, as guided by the global strategy, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Agenda 2030, and our continental strategy, Agenda 2063. First, it's a message of gratitude. To the government and the people of Uganda, we say thank you very much. Thank you for your warm hospitality, your generosity, and above all, your steadfast commitment under the leadership and the vision of His Excellency, President Yoweri Museveni, to Africa's unity and progress. Uganda has stood with us since the days of the Organization of African Unity and continues to play a vital role in our collective journey. And I say thank you very much, Uganda. I also extend heartfelt appreciation to my brother, Mr. Clever Gatete, who is the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Your leadership breathes life into this forum, with every successful Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development becoming more visible, more real, and more actionable. Secondly, a message about Africa's development story. Our journey is not defined by a single trait, but by a rich tapestry of ambition, policy choices, and enduring commitments. The continental strategy, which is Agenda 2063, is Africa's blueprint for long-term transformation. Yet across our continent, we continue to see complementary visions that are also shaping progress. We have the Uganda's Vision 2040, the East African Community's Vision 2050, and countless district and community level plans. And of course, our shared global commitment, the UN SDG, which does not only guide our programming, but allow us to compare and mirror our progress against that of other continents. Allow me to demystify the common misconception that the plans are duplicating and competing agendas. They are actually converging commitments. Together, they weave Africa's development story. Our study evaluating the FTYIP showed 86% convergence between the SDGs and Agenda 2063, and a further discovery that the majority of national development plans are aligned to both agendas. The pain in the achievement of these strategies had been on our side, coordinating member states better and guiding measurements and reporting protocols. On the other side, member states, it is about action and implementation, delivering promises to our citizens as per our national development planning. What matters is not where we begin, but how we act. What actions are we taking? What trade-offs are we managing? How do we measure impact? This is the essence of this forum's theme: driving jobs, creation, and economic growth. Whether we speak of decent work, green jobs, or youth employment, it all comes down to one thing: delivering jobs. At every level, local, national, regional, continental, and global, we must ask, what are we doing? How are we making our commitments visible? And how are we making them count? The third message is about the future. In 2024, our heads of state and government endorsed the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063. The plan departed from low level of performance across all aspirations evident in the global strategic performance, such as SDG 3, which is good health and well-being. Despite Africa accounting to 16% of the global population, it bears 23% of the global disease burden, as per WHO 2024. Other health concerns include maternal mortality, which remains high, with 525 deaths per 1,000 live births. Other concerns include aspects of SDG 5, which is gender equality, with AU gender scorecard reflecting only 25% parliamentary seats that are held by women, despite the population quantum of 25% across the continent. Gaps on indicators still remain, particularly related to decent work and economic growth, as well as life below water. That plan defines 7 bold moonshots, ambitious, that reflect our collective will. One of them being that moonshot 1, every member state should achieve at least monthly income level. It calls for radical sustainable development agenda, conscious of the hindrances, but intentionally focusing Africa on its rich, unexploited potential, including the demographic dividend, compelling us to create jobs that are due to our youthful population. This will be delivered through transformative pathways with a clear focus on identified key enablers and accelerators. But let us be clear, ladies and gentlemen, plans do not deliver themselves. People do. Over and above the greatest resource being the people, in 2023, our leaders pledged their commitment, accountability, resources, and desire to lead the implementation of Agenda 2063. This was building on the earlier commitment by the UN Secretary General as well as the AU chairperson in 2018 by signing the Joint Implementation Plan of Agenda 2063 and UN SDGs. The new AUC leadership pledged once again their total commitment to coordinate and guide member states on the joint implementation of the two agendas. Over the second week of assuming duty, we have already committed and we have already convened 49 member states to share the robust domestication plan, guiding them on the need to jointly implement the two agendas, one framework, and taking the agenda to its owners, who are the citizens of Africa. I wish also to report that on the 7th of April 2025, on the sidelines of this forum, UNECA, in collaboration with the AU Technical Working Group on Agenda 2063 and the UN Development Coordination Office, convened a UN resident coordinators to explore joint implementation of Agenda 2063's second 10-year implementation plan and UN Agenda 2030 for Africa transformation and sustainable development. The key takeaways were that national development plans must remain the cornerstone, not just for the 8 SDGs and Agenda 2063, but also for regional economic communities, national government, and local authorities. The shift, therefore, that we need from alignment is from alignment to commitment. We must move beyond simply aligning our work to articulate clear commitments, shaping investment choices, and holding ourselves accountable for results. We must strengthen our collective assets by clarifying the roles, the responsibilities, and accountabilities within the UN system, the African Union, the member states, and development partners. Only then can we unlock the full potential of our partnerships and work in true synergy. We must therefore seize the momentum around climate action as a powerful entry point to deliver across our development agendas, whether it's globally, continentally, regional, national, or local. Climate is not just an environmental issue. It is an economic, social, and developmental imperative. It offers a unifying platform to integrate SDGs, Agenda 2063, and national priorities in a coherent and impactful way. So I extend a call to action to all of you, legislators, policymakers, development practitioners, civil society leaders, youth champions, private sector, and citizens across Africa. Make your commitment visible. Wherever you sit, in a local council, national ministry, regional body, or global institution, your role matters. In conclusion, let our gathering in this Pan-African city of Kampala be a turning point where ambition meets accountability, where vision meets action. Let us think boldly, collaborate intentionally, and deliver consistently. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for your inspiring remarks that are very informative, but also challenging to all of us to take action as leaders of the continent. I now take the opportunity to invite His Excellency Clever Gatete, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, ECA. Your Excellency Clever Gatete, you have the floor.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and First Lady and Minister of Education of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency Emerson Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, and the Chairperson of SADC, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, Your Excellency Robina Nabanja, Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Your Excellency First Lady Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, Your Excellency Moses Virakati, African Union Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Development, Honorable Finance Minister, Mauritania, and the Chair of Outgoing Bureau of the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, Honorable Ministers, my good friend, Your Excellency Bob Ray, the PR Permanent Representative of Canada and the President of ECOSOC, distinguished delegates, representatives of partner regional and international organizations, members of civil society and private sector, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a privilege to address this 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, convened under the compelling theme, driving job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science, and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 Agenda and the African Union Agenda 2063. I wish to begin by extending my heartfelt gratitude to the government and people of Uganda for their gracious hospitality in hosting us and for their dedication to Africa's sustainable development journey. We know that Uganda is leading by example on sustainable development goals implementation. In particular, I wish to convey my deep appreciation to His Excellency President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni for his support to the Economic Commission for Africa's mandate and his commitment to the broader development priorities of Africa. My profound gratitude also goes to Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and all distinguished participants for your leadership in advancing Africa's transformation agenda. I also wish to acknowledge the steadfast collaboration of our partners, especially the African Union Commission, the Africa Development Bank, and the United Nations system, whose collective efforts have brought us here today. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as we speak, structural vulnerabilities, including the lingering effects of COVID-19, climate shocks, conflicts, and geopolitical tensions, as well as mounting debt burdens, continue to stifle Africa's progress. For instance, the continent is grappling with a substantial debt burden amounting to 64.3% of GDP, which significantly limits fiscal space for critical investments in education, health, infrastructure, and other essential sectors. Furthermore, our average GDP growth since 2019 has hovered around 3%, which is far below the 7% needed to achieve the SDG 8 on work and economic growth. In light of the current global development, it's now clear that development aid can no longer be considered a reliable or sustainable solution. And the traditional financing models are increasingly misaligned with Africa's development aspirations. At this critical moment for Africa, we have no choice but to look inward and take bold, transformative actions anchored in evidence, innovation, and inclusivity, including investing in the capacity of our people and institutions to turn things around. With just 5 years to 2030, the data is sobering. Out of 144 measurable SDG targets, only 10 are on track, while 106 are progressing too slowly, with 28 regressing. In fact, at the current rate, SDG 5 on gender equality will take decades to be achieved, and this risks undermining women's contribution to social and economic progress. We simply cannot afford to continue at this pace. To reverse this trend, We must move beyond diagnosing our challenges to implementing bold and actionable solutions. And this forum offers us an opportunity to turn our attention to 5 critical SDGs, which provide us with a path to accelerated progress in alignment with the successful delivery of the second 10-year implementation plan of the African Union Agenda 2063. First is SDG 3, good health and well-being. Today, millions of Africans still lack access to quality health care. 4 out of 5 African countries spend less than 86 US dollars per capita on health, which is well below the World Health Organization's recommended threshold minimum of 249 US dollars. In 2022, health expenditure averaged just 7% of budgets, far from the 15% pledged in 2001. We must close these gaps, and to do so, we need to boost domestic financing, strengthen health systems, and leverage digital health solutions. Second is SDG 5, which is gender equality. How can Africa truly prosper when half of its population remains economically marginalized? Yet in this day and age, women still face barriers in education, finance, and employment. These barriers must be dismantled. It is not right that women hold only 26% of parliamentary seats, although it has increased from 19% in 2015. Also, a 12% gender gap persists in mobile money access, despite 1.3 trillion US dollars in transactions in 2022, highlighting systemic inequalities that must be addressed. We must enact policies that promote economic empowerment, including gender-responsive budgeting, digital inclusion, and leadership opportunities for women across all sectors. Third, SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Given that 83% of Africa's workforce operates in the informal sector, with more than 113 million people either unemployed or underemployed, and nearly a third living in extreme working poverty, the imperative to prioritize sustainable livelihoods has never been greater. Accordingly, it is essential that we scale up vocational training, promote entrepreneurship, formalize jobs, and invest in social protections to harness our almost 1 billion strong working age population by 2030. Fourth is SDG 14, life below water. Africa's blue economy holds untapped economic potential. However, marine degradation, weak governance, and underinvestment threaten its sustainability. We have a huge opportunity in the blue economy, which could grow from 296 billion US dollars in 2018 to 576 billion US dollars by 2063, but currently receives only 3.5% of the SDG financing. Illegal fishing also costs us 10 billion annually US dollars, and Africa's Ocean Health Index lags at just 52.7 against a global average of 71.4. To this end, sustainable investments in aquaculture, coastal tourism, and blue carbon projects modeled on Seychelles and Gabon's debt for nature swaps are vital to realize this potential. And finally, the SDG 17 partnerships for the goals is to be clear, no country can achieve these goals in isolation. But their realization requires strengthened cooperation at national, regional, and global levels. In this context, as we continue to advocate for the reform of the global financial architecture, we must also commit to working together on all aspects of SDGs. This includes fostering strong trade partnerships and advancing North-South, South-South, and triangular cooperation, among others, as critical pillars of our collective progress. Excellencies, how then do we mobilize the resources to achieve the SDGs and African Union Agenda 2063? I propose 4 strategic pillars of action for your consideration. First, we must scale up domestic resource mobilization. This includes expanding tax bases, strategically utilizing pension funds and sovereign wealth funds, strengthening revenue collection, and digitizing the economy to curb the illicit financial flows. For example, if we restrain illicit financial flows, estimated at $89 billion annually, alongside harnessing sovereign wealth funds, we can secure billions for our developmental needs. Furthermore, remittance-backed bonds could increase the $53 billion FDI that flowed to Africa in 2023. Second, it is time to de-risk our economies and elevate capital market development, which will roll out the red carpet for private sector investment. With blended finance, credit guarantees, and flourishing markets, we will direct a surge of capital to sectors like agriculture and renewable energy. This could significantly increase the 2% global clean energy investment in Africa. Domestic capital market development would also increase long-term resources for private sector investment in our continent. Third, we need to expand access to affordable finance for our population, especially women and youth who are financially excluded. It is unacceptable, for example, that women today face a 12% gap in financial inclusion. Addressing this requires that we scale microfinance, digital finance, and impact investing to empower women-led small enterprises and youth entrepreneurs. Inclusive growth is not a choice. It is the only viable path to realizing Africa's full potential. Finally, it is imperative that we leverage the Africa Continental Free Trade Area to advance Africa's agenda. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area presents a unique opportunity to increase intra-Africa trade by 45% by 2045 and significantly drive Africa's industrialization, job creation, and sustainable growth agenda. We must accelerate regional value chains in green industries, agriculture, manufacturing, and services, and employ millions of our people. Excellencies, there is more that we can do in this digital age. Investing in digital connectivity, artificial intelligence, blockchain solutions, and evidence-based policymaking will drive efficiencies in trade, governance, and service delivery. Also, an African Union protocol on digital trade would transform e-commerce, expand market access, and drive large-scale job creation across the continent. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as I conclude, the clock is ticking. The next 5 years must be marked by bold leadership, decisive policies, and strengthened partnerships that will place Africa on a trajectory of sustainable prosperity. With you, our heads of states and government, driving policy reforms, creating an enabling business environment, and mobilizing domestic resources for sustainable development, we are more than capable of delivering. And the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa and the UN system remain committed to join hands with you, business leaders, civil society, regional institutions, and development partners to work and achieve the promise of the SDGs and Africa Agenda 2063. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Africa, for your very informative and inspiring remarks. Sir, thank you very much. I now take the pleasure to invite you to receive a message from Her Excellency Amina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. She is not physically present here, but she will speak to us through a video link. May I request the technical team to enable her speak to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to join you for the 11th session of Africa Regional Forum Sustainable Development. I thank the government and the people of Uganda for their generous hospitality, and I extend my sincere appreciation to President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Prime Minister Rubina Nabanja, and His Excellency Mahmoud Ali Yusuf, the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, all for their leadership and commitment to sustainable development. And to my brother, Executive Secretary Claver Gatete, for convening us at this forum. Excellencies, Africa stands at a pivotal moment, not only of challenge, but of immense opportunity. With just 5 years remaining to achieve the 2030 Agenda and the second decade of Agenda 2063 now underway, we must confront the hard truths and match them with bold and courageous solutions. Yes, progress has not been fast enough. Structural inequalities persist. Informal employment remains widespread, disproportionately affecting women, our young people, and rural communities. The annual financing gap to achieve the SDGs stands at a staggering $200 billion. Foreign direct investment to Africa declined in 2024 by 1.9%, falling to $53 billion. And the burden of debt is suffocating. In 2023, 25 African countries spent more on external debt servicing than on health and education combined. This is unacceptable. Over 60% of countries are now in or at a higher risk of debt distress. In too many countries, more than half of government revenue goes to debt repayments, undermining vital investments in people, resilience, jobs, and growth. The Abuja Declaration remains a distant ambition. Half of African countries spend less than 6% of national budgets on health. And the high cost of digital access, especially in rural areas, continues to exclude millions of our people, deepening gender and geographic divides. But these figures do not define us. Africa is not standing still. We are standing up. Despite global headwinds, our continent accounted for 9 of the world's fastest growing economies in 2024. Progress is against HIV and AIDS is encouraging, with nearly 24 countries recording significant declines in new infections. Women across the continent are leading change. Today, 26% of parliamentary seats in Africa are held by women, up from 19% in 2015. But this does mask some of the inequalities in different countries. And the landmark AU Convention on Eliminating Violence Against Women and Girls represents the first legally binding commitment of its kind on the continent, a powerful step forward. Now we must turn words into action. Across these efforts, Africa's leadership and innovation continue to inspire. From local solutions to global negotiations, African countries are driving forward a bold vision for inclusive, sustainable development. Excellencies, the United Nations is proud to stand with you. Our resident coordinators, our UN country teams, and regional expertise are fully mobilized to support your priorities. The stronger connection between regional economic commissions and resident coordinators, anchored by the Secretary General's reforms, has created new opportunities to align policy and operations and deliver integrated support across Africa's priorities. This gives me great confidence that together we can accelerate action on the SDGs and Agenda 2063. This year brings major global milestones: the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, the 2nd World Social Summit, the food system stock-taking moment in Ethiopia, and COP30 in Brazil. Africa's voice must shape every one of these global milestones. We must prioritize debt sustainability with bolder debt relief measures, expanded concessional funding, and innovative mechanisms such as debt for climate and debt for development swaps. And we must embrace bold transitions in energy, food systems, digital transformation, education, and social protection. The African Continental Free Trade Area is a cornerstone of this transformation. By reducing trade barriers, enhancing regional integration, and expanding market access, AFSCFTA has the power to unlock new opportunities for inclusive growth, industrialization, and value addition across the continent. Let us seize this forum and the Kampala Declaration as a catalyst for regional leadership and global solidarity. Let us scale what works, deepen our partnerships, and create the enabling conditions for investment and innovation. Let us tell a new story of African solutions, driven by African leadership, especially our young people, powered by African people, and anchored in African values. Let us turn ambition into action, in solidarity with the African Union, in service of the Africa that we want. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Amina Mohammed, for your statement. Your Excellency, our chief guest, the theme for this meeting, once again, is driving job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science and evidence-based solutions for the 2030 Agenda and the Agenda 2063. And before you, we have distinguished delegates from across the continent. The people gathered here include heads of delegations from the 54 countries of Africa, and most of the heads are government ministers, but also specifically we have ministers responsible for SDGs, and also ministers responsible for science, technology, and innovation in our various countries in Africa. We also have a delegation from the African Union. We have a delegation from the United Nations, as well as the regional directors of UN in Africa. We have representation from the private sector in Africa. We have civil society organizations from Africa. So we have the African leaders gathered here in Munyonyo, Kampala, and once again, we want to welcome you. And welcome to Uganda, the part of Africa. And I do hope that you will adjust your itineraries to explore Uganda beyond Kampala so that you appreciate what is meant by Uganda being the part of Africa. Amidst us, Your Excellencies, we have the Right Honorable Rukia Nakadama, our third Deputy Prime Minister of Uganda. I want to recognize you, Prime Minister. We also have our former Prime Ministers of the Republic of Uganda. We have the Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, present here with us. We have the Right Honorable Ndugu Ruhakana Rugunda, also former Prime Minister of Uganda. We have the Honorable Sam Kutesa, former Minister of Foreign Affairs and the former President of the UN General Assembly. We also have government ministers in the government of Uganda. You could stand up or wave for recognition. They are here to be part of these important discussions. And once again, we welcome all of you to the city of Kampala, Uganda. I now take the opportunity to invite Right Honorable Robina Nabanja, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda. Here we have a local name for her. She's called Majegere. Majegere is that road equipment machine, the road equipment machine which clears the ground. So Right Honorable Prime Minister, you are welcome. You have the floor. And after your remarks, you will invite our chief guest, the President of the Republic of Uganda.
Your Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Mama, the First Lady, and the Minister of Education, Your Excellency the President of Zimbabwe, Your Excellencies, the former heads of states and government, the First Deputy Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea, the Third Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, honorable ministers, the President of the United Nations Economic Social Council, the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, leaders of regional and international organizations, religious leaders, the honorable members of parliament, the members of the diplomatic corps, representatives of development partners, the private sector, and civil society organizations, the academia and research institutions, our youth and women leaders, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and a privilege for me to stand before you to welcome you to Uganda for the 11th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Your Excellencies, Uganda is truly a privilege to host this esteemed gathering of leaders and experts from across Africa and beyond, united by a common purpose to accelerate progress towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Africa's Agenda 2063. Your Excellencies, this forum has a special place in Uganda. Indeed, African journey. Just a year ago, in April, I had the honor of being invited by the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to deliver a keynote address at the 10th African Regional Forum in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. It was during that engagement that Uganda was elected the third vice chair of the Bureau, a testament to our nation's commitment to sustainable development and regional collaboration. Inspired by the vision of this forum, I consulted you, Mr. President, and with your guidance and support, Uganda applied and was honored to be selected as this year's host. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to sincerely thank the Executive Secretary of ECA and the entire Bureau for entrusting Uganda with this responsibility. Your Excellencies, over the past 3 days, the African Regional Forum on SDGs has been enriched by a series of impactful pre-events that have brought critical voices and bold ideas to the forefront. From COP27 preparatory dialogues, the message was clear. Africa must speak with one voice in demanding for climate justice and scaled up adaptation financing. Your Excellencies, we have had sessions on science, technology and innovation, digital transformation in delivering the SDGs. The ministers of finance and the private sector leaders emphasized the urgency for innovative and blended financing models to bridge the SDG financing gaps. Faith-based organizations highlighted the moral responsibility to care for people and the planet, while parliamentarians committed to enhancing and enacting stronger legislative frameworks to respond to the climate crises. Our children and the youth who are here present made a passionate call for inclusion and intergenerational justice reminding us that the future must be shaped with their voices at the table. The African Former Leaders Forum, graced by Your Excellency with a keynote address, emphasized leadership, Pan-Africanism, peace, and economic transformation as essential enablers to achieving Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. These diverse and powerful messages have laid a solid foundation for this forum. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, recognition of participants. Allow me, before you, to inform you, Your Excellency, to recognize and appreciate the distinguished individuals and groups who have honored with us their presence. Our esteemed heads of states and government, whose leadership is shaping Africa's transformation. Of course, most of them are near you. I know we have the President of Zimbabwe and the other heads of governments who are here. Your Excellency, we have the Executive Secretary of ECA for the Commission's instrumental role in advancing SDG and Agenda 2063. The Honorable Ministers and government representatives whose policies and actions drive national and regional development. Your Excellency, we have the former Prime Ministers of Uganda, whose leadership has laid the foundation for Uganda's progress. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize Honorable Sam Kutesa, who served as President of the United Nations General Assembly between the year 2015 and 2016, a period that saw the historic adoption of the SDGs. The honorable members of Parliament, whose legislative role is crucial in advancing the Sustainable Development Agenda, and most of them are here. I would request that they stand up for recognition. Your Excellency, representatives from regional and international organizations who play a vital role in policy formulation and implementation. Our diplomatic corps and development partners for their continued support and cooperation in Africa's development journey. I recognize the private sector and civil society whose innovation and advocacy are key in sustainable and inclusive growth. We have the academia and research institutions who provide evidence-based solutions to policy making. We have the youth and women leaders whose voices and contributions are essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and ensuring that no one is left behind. Your Excellency, allow me to acknowledge the organizing committees for the successful hosting of this forum because of their collective effort. Allow me to recognize the political committee, which I had the honor to chair, for the strategic guidance. The political committee or the ministerial committee. I can see Honorable Kasule Lumumba and many others. Your Excellency, the ministerial committee was also chaired by the Right Honorable Kasule Lumumba for the policy leadership. Thank you so much. Your Excellency, we had the National Organizing Committee, which was chaired by the Permanent Secretary, Alex Kakoza, Office of the Prime Minister. We have the SDG Secretariat in my office, led by Dr. Albert Byamgisha. Thank you for your tireless efforts. Your Excellency, allow me to recognize you for your visionary leadership as a front runner in the implementation of sustainable development goals in Uganda. I also want to thank you for supporting this event with funding. Your Excellency and honorable members, under the guidance of His Excellency the President, Uganda has taken significant strides in advancing inclusive growth, social transformation, and economic resilience, ensuring that SDGs remain central in our national development agenda. Your steadfast commitment continues to inspire not only Uganda, but the entire African continent. As I conclude, Your Excellency and distinguished guests, this gathering is a testament to Africa's shared determination to accelerate progress on sustainable development. We are here, Your Excellencies, to reaffirm our collective commitment to principles of inclusivity, equity, and resilience. It is now my honor to invite you, Your Excellency, to deliver the keynote address that will inspire and guide our collective action. I thank you so much for God and my part.
Hello, His Excellency President Mnangagwa, President of Zimbabwe, the former heads of state, President Kikwete, Prime Minister Mariam, the heads of delegations, members of the diplomatic corps, all the attendants of this conference. I welcome you to Uganda, and I thank you for having selected Uganda for this meeting. You are most welcome. This is a topic which is very good to discuss when we are all gathered here. And in the case of Uganda, because we are talking about socio-economic transformation and job creation, although sometimes the matter is not thoroughly dealt with, because sometimes they talk about sustainable development. And I'm a bit suspicious of that description, as I will tell you later. The story of Uganda in the matter of economic transformation, so that is the topic, transformation. In recent times, starts with 1900 AD. In Uganda, here we say, Lukumi Rwanda, 1900. When the British declared Uganda a protectorate after the defeat of our inefficient kings. Our kings were hopeless. They didn't organize us to defeat the British. We could have defeated them. At that time, Uganda was a pre-capitalist. A pre-capitalist traditional economy and society based on subsistence agriculture of crops and livestock, artisanship, what we call emyoga in our language, fisheries, and some services such as healing, treating people, called okuragura in our language. So you, the experts, you need to be very specific in describing these phenomena. I don't know but I suspect the economies of the other African countries at that time, 1900, were maybe about the same. Certainly the ones of East Africa, which we know, all those ones we know, Tanzania, Congo, Rwanda, South, those we know, they were like us. Pre-capitalist, based on crops, livestock, some artisan skills, and in some cases, fishing. The mode of exchange that time was okchurka. Okchurka in our language means barter trade. They were doing business by barter trade. And it is called okchurka in our language. With a little use, they had started using money. A little use of cowrie shells and CMB as money. Cowrie shells. They were beginning to use money at that time, but money using the cowrie shells. And it's called Nsimbi in our language, which is the same word we use for money even today. That is 1900. By 1962, the British were here only for 62, about 68 years. By 1962, when the British left, the British had created a small enclave economy. In the 1960s, in the universities, we were using those words, but I no longer hear them. The words we were using in the 1960s were enclave economies. That was the economy of Uganda at that time at independence, just like they had done in other colonies. Even the other colonies, it was more or less the same. An enclave economy meant a small island of modernity surrounded by a sea of underdevelopment. That's why we're calling them enclave economies. A small island of modernity surrounded by a sea of underdevelopment. That is why they were called enclave island economies. In the case of Uganda, the small island of modernity and money economy was comprised of the 3 C's and 3 T's. That's how they were describing the economy of Uganda by 1963. An economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. The three C's were cotton, coffee, and copper. These were the 3 C's. The 3 T's were tobacco, tea, and tourism. So that was the small economy of Uganda at independence, 1962. Just on 6 activities: copper, coffee, cotton, tea, tobacco, and tourism. The agricultural products and the minerals, copper, were being exported as raw materials. In Francais, I hear matière première. That's what I hear them say, matière première. So these products were being exported as raw materials. This meant that on the average, getting about 10% of the value of the product. Because when you export a raw material, you get only about 10% of the value of that product. If you take coffee, when you export a kilogram of coffee, you will get about $2.5 of unprocessed coffee. Somebody who is cleverer than you takes the coffee, roasts it, grinds it, packs it, and he gets $40 when you got 2.5. You, the African, you got 2.5 for your coffee. Somebody who is cleverer than you got $40, and all the jobs, because remember, all those are jobs. You are talking of jobs, jobs. These are the jobs. The job of roasting the coffee is exported. The one who roasts the coffee is not your daughter. The job of grinding, the job of packaging, all these are exported. There used to be a Paris club called for donors. I don't know why they were not calling Africans. Because Africans have been the major donors for the others. They have been donating money, because in a kilo of coffee, you donate almost $30. You donate to the outsiders. And you also donate jobs. So you are the big donors here, you people. When you export a raw material and somebody goes and makes more money out of it and creates jobs for his children, when yours here have no jobs, you are the donor. You are donating money. You are donating jobs. That's what Africans have been doing. 10% of the value of the product and exporting all the jobs value addition brings. Apart from the mistake of having no or little value addition, the enclave economy covered only 4% of the homesteads of Uganda by 1962. So that economy of the 3 C's and the 3 T's, 1962, was covering only 4% of the homesteads. 96% of the homesteads were outside the money economy. They were working only for the stomach. Okorra echida chonka, we say in our language. Working only for the stomach. However, in 1971, Idi Amin took over the country. And by 1986, when the NRM came to power, the enclave economy had been destroyed. So Idi Amin comes in and destroys the small island. The small island of Mane is now destroyed by Idi Amin. Because Idi Amin was a colonial sergeant, didn't know anything, although he was calling himself a field marshal, came and destroyed everything. Only coffee and tobacco were still limping on by the time we came. All the others had collapsed. Tourism had collapsed. Cotton had collapsed. All the others had collapsed except coffee and tobacco, which was still limping on. Therefore, the NRM has had to start with a ruined literal enclave economy and the sea of the underdeveloped homesteads and population. Since that time, we have achieved the following. Number one, we have been able to have the minimum economic recovery by bringing back some of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. So we are now to try and bring back some of the 3 C's and the 3 T's. Go back to 1971, in other words. Number two, expanding the 3 C's and the 3 T's where possible. For instance, if you take coffee, exports in that time were 3 million bags. In 1986, they are now 9 million bags. We are now exporting 9 million bags of coffee. And the same for the other products. Tea, more. We are producing more of those. Number three, diversifying the economy by commercializing other products, such as milk. You can imagine in the colonial times, we are drinking imported milk. I'm a milkman myself. In the village, I have cows all the time. But my cows were not selling milk to the towns. In the towns, people were drinking milk from New Zealand, from Australia, from Switzerland, and later on from Kenya a little bit. So, and we are being told that milk is not a cash product. It is just a food. You just eat it at home. For cash product, it is only coffee. What the colonial people wanted is what they told us, that coffee was a cash crop, but milk was a food to be eaten by the villagers. So what we have done, we have commercialized all these products: milk, beef, leather, maize, fruits, fish, etc., etc. All those are now cash crops, cash products. So that is number three. Number four, adding value to the raw materials. This is our big war now, adding value to the raw materials. Because if you don't do that, that's actually the biggest problem we see in Africa. If you take, we have got very good iron ore here. It's the best in the world, 70% pure. But some time ago, an Indian company came and said they wanted to export iron ore to India as iron ore. I said, and what would that mean? They would pay us $47 per ton of iron ore. Now, when you process iron ore into steel, that time the price was $900. So here, you Ugandans, you would get $47 from your iron ore called obtare in our language. That's what we call it, obtare. And somebody will get $900 from from what you get $47, which is yours. Somebody will get $900. And all the jobs, because remember, all those jobs of the machines of the what will be abroad. So I said, no way. And you must have heard that I banned the export of unprocessed minerals. No unprocessed mineral leaves Uganda now. I told our people here that if you can't process the minerals, let them stay in the ground. The grandchildren will come and process them. You go to heaven and solve your problems. But don't take away our people's minerals. If you can't process them, leave them there. A company came from, I think it was Canada, and they said, you people, you have got uranium. I said, yes, I know it. So I want to mine it and take it. Take it where? In order to do what? So I will go and generate electricity. But why do you want to generate electricity in Canada when I have no electricity here? Why don't you process it here? I have heard a rumor that there are human beings here. So I said goodbye to the group. The uranium is still in the ground. Let it stay there. So this business of raw materials is very, very dangerous. Now, finally, we have now started entering the knowledge economy. Not only adding value to the raw materials, but transforming them into finished products. Like now we are making buses, they can show them to you here if they have them. Because these people, some of these people here are highly educated, the engineers. So we have challenged them and they are coming up. Those buses are built from the scratch here. That bus is called Chira. Chira is our name for the Nile. The Nile River, we call it, in our language here, we call it Chira. So a Chira vehicle is that one there. They can also show you the agriculture. Show us the bananas. Now, when there was a war in Ukraine, people were saying that there was going to be no food in Uganda. I said, you must be sick. How can Uganda get food from Ukraine? We have a lot of food here. Our problem with the market, where to sell the food. So the bananas, the coffee, do you have the coffee on your screen? Those are coffee factories. The cows. Show the cows. Do you have cows? You don't have cows, you people? So we are struggling. The story of coffee is really scandalous. The global value of coffee is $460 billion. But all the coffee producing countries, out of the 460 billion, they share 25 billion. They take away 25 billion. Value 460 billion, the coffee growing countries, all of them, African ones, Vietnam, Brazil, they take only 25 billion. And Africa, 2.5 billion only. Germany earns more from coffee than all the coffee growing countries. Germany earns $65 billion from coffee. Yet they don't produce a single kilo of coffee. Show us the cows, please. You don't have the cows? And the factories of the milk factories, not just the cow. Those are the indigenous Nile Valley cows. But those are the factories of the milk. So we are now in what I would call phase 5, where we are entering the knowledge economy. Automobiles, vaccines, computers, making all those instead of importing them. In diversifying the economy, we had struggled with the big portion of the population that was outside the money economy, and we are only producing for home consumption. By 2013, these were still 68% of the homesteads. By 2013, 68% of the homesteads were still outside the money economy. Apart from earlier programs, we have to bring in the army. Because the problem with you see, Uganda, the climate is so good, life is easy, you don't have to work. You can just be idle and you eat from your relatives. So it's a struggle to make them wake up. So we have to bring in the army and Operation Wealth Creation to distribute free seedlings of coffee, of fruits to the homesteads, as well as breeding stock. Later on, we phased out the army and started the formation of the circles of wealth creators per parish. We guide that these wealth creators select enterprises with Echibaro. Echibaro is our word for calculating the benefit. Ekibaro is, in Swahili they will say hesabu. They should select enterprises that are in tandem with the size of the land of the wealth creator. The ones with big land are flexible and either do extensive agriculture, doing a low value enterprise, but do it on a big scale, or use intensive agriculture, doing high value enterprise on small pieces of land. Activities that fall in the latter category are the ones of high value are coffee, fruits, dairy farming, piggery, poultry, fish farming, and growing food crops. Recently, our people have added cocoa and palm oil. Palm oil, show us that palm oil if you have it. You can imagine that all the soap we were washing with was from palm oil from Malaysia and Indonesia. So if there's a problem in Malaysia or Indonesia, we would end up not washing. So we started growing the palm oil. They can show it to you when they get it. Using intensive agriculture, a 1 acre model can create jobs for 15 people. You are talking about jobs. Agriculture alone, here in Uganda, we have found that if you commercialize it, you will create a lot of jobs in agriculture. 1 acre, well planned for intensive agriculture for dairy or poultry, creates 15 jobs. Uganda has got 40 million acres suitable for agriculture. If we use only 7 million of these acres, and each one creates 15 jobs, 105 million jobs will be created. 105 million jobs will be created in agriculture alone. This is more jobs for the whole population of Uganda than the whole population of Uganda. Population of Uganda is now 46 million. But you can create 105 million jobs by using just 1/4 of the arable land of Uganda. This is just for agriculture, commercial agriculture. Commercial agriculture as opposed to subsistence agriculture, okora ekida kyonka. However, the wealth and jobs are not only to be got in agriculture. There are 3 other sectors, which are industry and artisanship, manufacturing, factories, like the ones you saw. That is palm oil. That is palm oil. Palm oil needs a lot of rain. But palm oil was exported from Nigeria and taken to Indonesia and Malaysia. And they now became the big producers of palm oil. Even we were importing the palm oil from Malaysia and Indonesia until recently when we started doing palm oil ourselves. So there are sectors, other sectors other than agriculture, manufacturing and artisanship, services, hotels, tourism, what have you, and ICT. We treat ICT as a separate sector. As of now, agriculture is employing 3.6 million people. Industry is employing 1.4 million people. Services are employing 5 million people. And ICT is employing 46,000 people. We are just beginning, but you can see the jobs can be created. the hotels, tourism, transport. Transport is employing a lot of people. In order for the four sectors to be fully developed so as to create wealth and jobs, they need low-cost transport, the railway and the lake transport. Part of the mistakes in Africa have been to neglect the railways. And this is what I told the World Bank when we met in Nairobi. How can you talk of private sector-led growth if you don't talk about lowering the costs of doing business? Now, some of the factors that bring costs to go up is transport of cargo. If you have got expensive cargo transport, how would the companies succeed? So, rail transport, lake transport, electricity, an educated and healthy workforce, stopping the export of raw materials, low cost of money for borrowing to do business, a big market of Africa and beyond. Now, those are the obstacles that you should really concentrate on. Here, I have not gone into it here because this is a short speech. But fortunately, I had made this statement in Nairobi when we had the TICAD, a meeting with the Japanese there, the Prime Minister of Japan. All this time we have been around as a student movement in the 1960s, as a fighting force, and now having been in government, and also working with our brothers from Africa. Mwalimu Nyerere, we interacted with him a lot. Shavyarira from Zimbabwe. We have been able to, we think we have identified the bottlenecks, strategic bottlenecks. Now, in this booklet, which they will give you, we have identified 10 bottlenecks. Bottleneck number one, ideological disorientation. The belief in the politics of identity. This is the big curse in Africa. People who believe in the politics of identity, tribe, religion. For us, we say this is wrong. You should look at the politics of interests. It is all mentioned here. Because of that, you find many countries cannot build state institutions. They cannot build pillars of state. How will you build an army if you believe in tribalism? Will you have an army for every tribe? If you don't believe in Uganda, how would you have a Uganda army? Now, if you don't have an army, what happens? You can't maintain peace. That's why people have got to go to the United Nations to come and defend them. Can you imagine? UN troops in Africa, what are they doing? Defending you. Why can't you defend yourself? Because of the wrong, the underdevelopment of the human resource, lack of industrialization, and the export of the raw materials, which we have talked about here. Now, but also, these Ugandans can tell you that when you wake up a bit and start doing some work, you will soon find that the internal market of Uganda is not enough. Like the milk I'm talking about. We are producing 5.3 billion liters of milk, but the internal market is only 800 million liters. If we didn't have the East African community, the dairy sector in Uganda would have collapsed. Sugar, show us the sugar if you have the sugar there on your pictures. Sugar, what saves us is the East African market. So, you people, you must emphasize regional integration for the market, so that we have got, our business people have got guaranteed markets. And so on, they are 10, they are all here in this booklet. Now, finally, by removing the bottlenecks, you will create capacity for socio-economic transformation, not mere quantitative growth, sustainable growth. Because when you say sustainable development, can a child remain a child sustainably? That is a child sustainably. A child at puberty must transform into a teenager. A teenager must transform into an adult. This is the law of nature. Quantitative growth leading to qualitative change. But if you are a raw material exporting country, how will you transform? So I'm very glad that you are beginning to use in our vocabulary the words transformation. We must go from pre-industrial to industrial societies. I talked a little bit. I talked about it the other day with the leaders. How can you have a peasant producing another peasant? Until when? The peasant must disappear and we have the middle class. In Francais, we say bourgeoisie. The peasant must go, and we have bourgeoisie and proletariat, the working class, skilled working class. Europe has transformed. If you go to Europe in 1400, they had three classes. They had the peasants, the artisans, and the feudalists. By the time of the French Revolution, Francais, 1789, there were now four social classes. The feudalists, there was now a new class which never existed in human history, the middle class. Classe moyenne, you say? Is that how you say? Classe moyenne. Bourgeoisie. These were a new social class. And then the proletariat, the working class, and then the peasants. But if you go to Europe today, there are no more feudalists, there are no more peasants. It is now class moyenne and the skilled working class. Society has changed. But here, we are engaged in conservation of underdevelopment. A peasant producing another peasant. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda. Can we put our hands together and once again appreciate the President for that educative presentation that has given us how Uganda has moved, but definitely the story can be extrapolated to look at other countries in Africa. So thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that insightful presentation. And indeed, like he presented, Uganda's story after independence is more or less like what happened to the other countries in Africa. Our countries were characterized by a number of issues: neo-colonial interference, bad governance, conflicts and social disruption, lack of progress, among other challenges. Probably what he didn't emphasize that President Yoweri Museveni, as a young person, as a student, was not happy with what he was seeing in terms of how the country and the continent was moving. And he put up a challenge and started a resistance movement and challenged the status quo and rewrote the history of this country by starting a new chapter. And I want to thank you, Your Excellency, that by the time you inherited this country, Uganda was like a patient that was surviving on oxygen and steroids. And like you heard from his presentation, Uganda is on a forward march. And when we look at the quality of life indicators, they continue to improve tremendously in the last 30, 40 years. And we give credit to our president who has led us very well.
Excusez-moi. Just one comment. Really, the solutions are with us. I had forgotten to mention this. We had some argument with the Europeans recently. We passed a law which was discouraging homosexuality here. Then Mr. Biden removed us from the AGOA list. He chased us. That was one. Number two, the World Bank stopped giving us loans. But our economy grew by 6%. We are not bothered with all that. What is crucial for me, of all this, apart from our own mistakes, the next most important thing is regional integration. If we avoid internal mistakes and we are clear about the regional integration, the regional market, there's nothing, all that things that happen outside will not concern us. I thought I should mention that one also. The economy of Uganda has been growing very fast with or without external support. But with the external support, now they have come back. They say we are good people. So we say you are most welcome. Thank you very much. Sorry to
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for that additional information. And we appreciate you, sir, for your leadership. As I was saying, that under the leadership of President Yoweri Museveni, the quality of life indicators in Uganda have tremendously improved. If I can just give one example, that in the late 80s, early 90s, because of HIV and AIDS and other challenges, our life expectancy at birth had dropped to 43 years. But our recent studies, including the census, have shown that over the time, this has now increased to 72 years. And for those of you who are scholars, this is phenomenal. From 43 years and a period of about 30, 40 years, it has increased to 72 years. Can we appreciate that? Your Excellency, we thank you. And thank you very much for your educative presentation. As we come to the conclusion of the opening ceremony, let me once again recognize the members of parliament from different countries in Africa who are here. There are those who belong to the Parliamentary Forum on Climate Change. They have been here having discussions. Your Excellency, we also have our religious leaders. The various interreligious councils in Africa are here, including our own from Uganda. Maybe you could wave our presidents. Yeah, they are seated on the extreme left of my side. You are welcome and thank you for participating in this conference. Allow me, Your Excellency, and the distinguished delegates to also recognize Her Excellency, the First Lady of Uganda, who is also the Honorable Minister of Education and Sports, Mama Janet Museveni. We want to thank you and appreciate you for having come to be with us this morning. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the opening ceremony, and we shall have to leave the room in reverse order. We shall allow our Excellency, the Presidents and members on the podium to exit first, and then the rest of us will follow as we go for the coffee break. We are going to have a group photograph at the steps outside this conference hall, and the photo will have our Excellencies on the podium, the former heads of state and government, our Right Honorable Prime Minister, and all the honorable ministers present here, the heads of delegations of the various countries and organizations present, our religious leaders, and the honorable members of parliament. So we shall gather at the steps outside and we take a group photograph with our presidents who are here with us. We shall break off for coffee, and according to the program, we had allocated 30 minutes, but in the interest of catching up with time, once our presidents have taken the coffee, if they do that in 10 minutes or 15 minutes, we shall get back. Why? Because the chair of the next session is none other than the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. We shall have a presidential dialogue, having our distinguished excellencies under the chairmanship of our President of Uganda in that dialogue. So let's break off for coffee, but once our presidents are ready, it is before 30 minutes, we shall come, assemble, and then we go into that interesting part of the conversation today, the presidential dialogue, where we are going to interrogate all these issues regarding the socio-economic transformation of Africa. So with that, I invite our Excellency, the Presidents and members on the podium to lead us as we get out to take the photograph. Thank you very much, and may God bless all of you.
Merci beaucoup. Mali, je viens du Mali. Le drapeau est sorti? Le drapeau. Plusieurs, hein?
Voilà, en tant que président du Conseil national de la jeunesse du Sénégal. Hein, les photos. Il faut que les drapeaux sortent. Hein? Si, de l'autre côté. Comme ça. C'est bon, hein? En tant que président du Conseil national de la jeunesse du Sénégal, il faut qu'on se développe et puis qu'on ait plusieurs photos quoi, en même temps. C'est bon? Tu as pris plusieurs photos? OK. En tant que président du Conseil national de la jeunesse du Sénégal, il faut que les choses bougent. Et sur ce, j'ai besoin de la collaboration. Tu as pris combien de photos? Hein?
That's what you are taking pictures.
Hein? Ça ne sort pas? C'est bon? C'est bon maintenant? Ah, mais il faut bien prendre pour moi. Hein? Ah, ok. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation. Nous sommes très heureux, très contents de répondre à l'invitation. C'est bon.
Thank you.
Juste une minute, c'est vrai qu'on m'a... Voilà, c'est bon. Ça va, Mingla.
We are trying to put, when we are trying, we are trying to bring that change in our community. We need to.
That's good. Thank you. Where's the camera?
No, he's sensitive.
Hey, Siri. Yes, good.
Thank you so much from Nigeria. Thank you.
Another one.
Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sound check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check 1 and 2. 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Check 1 and 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1 and 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 3. Microphone. Okay. I will just hide.
May I have your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen? For all of you who are back in the room after the coffee break, may I thank you so much for being mindful of time. If our delegates who are in the foyer can hear, we are ready to convene the presidential dialogue. We are ready to reconvene and begin with the presidential dialogue. And it is imperative that we begin on time because of bilaterals and also because some of our heads of state need to leave Uganda. So if I may humbly request that all delegates for the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development make your way back into the plenary hall so that we can begin and reconvene the presidential dialogue. I will say it again, hopefully that the microphone will carry into the foyer. May I request that all delegates make their way back into the plenary hall so that we can proceed with the presidential dialogue and try to keep to time. It is imperative that we begin. One, because there are bilateral meetings, and two, because some of our heads of state have other meetings scheduled outside of Uganda. So please, could we be respectful and mindful of time? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may request, if you can also help me as delegates to the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development by asking your colleagues, those you're WhatsApping with, to please come back into the plenary hall so that we can begin with the presidential dialogue. If the ushers from the Secretariat could also help us to usher in our delegates back from the coffee station into the plenary hall, that would be most helpful. And if we can also just start getting into our seats so that we can settle down for the reception of the heads of state as they make their way back for the presidential dialogue, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. If I may request that all delegates please take your seats. All delegates, please take your seats. Again, a humble request for all delegates to please take your seats so that we can recommence with our agenda for the opening session of the 11th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. And if we can all be seated so that we can receive our distinguished guests who will be participating in the presidential dialogue in exactly 5 minutes. So please, can the remainder of our delegates make their way back into the plenary hall? And please, could our honorable ministers take their seats with your delegations? It would be much appreciated. Also, just be mindful of the step. Some of the cabling seems to be undone. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to behave like an airline stewardess when I say this is the final call. This is the final call before we recommence. with the presidential dialogue. And may I also humbly request that our panelists for this dialogue, if they can also start making their way to the stage, that would be helpful. I will invite you all in a moment, but just so that everybody knows, we are just literally moments away from beginning the presidential dialogue. Please enter the room and take your seats. That would be very, very much appreciated. Please just enter the room back from the foyer and back to your seats. This is the session before lunch, so we can all network in about an hour's time. If I may just humbly request everybody into their seats. The organizers and the protocol team would really be appreciative of that. Thank you.
Hela basaswala. Uishi.
Okay, and as we do so, may I, with respect, invite former President Chikwete to join us on stage as we prepare, as well as Mr. Robert Ray. You are already here, please. And may I also request that the first Deputy Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea also join us on stage. And please could we give a rousing applause to their excellencies, the President of Uganda and the President of Zimbabwe, as we prepare to begin our presidential dialogue. And as they take their seats, may I also humbly request that all delegates take your seats so that we can begin with the presidential dialogue for this segment of the opening session of the 11th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Much obliged and thank you.
Okay. Moderator, okay. Commanders.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, if you'll allow me, just briefly to be in charge just for 2 minutes of this segment, and then I'll hand over to you as the chair of the session. And so to all of our delegates, those who are here in person in Kampala, Uganda, and also to all of you who are watching online, thank you so much for joining us at this 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. As you well know by now, the theme for this year's session is driving job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, science and evidence-based solutions for the SDG 2030 agenda, and also in pursuance of the African Union Agenda 2063 in the implementation of the second 10-year program. We're being warmly and generously hosted by His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and the people of Uganda. And in a short while, His Excellency will be sharing with us some of his insights as to how to accelerate the work that needs to be done in pursuance of the SDGs in this 5-year timeframe, but also to identify of those 17, which are perhaps the most significant to catalyze job creation and growth, because those are the real issues that impact the African continent at this particular juncture. We'll also be gaining insights as to how you lead in this time of urgency from His Excellency, the President of Zimbabwe, who's also the chairperson of the Southern African Development Community. We'll be gaining some insights to this theme from the first Deputy Prime Minister of Equatorial Guinea. And we're also going to hear what leadership values are needed, what attributes are needed in this season of pursuing the SDGs, and just in terms of where Africa and the world finds itself, especially because the African Leadership Forum was a prelude to this regional forum, and we'll be gaining insights from the former president of Tanzania, Jakaya Kikwete. Partnerships matter. That's an essence or the bedrock of SDG 17. And as you heard earlier on from the president of ECOSOC, sovereignty, self-reliance, self-determination, and multilateralism do matter in terms of forging the right partnerships, whether we're trying to mobilize capital or just get better ideas technically on how to implement some of the goals, and also just in creating a world that is built on fraternity. And so we'll also get those insights in a short moment. We're just waiting for the last few of our delegates to make their, to find their seats, but I think it is a good time to commence. And so with deference, may I hand over to the chair of the session and the insights from Your Excellency, Yoweri Museveni.
Well, no, me, I have already made my remarks. So I think it should be His Excellency Mnangagwa to speak now. Because I spoke what I wanted to say, so I want here.
Thank you, sir. All right. So the president says he has spoken. We should have all imbibed and internalized what he said about Uganda and how you pursue an SDG agenda. And so humbly, may I request Your Excellency Emmerson Mnangagwa, may I yield the floor to you.
Your Excellency, my dear brother, President Museveni, President of the Republic of Uganda, and Chairperson of this esteemed presidential dialogue, Your Excellencies, representatives of heads of state and regional economic communities, Your Excellency Madam Amina Mohammed, United Nations Deputy Secretary General, the Executive Secretary for Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Gatete, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to address this esteemed gathering and thank my dear brother, His Excellency President Museveni, as well as the government and the people of Uganda for hosting this critical dialogue and for gracious hospitality extended to me and my delegation. In the context of the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, the collective experiences of our countries are invaluable in sharing evidence-based leadership as we reflect, learn, and co-create solutions towards a better tomorrow for motherland, Africa. In Southern Africa, our resolve in this regard is firmly grounded in the SADC Treaty. Primarily, our objective is to promote sustainable and equitable socio-economic development, as well as the eradication of poverty through regional integration. The SADC Vision 2050 places inclusive development at the heart of the region's long-term aspirations. We thus continue to strengthen institutions, broaden partnerships, and entrench governance models that are responsive to current challenges and emerging opportunities. SADC as a region is implementing adaptation and mitigation strategies, which include climate-smart agriculture, practices and the promotion of traditional crops. The establishment of irrigation infrastructure is being scaled up. In the case of Zimbabwe, the provision of inputs to smallholder farmers that are specific to respective climatic regions, along with the drilling of boreholes and the establishment of nutritional gardens, are having positive impacts on incomes as well as food and nutrition security at the household level. The transformational model is in turn accelerating rural industrialization, as well as the adoption of relevant technologies which are backed by our strong traditional knowledge systems, all resulting in both job creation at the community level, leaving no one and no place behind. Your Excellencies, the SADC Regional Indicative Strategic Development Plan 2020 to 2030 and the SADC Industrialization Strategy and Roadmap 2015 to 2063 are the main frameworks adopted to actualize Agenda 2063. These will go a long way towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, including in particular goal number 8 on decent work and economic growth. Employment creation and empowerment have been deemed central objectives in national development plans, while the mainstreaming of these key cogs across macroeconomic and sectoral policies is also a priority. In other words, we are of the view that our fiscal and monetary policy should simultaneously promote economic stability and job creation. These objectives are complementary and mutually reinforcing. We recognize that our SADC region's abundant natural resources offer a unique comparative advantage that must be fully leveraged to create decent jobs, sustainable enterprises, and economic development through sustainable value chains, especially in commodity sectors. In this regard, through the SADC industrialization strategy and roadmap, the region has identified priority value chains in agriculture and mining. Focus is on scaling up industrialization, diversifying industrial sectors, infrastructure development, tourism, and ICT, among others, to ultimately stimulate intra-regional trade. Further, youth employability and skills development remain top regional priorities. Riding on the demographic dividend, SADC member states are undertaking various education sector reforms to make education institutions centers of excellence for innovation, entrepreneurship, and skills development. The goal is to ensure that young people are equipped with the appropriate knowledge and skills for jobs and the future. Additionally, we are scaling up investments in technical, vocational education and training. with a renewed emphasis on practical and digital skills to help young people and women to benefit from the ongoing technological and green transitions. Solutions and the new products related to agrotech, fintech, digital health, and climate technologies, among others, have the potential to propel modernization and industrialization of the continent. In Zimbabwe, we are leveraging on the energy, creativity, and innovativeness of the youth and have established innovation hubs which are helping to spur inclusive development. In 2024, my government passed the Science, Technology, and Innovation Startup Bill, creating a legal framework for tax incentives, infrastructure access, and public procurement reforms that favor youth-led enterprises. Going forward, Africa must jointly explore emerging technologies. These should include harnessing artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things to drive productivity, build globally competitive economies, and to boost intra-Africa trade. Your Excellencies, undoubtedly, climate change remains one of the greatest threats to our developmental aspirations. Addressing climate risks requires global solidarity, synergy, partnerships, and investments. Calls for increased climate financing and technology transfer to Africa and the global south towards strengthening resilience and adaptation should remain pronounced. In our pursuit of inclusive growth, renewable energy has emerged as a vital enabler. Through the adoption of an energy mix that best suits our realities, our continent must see more of our communities, particularly those in rural areas, having increased access to affordable and clean energy. Energy transition, therefore, presents immense possibilities for green jobs for Africa's youth and women. The need for infrastructure financing, while being cautious of the risk of debt burden, requires us to embrace innovative financing models to leapfrog sustainable development and economic growth. Regional collaboration in financing large-scale infrastructure projects is essential to drive connectivity and economic integration for shared modernization, industrialization, and prosperity for Mother Africa. Africa must produce what we eat, produce what we wear, and produce what we use, taking full advantage of our natural heritage and endowments for improved lives and livelihoods of our people on the continent. Key to Zimbabwe's development success milestones towards the realization of SDGs and Agenda 2063 has been our whole of government monitoring and evaluation system. This allows the real-time tracking and performance of national programs across sectors, enabling data-driven and people-centered governance, improved transparency, accountability, and a more agile institutional responses. At the regional level, efforts by SADC member states are also reinforced by the region's commitment to peace, security, and good governance. We recognize that political stability, the rule of law, and peace within our borders, regionally and globally, are foundational to inclusive development and job creation. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa's transformation will not occur by chance. Let us remain steadfast in advancing the implementation of both the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda and Agenda 2063. That responsibility lies with us, the leaders and the people of this great continent. As Africa, we must take charge of our development and our destiny. Let us therefore recommit ourselves to the guiding objectives of inclusive development, strengthening human capabilities, and eradicating poverty in all its forms. With these remarks, these issues remain at the center of our shared aspirations for a prosperous, peaceful Africa, SADC. And Zimbabwe stands ready to play its part in this journey, the modernization of our continent. I thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
And we are thankful to you for your great insights, Mr. President, reminding us that regional economic communities matter and that there's an interconnectedness between climate change, food security, innovation, and green jobs for the youth. And you've mentioned the youth quite a lot, which means that they're very much at the center of your focus as you consider the youth dividend on the continent. I do have a follow-up question for you, Your Excellency, which is, we are on a tight schedule now, 5 years to go. If there's one thing that you would do to accelerate the realization of these goals, what would it be?
My view is that we cannot have individual countries championing as individual countries. It must be a collective and a collaborative effort where we continuously share, discuss, and interrogate what we have as our means to achieve our goals, sharpen our understanding, sharpen our appreciation of the journey we need to travel together, leaving no one an origin behind.
Leave no one behind. Could we get a view now, please, from Equatorial Guinea, the First Deputy Prime Minister, Gaudencio Mohaba Mesu, representing the Honorable President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Could you give us a view as to what Equatorial Guinea is doing to realize the essence of the Sustainable Development Goals and how quickly you are working to meet the objectives of 2030?
Muchísimas gracias. Su Excelencia, el Presidente de la República, Excelentísimo Señor Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Sus Excelencias, Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno aquí presentes, representantes del Sistema de las Naciones Unidas aquí presentes, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores, en nombre de Su Excelencia Obiang Mambasogo, Presidente de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno, quien por razones de su agenda no ha podido asistir personalmente a este importante encuentro del continente africano. Sin embargo, me envía agradecer de una manera muy especial a su homólogo, el presidente de la República de Uganda, que también es un hermano, primero por la invitación que le ha formulado y segundo por haber organizado este foro económico y social importante para el continente africano. La Agenda 2030 y 2063 de las Naciones Unidas va en par con los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible, los ODS. Estos objetivos tienen como denominador común.
Your Excellency, may I interrupt? Excuse me. We seem to be having a problem with the English translation, Spanish to English. If our interpreters can help us with that, it would be most helpful. But so as not to delay any further, may we ask you to continue, sir? Yes, please.
Ok. Muchas gracias. Su Excelencia, el Presidente de la República, excelentísimo señor Don Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, Presidente de la República de Uganda, sus Excelencias, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno aquí presentes, excelentísimos representantes del Sistema de las Naciones Unidas, distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores, en nombre de su Excelencia Obiang Mambasogo, Presidente de la República, Jefe de Estado y de Gobierno de la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, quien por razones de su agenda no ha podido asistir personalmente a este acto, como hubiera sido su deseo. Sin embargo, me envía a agradecer a su homólogo y a su hermano por la invitación que le ha formulado.
We do not have Portuguese interpretation in the booth. We do not have Portuguese interpretation in the booth. Thank you.
La Agenda 2030 y 2063 de las Naciones Unidas va en par con los Objetivos de Desarrollo Sostenible. Estos objetivos tienen como denominador común procurar el bienestar de todos nuestros ciudadanos, es decir, procurarles agua potable, un sistema sanitario estable y accesible para todos, viviendas dignas, una electricidad, igualdad de derechos entre hombres y mujeres, acceso a la educación para nuestros hijos e hijas, garantizar un ambiente de paz y de seguridad en nuestros países que les permita desarrollar sus iniciativas empresariales para evitar la fuga de talentos, garantizar los puestos de trabajo estables y seguros, erradicar completamente el hambre, las guerras, el terrorismo y mercenariado que ocasionan los desplazamientos masivos y crean el caos, el hambre en el continente africano, donde Uganda es un ejemplo clave como tierra de acogida de sus hermanos africanos. Uganda es un ejemplo de solidaridad del continente africano. Por eso, en nombre de su Excelencia el Presidente de la República, quería aprovechar saludar a su Excelencia el Presidente de la República de Uganda, por quien pediría al auditorio un fuerte aplauso, por favor. Ahora, actualmente, para que nosotros, a nivel del continente africano, podamos dar lo que es la visibilidad y respuesta a los enormes desafíos con los que nos enfrentamos, considero que este encuentro, esta reunión es muy importante para que como africanos podamos revisar los avances, desafíos y oportunidades de la implementación de la Agenda 2030 y la Agenda 2063 de las Naciones Unidas y servir como una reunión preparatoria regional de África para poder organizar los próximos foros que tenemos que enfrentar a lo largo del presente año 2025. Se trata del Foro de Nueva York en julio 2025 y la cumbre que se va a desarrollar también el 4 de noviembre en Qatar. Voy a concluir con el aforismo que dice, a problemas africanos, soluciones africanas. Distinguidos invitados, señoras y señores, estamos totalmente de acuerdo con la declaración del presidente de la República de Uganda en el sentido de que transformar nuestros productos es lo más importante y evitar lo que es las exportaciones de nuestra materia prima. Porque cuando transformamos nuestros productos, esto genera mano de obra, genera el pago de impuestos y también el disfrute del valor añadido a nuestra materia prima. Mi país, la República de Guinea Ecuatorial, después de haber concluido satisfactoriamente su primera fase de desarrollo de las infraestructuras, con la construcción de puertos, aeropuertos, autopistas, viviendas sociales, hospitales, etcétera, etcétera, ahora estamos inmersos en la diversificación de nuestra economía, con la industrialización del país, como única manera de garantizar el empleo juvenil y el sector agrícola. El destino de África se encuentra en nuestras manos. Tenemos herramientas para revertir la situación y llevar el control de nuestro propio destino. Pero para ello debemos intervenir hoy y no mañana, porque mañana será demasiado tarde. Que Dios bendiga la República de Uganda, que Dios bendiga nuestras reuniones y estos encuentros, y que Dios bendiga el continente africano. Muchísimas gracias a todos.
Muchas gracias, First Deputy Prime Minister Galsendio Mohaba Mesu, representing President Theodora Obiang Nguema Mbasongo. I have to apologize. We were notified that there is no translation, unfortunately, from Spanish to English, but I'm going to hazard a little bit of a translation from the little bit of Spanish I know, and then you can tell me, Deputy Prime Minister, whether I got it right or not. So the future is now, it's not far. Energy security matters. We need to end the wars. We need to create greater security for the youth, to create a future of hope for our sons and daughters. It's important to convene at meetings like this for the dignity of the humanity of Africans and our contribution to the world. You want to reiterate President Museveni's call for local production of made in Africa goods. You need to reiterate President Mnangagwa's views on food security in Africa. So we need to support agricultural production, local production, and we also need to invest in social infrastructure like schools and hospitals as well. And this meeting is very important at this moment because it helps to bring Africans together to advance for a future that we want. And that future is embedded in Agenda 2063. And in pursuance of these goals, we're stronger together. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'd now like to defer and yield the floor to the former president of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, who's also a champion or a patron for the African Leadership Forum, and who has presided over that forum along with other heads of state over the last 2 days as a prelude to this regional forum. And I guess the question for you, former President Kikwete, is African leadership in pursuance of these SDGs. That's really what you were talking about. What can leaders actually do at the highest level?
Well, Your Excellency President Museveni, Chair of this session, President Mnangagwa, First Deputy Prime Minister, Chair of ECOSOC, or President of ECOSOC, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, first let me say it is a great honor for us. You know, we have in Africa created Africa Leaders Forum. This brings together retired and serving leaders. It is an idea that was mooted by former leaders. President Obasanjo, President Mogai, and my immediate predecessor, President Mkapa. They formed this association. President Mkapa was patron. After his passing on, I became patron. So we held our 8th meeting here. We had our 8th meeting here in Kampala. We had the honor of being graced by His Excellency President Museveni. And the theme of our discussions has been realizing sustainable development goals in Africa, progress and way forward. Well, in the discussions, we underscored the critical importance of harnessing science-based, inclusive solutions for economic transformation and job creation as paramount. In the meeting, we said Africa stands at a pivotal juncture with a youthful population and abundant resources. The potential for economic transformation in Africa is immense. And the ADB estimates that or projects that working age population will increase to 1.1 billion by 2050. This presents not only an opportunity, but also a responsibility on our part to ensure that these young people are empowered with the skills and opportunities they need to thrive. In other words, to make them to become productive and responsible citizens of our respective countries. That's one important factor. But we also said to unlock this potential, we must embrace science-based, inclusive solutions that drive economic growth and create employment opportunities for our young people. Under the circumstances, we underscored the critical foundation for innovation and technology advancement lies in robust science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. By prioritizing investment in these fields, we'll be equipping our youth with the skills necessary to thrive a knowledge-based economy. The AFDB's Information Highway report estimates that STEM jobs, that's science, technology, engineering, mathematics jobs, in Africa will grow by 8.4%, far outpacing the overall job growth rate on the continent. Yet, despite demand and opportunity, fewer than 30% of African youth are currently enrolled in STEM education programs. It is estimated, this is other important information, it is estimated by 2050, there will be 230 million digital and technology jobs in Africa. If there are built those 230 million jobs, it's a wonderful opportunity. But these young men and women of Africa have to get the skills in science, technology, engineering, and ML. UNESCO says the number of STEM graduates in Africa is still insufficient to meet the continent's growing needs, underlining the need for an urgent focus on education reforms. Then in our meeting, we said beyond education, fostering a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship is critical. Small and medium enterprises contribute over 80% of employment in Africa. Yet, access to finance remains one of their biggest challenges facing African. So, innovation, is essential. We underscored the Kenyan example of the innovation made by Safaricom of the mobile money, M-Pesa, which has revolutionized financial inclusion across the continent. Today, millions of Kenyans and millions of Africans, through using mobile money, it has helped bring financial services to the underserved, both in urban and rural areas, promoting economic growth, reducing poverty, and creating jobs. The World Bank says money services through M-Pesa have significantly boosted Kenya's economy and many economies on the African continent. So it is something that we need to work and promote. So I'm sure one of the advantages of mobile money, it creates jobs, but it creates opportunities. Today, if somebody has milk in Uganda, wants to sell the milk in Tanzania, he does not have to travel to Tanzania. He uses his phone, talks to the buyer in Tanzania, the milk is ready. That buyer in Tanzania pays the Ugandan businessman through the phone, and then they organize transportation, and the guy waits for his milk at Bukoba, receives the milk, and does business. So you can see how the mobile phone has really helped in promoting economic growth, creating jobs, and also facilitating trade within our country. So we in the African Leaders Forum, we underscore the usefulness of technology in promoting technology to advance economic growth, create jobs for our young people. Of course, Tanzania has a similar example with platforms like M-Pesa, Tigo Pesa, and which have played a similar role in promoting growth. Today, 50% of Tanzanian population can use mobile money services, and everybody almost is now, in the past, banking services were not in the rural areas. But today, financial services are being provided through the mobile money. So we think it's an important tool. It's an important means of promoting growth. But the other thing which we underscored, that as we pursue economic growth, it is imperative to adopt environmentally sustainable practices. The African Development Bank has identified green jobs as key drivers of sustainable economic growth. In fact, renewable energy sector alone could create 10 billion jobs in Africa by 2030. This is the advice we are getting from. So initiatives like Africa Adaptation Acceleration Programs, supported by AADB and other partners, highlight the continent's commitment to building climate resilient economies. So we also we underscored the issue of collaboration among African nations as being essential. By sharing knowledge, resources, and best practices, we can collectively overcome challenges and accelerate progress towards sustainable development goals and Agenda 2063. We also underlined the significance of the African Continental Free Trade Area, that providing an unprecedented opportunity to boost intra-Africa trade. So we're encouraging African countries. Last year, the session before this year, we held it in Ghana. And our subject of discussion as retired leaders was focusing on the CFTA. It is sad some African countries have not yet signed it to the protocol. Even some of those who have signed have not yet ratified the protocol. Yes. So our appeal to the leaders who are now in office to expedite the process of signing the protocol and making sure that the protocols are ratified so that we can make CFTA. And we heard the president of ECOSOC here raise the the current crisis in trade. Yes. Yeah. These are some of those important lessons that the world can be quiet, things can be moving. Sometimes, someday, just one man can create havoc. One country can create havoc as it is going. So for us now, making sure that the CFTA works is a matter of urgency now in view of what is going on. If we can promote intra-African trade, then some of what is happening in the world today may not have been much of a worry. And I'm glad our chair, President Museveni, has been very particular about this. And I hope you will carry on the message to your peers so that we expedite the process of building the CFTA. So let me conclude my remarks by underscoring the fact that the path to Africa's economic transformation and job creation lies in our ability to have science-based inclusive solutions by investing in education, fostering innovation, embracing digital transformation, promoting sustainability, and enhancing regional collaboration. We can unlock the immense potential of our continent. Let us, as leaders in our respective jurisdictions, commit to these ideals and work tirelessly towards a prosperous and sustainable Africa. The future of Africa depends on the choices we make today. And I have no doubt that with the unwavering commitment and collective effort I see from our leaders, we will rise to the challenge and make the correct decisions. Thank you.
And we thank you for your interventions, former President Kikwete. And obviously, you've emphasized goal 4. Education is a very important one for you, especially STEM, science-based education, because it leads to innovation. And in itself, innovation feeds into financial inclusion, better agriculture, building better for infrastructure. And it also helps leaders plan better because then they use evidence of what's working and what's not working. Here's a question that I'd like to ask. Given that emphasis on education, especially science-based education, do you think Africa currently is on the right track? Is enough being done at a policy level to change curricula, to really imbibe this idea that our youth need to be learning differently to future prepare?
Well, I am, in the other hand, I am chairman of the board of the Global Partnership for Education, an organization that was set up by the G7, Canada being one of them, 21 years ago. And in these 2 decades, I'm the 3rd chair. The first one was an American. The second was the Australian, the former Prime Minister of Australia. And then the G7 asked me if I can be chair. I said, because education is so critical for Africa, I said yes. So I'm there trying to see what we can contribute. But one thing that I'll be honest, we have not properly anchored science education in African education curriculum. This is something that we need to do more. We need to do more. And especially when it comes to science education, girls have not been very prominent in that. But what my impression is that there is an awareness of the importance of science education on the continent, and our leaders are showing all the inclinations and taking the necessary measures to develop science and technology, but also to include women, to encourage women to take up science and technology. Yes, I'm seeing in Tanzania today, there are so many women taking up engineering. One of the engineers is here, Zenaupo. Yeah, that one is an engineer. but she's now the chief secretary of the revolutionary government of Zanzibar. Yes. But she's an engineer, we trained engineer. I was saying yesterday we had president, we had a young man from here who was saying when we were discussing education issues, who was saying, you guys are complaining about education. Every time complaining. What have you done? I told him, look here. A lot has been done. I was giving them the example of Tanzania. At independence, there were only 2 engineers. We were a colony of the Germans from 1884 to 1918, and then become part of the British Empire from 1918 to 1961. And they left us with only 2 engineers, 9 medical doctors. A lot of the heavy lifting was done after independence. A lot of the heavy lifting in Uganda was done after President Museveni became the leader of this great country. So I said, but there is a lot more that we need to be done. We have not yet arrived. But the important thing is we have a leadership that recognizes the challenge, a leadership that is ready to take action to address or redress those problems. So I'm saying we need to do more on investment in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics education. Yes, we are doing not good enough. We can do more. And I believe we can. With leaders like Museveni, President Mnangagwa, President Nguema in Equatorial Guinea, and my president, Samia Suluhu Hassan, we have had a first female president, and he is doing a terrific job in our country. We are so proud of her.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that, review of the legacies of colonization and how you dismantle so much to create something brand new. You also mentioned the African Continental Free Trade Area as other tools we can leverage in pursuance of that better future. And I think that's a great segue to introduce His Excellency Robert Ray, the President of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and also Permanent Representative of Canada to the United Nations. SDG 17, we're not talking a lot about that, but partnerships matter. You referred to that in your opening remarks earlier on. Partnerships matter because knowledge sharing, as President Kikwete has said, is how we harness talent. Perhaps you want to expand on that.
Thank you so much. Press the button. Thank you. There. Okay. Now, thank you. First of all, presidents and former presidents, colleagues, Deputy Prime Minister, it's a great privilege to be on this platform. I did serve as the Premier of Ontario, which is Canada's largest province, 35 years ago. So that's a long time. I would say to everyone here who is in office, there's lots to do afterwards. And I think President Kikwete's leadership has been quite splendid in demonstrating that to all of us today. Leandro, thank you for your question. The reason that partnerships are critical is because if we're even talking something as simple as money, the fact is that the global economy, as important as governments are, as important as public sector is, as important as all of that, it remains true in terms of the quality of governance and the kind of leadership that good governance and good governments can provide. The fact is that the world's economy is driven more by non-government money and resources and capital than it is by governments themselves. That's the first thing. The second thing is our concept, our idea of partnership has to extend across civil society, across all the elements of society, educational institutions, philanthropic institutions, companies, both national companies that are national, local, and international. And all of that partnership is going to be required for us to make progress and deeper progress on the Sustainable Development Goals. I had my opportunity to give my pitch, as President Museveni said, of himself this morning. So I won't go on very much longer, but I did want to make two important points. The first one is we are at an inflection point. And I'm very glad that President Kikwete, as well as President Museveni in his remarks, made reference to history and also made reference to the need for national and regional action. Because the reality is the opportunities for Africa are going to be created by Africans. And that doesn't mean the rest of the world doesn't care, not at all. But it does mean that the World Bank should work for you, not you work for the World Bank. The IMF should work for you, not you work for the IMF. The international institutions need to work in cooperation with the needs of Africa, the needs of Asia, the needs of every country. And I think we need to understand that some of our approaches to aid and international assistance since decolonization have in some ways been a continuation of colonization. And now we need to move to a new phase, a phase that is led by the people of the world themselves. Because I firmly believe that to some extent, a lot of the conversation that I see at the UN is about a process of mutual blame. You're not doing this, you need to do this. You're not doing that, you need to do that. And we go back and forth. It's not always productive, frankly. Doesn't always get us to solutions. And so I really firmly believe that it's in assisting, not doing, but in assisting the development of capacity, in doing what we can to encourage investment that is respectful, productive, respects national sovereignty, respects national rules, and also respects national priorities and needs. This is essential. I mentioned previously that I had been, as a premier, Ontario is a very mineral-rich part of the world. Mining has been part of our history as a country for 150, 200 years. But I know that as premier of that province, I had to engage in a lot of serious discussions with mining companies to say, we need to add more value here. We need to make sure that the jobs are staying for a longer time. We need, as President Kikwete referred to, we need a deeper respect for the environment. We need a deeper respect to ensure that our river systems remain pure, that our land remains pure, and that we understand that this is a critical aspect of sustainability that has to apply across the world, because the environmental crisis is real. So it requires more of a circular economy, which means corporate change as well as governmental policy change. But I really do think we're at a point of inflection when we need to see even, yes, the things I don't like, the tariffs, not a good idea. Really not a good idea for the world, not a good idea for any country, including the United States. We need to look at the whole issue of development assistance and how that is supposed to work and how it may work. But we also need to understand that some of the ambition that countries may have had in the past as to how much they were going to get from some other country, you have to say, you can't predict whether that's going to happen. And as we all learn, we have to learn how to control the things we can control and to do the things that we can in order to make change happen. Change isn't always what you tell other people to do. Change is what you have to do yourself. And these are not, I don't say these in order to give any life lessons to anybody, because there's certainly nothing to teach here in this room with the people that are going through such tremendous struggles and such challenges. But I just want to conclude where I started and saying Africa for the Africans was a slogan of the 1950s and 1960s, but it still needs to be a slogan today, applied in the very practical ways to how one achieves greater economic self-determination and how one achieves greater prosperity. And I fully endorse greater regional cooperation and the African Free Trade Agreement as a critical way to do that. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you for being so candid in your views and also reminding us that each country sets its own development agenda. The leaders leading their people know what's needed, and all the other partners come in to support those objectives in a meaningful way. And that's what real partnership is about. Just a very brief question and a brief answer. In terms of that mindset shift, do you think that given what's happening in the world right now, it's an opportunity to reimagine multilateralism?
We have to. And I would say the two critical qualities that are now required are, the first one is humility. Colonialism is a product of arrogance, as well as of racism and everything else that we know. But colonialism is a product of arrogance because it assumes that one group of people know better than others what should happen. And we can't, if anybody sees the continuation of arrogance, then we have to get rid of it. We have to learn genuine humility in the face of the challenges that we face today. And the second is the ability to listen. We teach public speaking. We teach debating. We don't teach listening. And I say, particularly to get even into the deeper trouble that I'm already in, this is something that women know better than men in terms of what the listening process is about. I have a few fans out there. Let me guess which sex they're a member of. But it's something we have to learn, learning how to listen. When I first came to the UN in 2020, I would often find myself alone because of COVID. We were only allowed to sit alone. And they'd say, where the hell is the ambassador gone? We can't find him. Everybody would get very worried. And they didn't know where he was doing. What are you doing? I said, I'm sitting in the hall and I'm listening because I want to listen to what it is that people are saying. I don't necessarily agree with it. I might have a strong disagreement, but the thing we have to learn in the world is the dignity of difference. There are different views, there are different opinions, there are different experiences. And all of us have to show a profound respect in our own work and our own lives for why that's important. And that's something we all need to figure out how to do better. Thank you.
Thank you for being candid in your views, and you're really amongst friends here. And did you hear, ladies and gentlemen, listening is another form of gender empowerment. At this juncture, I'd like to defer to our chair, the President of Uganda. I know, sir, you said I've already spoken, but we'd really love to just hear very briefly your reflections on the remarks made by their excellencies and just a call to action as we get into the essence of the regional forum over the next few days.
I think one thing that would help would be to find a way of simplifying the messages. What is COA? We are talking about job creation, jobs creation. So where do jobs come from? Jobs come from wealth creation first. Somebody must create wealth. And who are the wealth creators? Number one, the private people. Number two, the cooperative, people who combine. Number three, did you hear that?
We've heard you.
Number three, the corporate. Number four, the parastatals. These are the four that create wealth. Now, if that is not clear, people just run around in circles, jobs, but who will create jobs? It is these four that I can remember. Now, the wealth is mine, but in the process, I create jobs. If it is a cooperative, the same. If it is a company, the same. If they are government companies, parastatals, it's the same. So after that, then what is crucial is infrastructure to help the job creators do it easily and cheaply. So that what they produce is competitive. Now, number three is what we are talking about, the human resource development, the people to help in the wealth creation, the workers, the scientists, the STEM, what we are talking about now. This is the next one. But if you only deal with the, for instance, education, but you don't deal with the wealth creation, you will create a diaspora. You will find scientists who have no jobs, and they go to look for them abroad. We already have that problem here. Unemployed graduates. Then the next one is capital. The wealth creators. Where do they get the capital from? This is the cost of money in the banks. And what we are talking about, the pension funds and all that. Now, then finally, what is crucial is the market. When the wealth creators create wealth, where do they create products? Where do they sell it to? Here in Africa and in the world, I would want to introduce two words. Africa integration, I don't call it partnership. This is brotherhood. You need to know that my brother is there, I should be with him. This is brotherhood. I don't call it partnership, that we are partners with Tanzania. When we got independence, Mwalimu had a problem of calling the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the one who was dealing with us. He called him for a long time Minister of External Affairs. Uganda was not foreign to Tanzania. It was just external. So in Africa here, the CFTA, East African Community, COMESA, this is brotherhood. To use this brotherhood for our own. And if we really develop it, we shall immunize ourselves against all this confusion going on. You can have confusion in Canada and all those places, and we shall be prosperous here. But it is now with the others, the Chinese, the what, that I would call partners. So for me, it is brotherhood within Africa and partnership beyond Africa. Merci beaucoup.
There's nothing to add or subtract, bar to say perhaps AFCFTA being a lever for Africa's self-determination is where we should begin our conversations right now. And we should see that as fraternity and brotherhood as opposed to anything else. I want to thank our excellencies for your frank and candid interventions and for also shaping the tone of what the 11th Africa Regional Forum should really focus our attention on. In a short while, we'll be just concluding some of the administrative business that has to do with the election of the Bureau. But before we do that, I'm going to ask that we stand as we let our excellencies take their leave. But if you would just give me the latitude to do this one thing. Your Excellencies, there were some young people who came to me before we convened the presidential dialogue and said, we are here. And they are of school-going age. And I said, who are you? And they said, we are the SDG Academy Young Pioneers from Kenya. and during their school holidays, they are here to just take some life lessons from you. So if those young people from the SDG Young Pioneers could just wave so that our presidents can see you and you know that I did mention you. There they are. They are here keenly, they're enthusiastic, and they want to be part of this future that you are crafting for them. So I just wanted you to see them and know that they are here. With that, please, may we all rise and allow our excellencies to take their leave, and then I'll tell you what happens next. Okay, once again, perhaps we can applaud our excellencies for their time and their candid views on some of the themes around job creation. And we really do appreciate their time, their inputs, and their patience, because we are running a little bit late. But let me also thank you, honorable ministers, for your patience and time. I believe you can take your seats. May I say that at this juncture, I'd like to invite the Bureau Chair and the executives who are going to be presiding over the organizational matters and the election of a new Bureau for the 11th session. And so with that, I'd like to invite to the podium the Minister of Economy and Finance for Mauritania, who's also the outgoing chair of the Bureau, Sid Ahmed Oldbroer, and he will then take over the events before lunch. So please may I request the Honorable Minister of Economy and Finance for Mauritania, who's also the outgoing chair of the Bureau, together with his team, to make your way to the podium to officiate over the organizational and legal matters that need to happen now. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may just implore on your goodwill, we have not taken a break for lunch. We still have some administrative issues. Could we ask everybody just to take a seat? It's just for a short while as we do the election of a new bureau.
Please, could we ask everybody to take their seats? All of you honorable ministers of finance, economic development and planning, if you could just take your seats, because this is an event that concerns you for the election of the new bureau and the release of the outgoing bureau. And I'd like to defer to our bureau chair to handle these administrative issues that concern you. Thank you very much.
D'accord, c'est bien. Non, parce que par rapport au CV qui m'a été envoyé, oui. Ça colle pas avec. Non, c'est pas là, pas le minimum. Ah, très bien, ça. Ils ont changé. Ah, c'est celle-là. Ah, très bien. Donc, il faudrait que je le. Ça, c'est une fois que. Ah, ok. Alors, bonjour.
Hey, good afternoon. We are going to start the process of electing the Bureau. Distinguished delegates, I request you to move to the organizational matter, the election of the Bureau of the 11th session of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. I give the floor to the Secretariat to explain to us the composition of the Bureau and the elections process. You have the floor, Secretariat.
Merci, Excellence, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I would like to remind you of the composition of the outgoing Bureau and explain how traditionally the African Forum for Sustainable Development operates in the sub-regional rotation. The outgoing Bureau was presided by North Africa, represented by Mauritania. So, on the principle of rotation, we have Northern Africa. It is going to be rapporteur of the incoming Bureau, and each sub-region, the third and the second vice chair and the first vice chair, and so on and so forth. Now, this year, we held consultations with the outgoing Bureau, and East Africa is the second vice chair, from second to chairmanship this year, and we introverted things between Southern Africa and Eastern Africa. So East Africa is hosting the forum, and next year, Southern Africa will host the forum. With the exception of that, the rest of the process remains the same. So, by way of summarizing, ministers and distinguished delegates, the composition of the Bureau of the 11th session on sub-regional level is the following: Chair, East Africa; first chair, Southern Africa; second chair, Central Africa; third vice chair, West Africa; and rapporteur, North Africa, as I indicated earlier on. Distinguished delegates, we have presented to you the site with the documents of the forum and the background of the composition of the Bureau of different regional African fora since the establishment, and a document which details the roles and composition of the Bureau for Sustainable Development. That document, which is on the website in 2 languages, proposes an annex of the table where we have the background for each country and each sub-region with the functions of the Bureau. And here, this facilitates the consultations between the sub-regions to appoint representative of the sub-region, knowing that this is the tradition to give priority in case of different elements, giving priority to countries that have never been represented in the Bureau. So if I take, for instance, Central Africa, you will see in Table 3 that countries such as Gabon, Equatorial Guinea, Central African Republic, Sao Tome, and even Cameroon, in a way, have been not so represented. In case there are candidates among those countries, they will naturally be given a priority for the sub-region. So we would like to request you to look at that in your sub-regions. I'd like to remind you that the Outgoing Bureau was chaired by North Africa, represented by Mauritania. And the Mauritanian delegation, which is here, of course, will be there discussing. And the countries can consult if they wish so, if they have a candidate, and agree on the candidate. Same is true with the first vice chair, which was Southern Africa. Southern Africa was represented by Namibia, and I didn't see any representative from Namibia this morning. However, I saw the Honorable Minister, Maurice, who is there. Could you just hold consultations with Mauritius, with the minister who is there to my right? Then the second vice chair, which is East Africa. For East Africa, the tradition is that the host country becomes a chair. So it's not necessary to hold consultations for the region of Eastern Africa. The third vice chair is Central Africa, and the sub-region was represented by Chad. So here again, to my left, I see the delegation of Chad. I'd like to invite the Central African countries to join this delegation and hold consultations and be able to come up with a decision. So let's go for a break for 5 minutes to hold consultations, and we hope that after those minutes we'll be able to convene again.
Chair, sorry, I couldn't hear the. Yeah, I couldn't hear the mention of West Africa. Where are we supposed to do that? So, Honorable Delegates from Ghana for West Africa. Huh? So for, yes, in fact, yes, sorry, for West Africa, Niger was the president. I don't think that they are there, so I invite the West African country to join you. So we have the Honorable Delegate of Ghana here. So if you could be around, the Gambia, sorry, to be around and to have your consultations here. Thank you very much.
Finish right now in 5 minutes. So honorable delegates, we will announce the composition of the bureau. So, honorable minister, you have the floor.
À l'issue des consultations, le bureau de la 11e
Following consultations, the Bureau of the ARFSD 11th session is as follows. Chairperson, Madame Lumumba, Minister of Cabinet, the Presidency of Uganda. First Vice Chairperson, Mauritius for Southern Africa. Central Africa represented by Cameroon. Third Vice Chairperson, Eastern Africa represented by Gambia. And then we have Mauritania representing West Africa. It's now my privilege to invite this is adopted if there are no objections. It's adopted unanimously. I would like now to take the honor and privilege to invite Her Excellency Madame Justine Lumumba, Cabinet Minister in the Presidency of the Republic of Uganda, to take up the chairperson's role of this edition of the ARFSD. Allow me, on behalf of all my colleagues from the Bureau, to thank the UNECA for the support we were given in the exercise of our mandate during the full term. I would like to hand over to the new chairperson and invite her to take up the task of chairperson of the session of the forum.
He's member of the new bureau, so he will come back in different capacity. Huh? Yeah, yeah. Where are you at? Yeah, this one or this one?
I thought I should sit next to you.
Yeah. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates, I take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Azuli Justine Lumumba, newly elected chair of the 11th Bureau of the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. And without further ado, Honorable Minister, I give you the floor.
Thank you so much, Secretariat of the Bureau. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for having given us the responsibility as East Africa to chair the Bureau. Congratulations, East Africa, as we take on the responsibility. And I also want to thank East Africa for according us that confidence and manifesting it by giving Uganda the leadership. Thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to invite Mauritius and as the first vice chairperson representing Southern Africa, please come and take your seat. Mauritius. Let me take this opportunity to invite Cameroon, representing Central Africa, as the second vice chairperson. Cameroon, please. Third vice president is Gambia, representing West Africa. Can I have Gambia? Let's clap to welcome Gambia. The rapporteur is Mauritania, representing North Africa. Let's clap and welcome my colleague who has just handed over to me. Welcome. Members, we are now supposed to move to the next item, which is adoption of the agenda and program of work. Distinguished delegates, it is my pleasure to be chairing the 11th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I want to thank Africa for accepting and continuously accepting to work together to address issues that affect us. So the first item is provision agenda that we must look at, and if adopted, then we move on. So we are supposed now to have the draft program of work. I'm advised by the Secretariat that we don't have quorum, so I suggest let's go for lunch, then we shall adopt the agenda after lunch. Members, if that is acceptable, then we move on. Is that acceptable? Thank you so much. Let's go for lunch, and then we shall adopt the agenda when we come back. Thank you. Thank you.
Very good decision.
They must sweat it out.
Our distinguished guests, you're highly welcome. It's a privilege to see you here in Uganda. Please.
Hold.
Check 1 and 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Check 1 and 2. Checkmate.
Are you understanding my point? Eh? He takes the video. So, I have been telling people. Yesterday, I told them, you can't talk about science and technology. Yes. Republic of Uganda, he wants to send a message. Sometimes he normally use a song, first the message they use. And sometimes his song goes like this. Chichino chisera, chituino kurwana, ubisera maso tufune mirembe. Literally means that you need to do something so constructive when you are still young. Magufuli, Bishop Moses is known as a person in Uganda who is advocating for agriculture and cooperative investment bank, a bank that understands the farmer, bank that understands the cooperator in terms of what? Accessible, inclusive capital with gestation period. So you cannot talk about that angle. Once we discuss that, then we can revive Africa's economy, particularly Uganda. May God bless you.
Can you take these flags? Should I wear this? Okay. A little bit. You step back a little. Take that. Take a minute. Now, in front of you. Right? They are empty. Okay. There are. Thank you. Thank you very much. One, two.
My name is Victor Karanja. Madam Jumat.
So, Gabob? Ano, the speech of Maragamay, Mr. Ko. Sila din natin yan na to, Praga.
Excellencies, heads of delegations, participants, my humble request is that you take your seats and we begin. We have our afternoon session. Members, for those who had gone for lunch early, allow me to take this opportunity to introduce to you the new leadership of the Bureau so that you are able to know who they are and see them. I want to request Mauritius was elected the Vice President representing Southern Africa. Can you please come to the front? Because I want everybody to know the people who have been entrusted with the responsibility. I suggest you take your seat. You take a seat, then. Can I have Cameroon representing Central Africa? Was elected the second Vice President. Cameroon. Gambia was elected as the third Vice President representing West Africa. Mauritania was elected as the rapporteur representing North Africa. And Uganda was elected the president representing East Africa in the team. I would request that please you introduce yourself, but I would request that you stand there so that members can see, including those who are far. Please, can we begin with the first Vice President, Mauritius? Can we clap for our leader? Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Chairperson. Let me first of all congratulate you for your appointment as the chair of the Africa Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. So upon your request, I will very briefly introduce myself and our country. I am Honorable Fabrice David, Minister for Blue Economy and Fisheries for the Republic of Mauritius. And I can state on behalf of my country that as being the only small developing island state of Southern Africa, it is an immense honor and privilege for Mauritius to have been elected as the first vice chair of our organization. And you can count on Mauritius to give our full support to every action that will translate our global African ambition for sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mauritius. Let's have Cameroon representing Central Africa as the second Vice President. Welcome. Let's clap for our leader as we receive him.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm President of the 11th Session Bureau of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development for humbly giving Cameroon the opportunity to introduce itself on behalf of the Central African Sub-Region. My name is Honorable Ago Oliver Baminju. I'm a member of Parliament in Cameroon. It is my pleasure to accept this responsibility on behalf of the Central African Sub-Region to represent our sub-region, which is very vital. Last year, our sub-region was represented by the Republic of Chad. This year, our sub-region is being represented by Cameroon. I want to pledge my humility and my loyalty to work for the interest of the entire CEMAC zone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's have the third Vice President, That's Gambia representing West Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Sering Falunjai. I'm the Development Advisor to the Vice President of the Republic of the Gambia, standing in here for Head of Delegation, who is the Honorable Minister of Finance, who could not be here. Just to say a very big thank you to our colleagues from West Africa who had unanimously decided on Gambia to represent them. And I want to promise everybody that we will do representation to the best of our ability. So may God be with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have Mauritania representing North Africa as our rapporteur. And he's the one who has just handed over to me. Can we please receive him?
Merci, Excellence. En fait, nous...
You switch on, please.
C'est bon. Je commencerai par féliciter le bureau entrant. Et...
I would like to the host country for the quality of the organization. We have seen the commitments that have been entrusted to us, and together we can see that the gap that has been noted in terms of the objectives of can be attained when working together. I thank you and wish you success.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Let's welcome our leaders once again. Congratulations. Let me also take the opportunity to introduce myself. I'm called Kasule Justine Lumumba. I'm the Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister, the Republic of Uganda. So you have honored Uganda, East Africa, by giving us the responsibility to chair. So I'm the Minister in charge of SDGs. Previously, I was Secretary General of the ruling party. That is the National Resistance Movement in Uganda. Before that, I was the government chief whip in the parliament. Prior to that, I was the Minister of State in charge of urban development and fiscal planning. And before that, I was a parliamentary commissioner. Then I've been a member of parliament since 2001 to date. In the interest of time, I want us to move to the next item. That is adopting the agenda and the draft program of work. The provisional agenda and the noted provisional agenda and the draft program of work have been circulated to all the delegates and participants. The latest version of the provisional agenda is contained in document ECA/RFSD in capital letters, /2024/REV, that is R, small character of E and V, .3. Then the provisional agenda is in the document ECA/RFSD/2025/2, and the draft program of work in document ECA/RFSD/2/Rev, that is capital R, E, small e, V, .1. Have you seen the documents? Is there any objection of adopting the agenda and program of work as proposed in those documents? Having seen none, I declare that they are now adopted. So I want to request my colleagues, you can take your seats so that we invite the next team to lead us through the next session. Thank you so much. For us, politicians want people to clap for us. Can you clap for our leaders as they go back, take their seats? And it's also health after lunch that we clap. That is also an exercise to our arms. So the next session, we are supposed to have the high-level panel 1, which is supposed to be dealing with increasing ambition and funding innovative solutions for mobilizing sustainable finance and channeling and using finance more efficiently and effectively to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union, with emphasis on the second 10-year implementation plan, that is 2024 to 2033. That is agenda item 4. I want to welcome you back from lunch, and I also want to thank you for receiving us as a team that will be working with you for the next 1 year. So the high-level panel has been organized in the context of the serious challenges that Africa is facing in mobilizing resources to invest in the implementation of sustainable development plan goals and the second 10-year implementation plan for the Agenda 2063. The objectives of this panel are therefore: 1, to identify and agree on innovative solutions for mobilizing sustainable development financing and ensuring self-sufficiency in that regard. 2, to propose innovative ways of channeling and using finances more efficiently and effectively to implement the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, with emphasis on the 10-year implementation plan, that is 2024-2033. To advocate and mobilize the broad and effective participation of members of ECA and other stakeholders in the 4th International Conference on the Financing for Development, to ensure that the conference outcomes contribute to increasing sustainable finance for Africa. With that view of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the United Nations Under-Secretary General and Executive Secretary to ECA, His Excellency Clever Gatete. I request him to come, take his seat, and introduce the panelists and take up his role as the moderator. ECA, where is Mr. Gatete?
Your Excellency, good afternoon. Unfortunately, my boss, Mr. Clever Gatete, is now in an audience with His Excellency the President. So he asked me to be the moderator on his behalf. So, Honorable Minister, with your permission, therefore, I would be impersonating Mr. Gatete. And as such, we could then start with this panel. And I would like first and foremost to congratulate you, Chair, and your team for being of our new bureau and wish you successful tenure as the chair of this important bureau. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antonio Pedre, the Deputy Executive Secretary General, Deputy to Mr. Gatete. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Please take over your role as the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would like to invite the Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Uganda to join. I trust His Excellency Mataya Kasaija. If not, is the Minister of State on the same ministry. I would also like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Budget of Mauritania, and our outgoing chair of the Bureau to join us in this panel. And it's also my pleasure to invite Under Secretary General and Special Advisor of the United Nations Secretary General for Africa, Ms. Christina Duarte, to join us here in the panel. Then I would like, I don't know whether the governor and of the Bank of Uganda is here to join the panel. Oh, good. Okay, very good, Deputy Governor. Then I would like to equally invite the Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment from the African Union. I saw the Commissioner during the opening session, but I don't know whether he's represented by any of the representatives of the African Union. If not, I would like to inform this meeting that unfortunately the other two members of this panel, the former head of state of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete, had to leave us, as well as the president of ECOSOC, His Excellency Robert Ray. Instead, we have two additional distinguished panelists. One is the Honorable Dr. Emmanuel Mafu, an MP from the Republic of Ghana. If you could kindly join us here. And then we equally have Honorable Dr. Wada Jeremiah from South Sudan, who's also a member of Parliament. So, panelists, our chair have introduced the objectives of this discussion. One of our main problems in achieving the SDGs has been the means of implementation, financing, in other words. And in the earlier session, we've heard our distinguished leaders talking about the context in which we are operating today, where our member states, to start with, are facing serious problems in terms of the fiscal space due to structural reasons, some that are linked with our very low tax to GDP ratio, others that are associated with the cost of borrowing, which is extremely expensive. Hence, a couple of initiatives that have been articulated out there to try and reform the global financial architecture with a view to, among other things, making more resources available to our member states and at more favorable terms. We equally are fully aware of the debt distress, how our member states are feeling suffocated with the need to pay their debt and at the same time attend to their social and economic needs. So how to balance those two seemingly contrasting or, issues is not an easy proposition. So we would like to hear from all of you what are the options for the continent. There has been references throughout the beginning of this session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to the importance of mobilizing domestic resources. Is this an option that we can pursue? Who is doing well? Can we peer learn among ourselves? Innovative financing has equally been identified as a means to indeed expand our revenue base. And on that note, a couple of suggestions have been made from utilizing better the debt swaps, debt for nature, debt for climate action, utilizing our, valorizing our natural capital. So the entire conversation on mainstreaming natural capital accounting in national accounts, which could ultimately, if we can do it right, then lead to a rebasing of our GDPs. So this is part of the menu, and the conversation today, therefore, is to look at all of those options as we go to Spain for the 4th Financing for Development Conference. So to kickstart this discussion, I hope we have online our ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations in Zambia, who is the facilitator of the outcome document of the 4th Industrial Conference on Financing for Development, His Excellency Mr. Chola Milambo, who would provide us an update of where we are in this very important process. Alan, do we have, is he online? All righty, good. Your Excellency, thank you very much for being patient. We had an extended lunch, but we are here ready to listen to you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's such an honor to be here. I wish I could have been there with you.
You seem to be muted. We can't hear you. Secretariat, please, could you check whether it's a problem in New York or it's a problem here with us?
Can you hear me now?
Your Excellency, could you try again?
Yes, can you hear me? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. It's such a pleasure to address this meeting. I wish I could have been there with yourselves there in Uganda. Let me just go through my text because I do have in much more detail the update on the FFD process. Honorable ministers, high-level representatives from the United Nations, senior government officials, distinguished participants, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's such an honor and privilege to address you today at this very important gathering. We're meeting at a time marked by profound transformation, growing geopolitical instability, and escalating and systemic risks, as the moderator just pointed out. Progress towards the SDGs is severely off track. Inequalities, both within and among countries, continue to rise. While the international community has made commendable progress and efforts to address the recent series of crises, the financing gap for SDGs has widened significantly, now reaching an estimated $4 trillion annually. It is estimated that by 2030, about 600 million people will be living in extreme poverty. And unfortunately, many of them may be in Africa. In light of this, the significance of this gathering and the urgency of the matter cannot be overstated. Despite the immense challenges before us, we also stand at a pivotal moment of opportunity where reforms could be implemented to resolve the obstacles that Africa faces. The Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, FFD4, presents a unique opportunity to reshape the development finance landscape for the next decade. The aim of FFD4 is to accelerate sustainable development by providing large-scale investment and building resilience, particularly in least developed countries. Distinguished participants, as we convene for this high-level panel, I wish to underscore the urgent need for an ambitious, action-oriented outcome document that can steer us towards a sustainable and prosperous future for all Africans. This gathering serves as Africa's building block in the FFD process, on account of FFD being anchored on the resolutions in previous conferences, including the Addis Ababa Action Agenda of 2015 and the Pact of the Future of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore imperative that African member states, along with like-minded think tanks, academia, civil society organizations, and the private sector, collaborate to amplify their collective voices. By crafting ambitious and actionable proposals, we can ensure that Africa's priorities are incorporated into the FFD outcome document, which will be adopted in Spain on June 30. In recognition of the need for comprehensive reform, FFD has been mandated to advance the reform of the international financial architecture as a key priority. Currently, there is broad consensus on the need to strengthen the international financial architecture to make it more resilient to shocks and responsive to the needs of all member states. However, consensus remains outstanding on the exact extent of this reform. Views are divergent, and I think there's work to be done there. Allow me to draw your attention to the first outcome document, which was released on March 10. Negotiations are currently underway in New York on the draft. The first intersessional line-by-line review of the document was concluded just yesterday in New York by member states. The compilations from that discussion, from the engagements, have been circulated for reference. The period until the end of this month will be utilized for further engagements by your missions at the UN with the capitals. At the same time, bilateral meetings between member countries and groups are highly recommended. Therefore, Excellencies, I encourage member states to engage with their commissions in New York to help strengthen the proposals and develop an action-oriented and ambitious position for Africa's interests. These include the issues around resolving Africa's debt challenges, reforming the financial architecture, addressing the high cost of capital, especially for those countries in special situations, and enhancing official development assistance, and ensuring that we have a better network of international development cooperation. And this is important in the context of declining aid. So our call is to yourselves and the rest of the African countries to forge together, engage with the New York missions, and come through with a singular voice. I think unity, Africa solidarity will be critical at this stage. Your ideas should feed into the proposals, and we hope we can get consensus around these issues so that we can have them crafted into the draft. We must also leverage the Africans who are sitting in key institutions such as the World Bank, IMF, and Africa Development Bank, including sitting right in Addis Ababa at the AU and UNECA. What is certainly clear is that we must not miss the opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. There are three key issues that I must point out that must happen. The first is that Africa must put on the table a very clear level of ambition. We all note that financing for development is needed for most of Africa. It's a crucial matter. That case must be made compellingly and must be clear and with well-reasoned and practicable level of ambition. Secondly, we must identify and advance proposals that will have a catalytic effect, especially in the situation where official development finance is declining. We have a proposal in the document that calls for enhancing the investment of funds of ODA into DRM so that we can get more out of less. Third, we need to mobilize political support and engagement at all levels, within, among, and beyond us. We are all aware of the significant challenge we face. These challenges demand both immediate and innovative responses. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion today will play a crucial role in shaping our action plan, and your contributions are indispensable. The insights and proposals that emerge from this meeting and session will greatly enrich the FFD process, as well as the broader 2030 Agenda and Africa 2063. As I conclude, let me remind you of the roadmap for the FFD process. We are scheduled to hold the Financing for Development Forum from the 28th to the 29th of April, just immediately after the IMF and World Bank spring meetings. In this regard, we encourage all ministers from Africa to draw up their itineraries so that after the IMF and World Bank meetings in Washington, D.C., we meet in New York for the 4th Preparatory Committee meeting and the FFD Forum. This one, the 4th Preparatory Committee, will run from the 30th to the 1st of May, soon after the ECOSOC engagement. There, we will review the main elements of the first draft. It is crucial, ladies and gentlemen, that African member states and African Union send representatives to the 4th Preparatory Committee, especially experts in the areas of debt and the reform of the international financial architecture. I encourage each one of us to engage openly and actively during this discussion. Share your ideas and your experiences and indeed your solutions, as the moderator pointed out the importance of peer-to-peer learning. Together, let us transform our collective vision into actionable ideas that will help in closing the financing gap. One that lifts Africa and puts its people towards the future we all envision. Vision 2063, a future in which no one is left behind. Mr. Moderator, I thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for providing us an update of where we are with the process, and also indicating there are certain events in the calendar year that we really have to make the most of them, and for which we need to go there with a very strong and united African position. And hopefully the deliberations during this African Regional Forum for Sustained Development will contribute to building that voice and position. So thank you very much again. As you know, yesterday and the day before yesterday, there were a couple of side events to build momentum to today and the forthcoming 2 days of the African Regional Forum for Sustained Development. One of those side events was indeed on the same theme, basically looking at how can we mobilize finance and means to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. On that note, therefore, I would like to invite the board member of Uganda National Planning Authority, Mr. Stephen Adjere, to deliver a presentation on the key messages from the preliminary event entitled meeting of regional ministers of finance, central bank governors, and pension fund managers on financing sustained development. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I stand on existing protocol. My role is to present the key messages from the pre-event of stakeholders for financing Africa acceleration towards meeting SDGs and Agenda 2063 aspirations. The key messages come from the pre-event meeting held on Tuesday, 8th of April, of stakeholders for financing Africa's acceleration towards meeting SDGs and Agenda 2063, and were further strengthened by reflections during a ministerial pre-event session on financing sustainable development on the same day. Over 70 participants engaged in over 5 panel sessions to propose solutions that would lead Africa towards sustainable financing options for development. Panelists, distinguished panelists and participants discussed issues concerning optimizing current sources of financing through tax policy and administration and addressing illicit financial flows, international tax cooperation, and debt governance to finance inclusive sustainable development. Leveraging underutilized Africa member states' financial resources for productive long-term projects for sustainable development. Enhancing public expenditure and financial accountability for sustainable development. Leveraging climate finance and natural capital accounting for sustainable development. The other message is to boost domestic revenue by strengthening tax administration and systems, public financial management, enhance fiscal space, address illicit financial flows, and limit tax exemptions to strategic investments. The other being expand capital markets and access to innovative finance sources by enhancing access to private capital and blended finance, develop mechanisms to de-risk investments and enhance credit guarantee facilities, and leverage partnerships, pension funds, and diaspora bonds. The other is to promote investment in sustainable development, building domestic financial and capital markets. To also improve access to funding for climate adaptation and leverage green bonds and innovative climate financing instruments to support sustainable development. Also to expand capital markets and access to innovative finance sources. Continue to create national public-private partnership units to originate pension-friendly projects with sovereign guarantees. To establish monetary policy frameworks that incentivize commercial banks lending to priority sectors. To introduce tax incentives for institutional investors in municipal and development bonds. Also establish need for an African credit rating institution to ameliorate the harsh and unfair rating systems, global rating systems used on Africa that lead to higher costs of capital and resultant unsustainable debt repayment burden. Natural resources accounting should be prioritized in Africa. This can also be used to better value natural endowments to access other innovative financing instruments. To explore the use of blended finance for sovereign affordable debt, deepening and broadening financial markets, investing in agriculture and SMEs, which are important to the African economy. Need to explore innovative ways to promote citizen ownership and financing of development priorities and direct remittances for long-term development.
We need to leverage regional cooperation by fast-tracking the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, by removing trade barriers and promoting value addition to boost intra-Africa trade and global competitiveness. We need to improve institutional mechanism for financial management by ensuring a just, effective, and durable sovereign debt resolution mechanism. We also need to support and engage constructively in the negotiations on the United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation and its protocols. We need to ensure legal frameworks for public and managerial office inclusion, gender-based budgeting, and financial literacy to enable women have access to development finance. We also need to develop an actionable implementation plan for achieving sustainable development finance in Africa. Additional to improving institutional mechanisms for financial management, we need to ensure a just, effective, and durable sovereign debt resolution mechanism. They need to support and engage constructively in the negotiations on the United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation and its protocols. We need to ensure legal frameworks for public and managerial office inclusion, gender-based budgeting, and financial literacy to enable women have more, this repetition, more access to development finance. We need to develop an actionable implementation plan for achieving sustainable development in Africa. We need to leverage the Financing for Development Conference in Seville to push Africa's financing development priorities, the second World Summit on Social Development, High-Level Political Forum on SDGs, on Sustainable Development 2025. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Indeed, as a fair reflection of the discussions yesterday, Honorable Minister, you chaired the expert segment. You're a member of a panel that discussed some of the outcomes that Mr. Adiere just read on behalf of that side event. Could you share the Ugandan experience? Is there anything that you are doing here which you are proud of and which you think would be worth emulating by the rest of the continent? Indeed, as I said in my introduction, we really should promote more peer learning because even though the average in terms of the rate of implementation of SDG stands at 17% or so, there are many interesting things happening in each and every one of our countries. Your Excellency, the floor is yours to share some of those innovative solutions that Uganda is pursuing. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Allow me also to utilize the existing protocol to address this meeting. Thank you for this opportunity and for the fundamental question on Uganda's solutions towards achievement of the global goals and Africa's aspirations enshrined in Agenda 2063. I said quite a lot yesterday, and I want to submit that a lot has been well captured in the summary Mr. Mkitare has just presented. In my presentation this afternoon, I'll just be giving more examples of a few lessons or a few interventions
that we have had in place or we are implementing right now in the effort to attain the SDGs and other aspirations. First, let me present what we call the tenfold growth strategy. We realize that we have been growing at single-digit rates, 6%, 7%, and we are saying that that's not adequate enough, given the potential our countries now have. And from what His Excellency the President was saying today, this morning, he did indicate that if you did add value on what we are producing today, you should be able to generate more GDP. So in that regard, we have formulated what we call the tenfold growth strategy. And the aim is to raise our GDP from 50 billion, we're at 50 billion in 2022-23. It has now grown to over 54 billion. And to raise that GDP within 15 years to 500 billion by the year 2040. 50 to 500 billion. And to achieve this, we have identified a number of interventions. But most important among these, that in medium term, we want to focus on what we have called ATMs, where A stands for agro-industrialization. The focus on agriculture, commercial agriculture in particular, and industrialization strategy. That is the A. Then T is tourism development. We have enormous potential in this country. It's unfortunate that we have not marketed enough in this conference about our tourism opportunities. But there are lots that we can capitalize on. You could see with your own eyes when you go out of this building. That Lake Victoria, you know, is a very important tourism product that can be marketed across the world, plus the wildlife and so many other things. So tourism has a lot of potential for us, for giving us the $500 billion we are looking for. Then the mineral development. As the President was indicating, we have almost every mineral in this country. Right now, the focus is oil and gas, and very soon this oil will be out. We intend to export the crude oil, but as well as adding value to that oil, to refine it and be able to market that oil across Africa. And then the science and technology, we cannot miss this one because a lot of products, this morning the President mentioned the automobile industry. We have established that one, and it has a lot of opportunity to expand and generate a lot of GDP for us, together with other interventions in pharmaceuticals and many other sectors. So that is about, in summary, the tenfold strategy. But realize that a sector largely driven by the private sector. Now, for them to happen, we have to create an enabling environment. In that regard, we have chosen to focus our resources on areas that will reduce the cost of production, among which the issue of having a highly productive human capital resource. So a lot of emphasis will be placed on human capital development to support the growth in the sectors that I just mentioned above. Secondly, the issue of a well-coordinated approach on infrastructure. And in this regard, we are putting a lot of emphasis on developing the standard gauge rail line to connect with the networks that are already available within East Africa, Kenya and Tanzania, including also the road network and interconnectivity across Lake Victoria. So we are also providing calculated incentives to the private sector to boost incentives. We have continued to develop industrial parks and gazetting free zones to promote industrialization. We have been rated highly as an investment destination internationally. The governor, Bank of Uganda, should be telling you that one of our biggest sources of inflows now is FDI. It's evident looking at the number of industries that have sprung up in the country because of some of these initiatives. We have also focused on export growth and the numerous financing initiatives. The export growth I've talked about through diversification of the product mix that we have today. The president this morning indicated how we have moved from the triple C's, the triple T's, and we have now broadened into other areas, including high-value manufacturing. We can now export a number of high-value manufactured goods across the country. Initially, we had downgraded the importance of the development bank, the Uganda Development Bank, but we have since restored this bank to support our industrial and other related development, to support the sectors that I just mentioned. So we have been continuously capitalizing this bank on an annual basis, and to make sure that everybody joins the monetary economy. The president talked about it this morning. At one time, I think before independence, it was around 4%. The 4% of our population or our households were within the money economy, and the rest were not. Today, as we speak, from the recent census, that population is now about 33%. Now we want to reduce this to zero. So we have launched a new intervention called the parish development model, where we do cash transfers into circles at the parish level, targeting these individuals who are not within the money economy. We believe that by doing this, it will stimulate demand across the country, because everybody will now be active in the monetary economy. And because of that demand stimulus, we should be able to attract more and more investment. We have established funds like the Agricultural Credit Facility to support commercial agricultural production. There is a program also called Myoga. These are various interventions, about 18 of them, categorized in 18 schemes. And we have specifically introduced a fund in that area. We created the Small Business Recovery Fund post-COVID to support those enterprises that were affected by COVID, and other wealth creation interventions, such as the Youth Livelihood Program, the Invite Program, again, all intended to support the private sector at affordable interest rates, and the recently launched financing scheme for large-scale commercial farmers. These ones borrow without interest. Now, the issue of access to credit, which has been a very big problem for a long time and continues to be, but we are trying to ensure that commercial lending rates continue declining from the current 17.7% recorded in April 2024, so that businesses are able to finance their growth opportunities and strategies. We have been able to grow the private sector credit over the years. Now, the issue of domestic revenue.
Your Excellency, sorry to interrupt. So first, I mean, really to applaud you for the tremendous initiatives that you are launching. I would like to go back to your ATMs and to the calculated risks calculated incentives that you've referred to. Earlier, Mr. Mukitali indeed indicated that one of the things that we should avoid doing is to do the so-called perverse incentives. So could you just share with us your thoughts about the use of incentives? How can we balance the need to attract investment with the need to, at the same time, ensure that we get that option right to avoid perverse incentives in areas where perhaps we have comparative advantages that do not require incentives? Your experience in managing that would be appreciated.
Tax expenditure has been one of our biggest challenges, and it continues to be a problem, denying our treasury over 2 trillion shillings. We are now refocusing it to ensure that we limit the opportunities for tax exemptions. But what we are doing is ensuring that we create an enabling environment for these enterprises to flourish. I've mentioned that the issue of ensuring that we reduce the costs they have to incur in the production process. I mentioned the areas here we are a landlocked country. We have a lot of problems associated with transport from Mombasa, from Dar es Salaam. We have to make sure that that cost is as low as possible. The costs associated with the money. And I'm sure you've heard me mention that we have restored the development bank to make sure that there's availability of resources which these enterprises can access. So we are making sure that the environment is stable. We have made sure that the macroeconomic fundamentals are in place. We make sure that the shilling is stable. For example, in fact, the shilling has been only appreciating over the last so many months. It has only been appreciating. We have had a lot of stability in terms of our exchange rate regime. Inflation, whereas inflation continues to be a problem in many other countries, in Uganda it's no longer a problem. Our target is 5%, and we have actually lowered it to a level of 3%. So we maintain a lot of stability. The other factor is the one of maintaining peace and stability for a long, long time. And those are very critical factors for investors. And we also make sure that there's stability in our policies. We don't change the policies at the detriment of the operations of investors. So we ensure that we are stable enough. So we have refocused on the range of incentives that we provide, from tax incentives to creating an enabling environment to enable all these people, make money through that enabling environment.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. A round of applause to you. Thank you very much. So, Minister Musa, you've heard your colleague in Uganda talking of their experiences here. And I think one thing that I liked from his last part of his intervention was that the fact that predictability is often more important than incentives to basically to secure to an investor a long and assured fiscal regime. Could you share with us Mauritania's experience in navigating these and other Sahelian specific challenges, as it were? So what is it that you are proud of? What is it that you would advise other member states not to do as ministers of finance who are responsible to deciding which sector to prioritize? So what's your experience? The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pardon. Justement, répondre à votre question. Pardon. Permettez-moi de rappeler quelques réalités.
May I please recall some the world economic context today, because of the measures taken by the US in relation to the increase of taxes that will affect world growth. Since is how we can try to finance the financial gap between now and 2030. I would like to deal with three issues. Firstly, we are in agreement that the development situation today cannot fill the gap to reach the objectives of sustainable development. We need to reflect together to see what are the capacities at our disposal to mobilize the resources. For Mauritania, we believe we'll try to put in place as they should for the short, medium, and long term, with the objective of taking account of the insufficiency of funds for the sustainable development objectives. The other action that has been taken, we try to take note of the relationship between the taxes and the GDP. In comparable countries such as Mali and Senegal, 2%. They are 22%. So we think we have a potential tax advantage through new tax measures at the Office of the Social Security, National Social Security, medical insurance, to try and see what are the funds from taxpayers that can actually be mobilized. All these activities, when put together, they made it possible for us to reach at a level of tax collections that had never been attained before in relation to GDP. And I think the reform that has been undertaken by the Mauritian state is moving in this direction, and given the concessional loans that have been given by the French government, we think we can mobilize the requisite resources. Like other countries in our neighborhood, in Africa, our economy is mainly constituted of SMEs. They have structural problems of funding. This is the first constraint which actually slows the development. But considering the SMEs situation, we realize that the total, when you look at their resources, we realized that they needed to have access to longer-term resources. Banks are unwilling to give long-term loans to these SMEs, so they have recourse to short-term loans to fund the activities. It's not new to you if I say that our short-term loans, they have their own issues. Put in place alternative sources of funding to make it possible to accompany the development of these SMEs. The Mauritanian government has put in place a guarantee fund to get over the constraints faced by SMEs in terms of access constraints that they're faced with is access to long-term funding. And this fund was supposed to help with helping the SMEs to have access to long-term funding. Secondly, the funding, the credit lines that are financed by the World Bank are not available to some of these enterprises. And we need to think in terms of dedicated resources for them. The third item, the Mauritanian government, the draft bill was launched. What you're dealing with here is a different approach to funding, allowing for access to lower cost complementary funding. Further, there is one of the flagship reforms put in place by the Mauritanian government, which is the carbon tax, carbon credits. The miners and oil companies have tried to, or rather, we've tried to get them to respect the requirement for these tax payments, this carbon credits, which would make it possible for the oil company not to have an impact. These companies in the oil sector bring to bear their contributions. Along the same lines, His Excellency, the President, did not leave a significant part of our population who are in need. So there was need to have a transfer of resources to the poor sectors of our population to get them out of poverty. So I think these are actions that are going towards the right direction, which can be actually taken over or rather copied by other.
So the Executive Secretary is here, and he is the chair of this, he is the moderator of this particular session. But before he takes over, I would like to come back to you, because you made reference to small and medium enterprises. And indeed, if we add to that the informal sector, then I would argue that that's the missing link. And our Minister of Finance, or the Minister of State, the Minister of Finance of Uganda made reference to the rebirth of development banks. Is this an option that you are considering also in Mauritania? Because indeed you made reference to the need for long-term financing, and that commercial banks in most of our countries don't have appetite for that. They are indeed more involved in short-term financing, trade-related, and so on and so forth. And yet, for us to be able to address our structural problems, we need long-term financing. So what are your views about the role of development banks in Africa in general, whether you have those in Mauritania, and what are your plans in that regard? Thank you.
Merci. Merci.
Thank you. To answer your question, as I was saying, given the problem with funding of the SMEs who have access to have loans from banks, because banks don't want to take up the risks involved. Given the context, Mauritania has put in place a development fund to support these SMEs. taking into account the cycle of activities, the launching, the development, and so on. They need stable funding to cover the whole life cycle of the activities. This development fund has put in place resources, making it possible to their access funds that are more stable. I agree with you. Africa today requires to put in place development resources to support long-term funding for companies. In the absence of long-term funding, the investments cannot be financed, cannot be funded, and this results in the situation that we are talking about. The ideal is to come up with innovative funding approaches. By putting in place a development bank, this can help alleviate some of the problems. And as I said, you need to make it possible for companies to have access to less expensive, less costly loans. So the situation of the problem of amortization of the investments in SMEs, you have tried to get a balance between the need to support these SMEs, but also for the sources of credit, for those credit to be able to obtain funds from that. One has tried to put in place these measures, including organizing public-private partnerships.
If we had time, Minister, I would have wanted to hear from you about sovereign wealth funds, because as an oil-producing country, many of our countries are looking at the option of establishing these sovereign wealth funds as a means not only to cooling their economy, but also to supporting structural investments. But we might not have time. If we have time, I'd like to hear your views about the role of sovereign wealth funds. USG, Christina, as of course the special advisor on Africa, you have a broad view about the continent. But before that, you used to be the Minister of Finance of Cape Verde, and you are known as being the champion of domestic resource mobilization. I would like to hear your views about this, but also to talk in general about debt management, debt restructuring. We know that there are issues with existing frameworks, the G20 framework. So what are the options for the continent? The floor is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, my dear brother Katete. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to team up with you and the whole team of ECA, all protocols observed. Pedro, allow me 3 minutes before responding to the questions as former Minister of Finance. But I would like to go very quickly to the theme of the session, because the theme of the session is critical for the Finance for Development Conference that will take place in July in Seville. Very, very quickly. I'm sure that reading carefully the subject of this conversation, I don't know if is exactly here in the big screen, we can say that today's subject has two components, essentially. The first is innovative financing solutions for mobilizing sustainable development. But then the same subject touch on channeling and using finance more efficiently and effectively. So let me first concentrate on the first one, innovative solutions for mobilizing sustainable finance. And this is really important for the next Financing for Development conference. First, I would like to take the opportunity of this conversation to tell you that I strongly believe that innovative financing solutions for mobilizing sustainable development, the conversation should not be about transactions. When I say conversation about transactions, Pedro, I'm talking about narrow the conversations to, for example, debt swaps for clients, SPVs, financing against future road receivables, fancy derivatives, and unbalanced PPPs, etc. I don't think we should narrow the conversation to a transaction conversation. Second idea that I'd like to bring here very quickly is mobilizing sustainable financing, as is in the subject of today's session. In my view, and I will be a little bit provocative if you allow me, Pedro, has nothing to do with innovative financing. These are two different animals. One animal is mobilizing sustainable finance. We are at a completely different level of the conversation. Another is innovative solutions. Is a different level. In fact, innovative financing, if you notice all the conversations about innovative financing, essentially adopts a transactional approach. At the end of the day, we end up discussing transactions, debt swaps, credit facilities, credit lines, SDR allocations, you name it. And usually transactional conversations are short-term conversations. Mobilizing sustainable finance requires we should adopt a transformative approach, not a transactional one, not narrow the conversation to a sum of transactions, but adopt a transformative approach when discussing sustainable finance. It's the only way to fight back, to tackle the challenge. Allow me to provide very quickly an example. If we structure debt swaps for school feeding, this is transactional. We, instead of serving the debt, we put money in hot meals. When the money is over, no money to continue the school feeding program. This is transaction. Let's take the same example and apply a transformative approach. Debt swaps for homegrown school feeding, at the same time, earmark funds to help that country building strong domestic resource mobilization systems. In 5 years, the national budget take over the school feeding. Completely different. Same transaction. One approach as a tout court as a transaction, other approach as a transformative. Debt swaps with homegrown school feeding. So basically helping transform the food systems because you are using local production. You earmark part of that, let's say 10%, 15%, to help that country start investing in digital public infrastructure, building strong domestic resource mobilization. In 5 years, the national budget takes over the school feeding program. So mobilizing finance, as Pedro, is about getting money. If we make it simple, getting money. So we need to know where is the money. So in order to know. And the money, if you adopt a transactional approach, we will be looking for the money outside Africa. Debt swaps, again, is outside Africa. It has to do with essentially external debt and so on. Credit facilities is outside Africa, etc. But if we adopt a transformative approach, we'll realize that the money is here. The money is in Africa. The money is not outside Africa. And I'm not referring to natural resource. I'm referring to financial resource. The money is here in Africa. In fact, when we close our business today, Africa will have lost 1.4 billion only today. When you go to bed in Serene Hotel, this hotel you mentioned, when you go to bed, Africa will have lost 1.4 billion. So why this conversation is important for financing for development, for debt management, the question of that Pedro. I do believe that needs to land in Sevilla, so in the Financing for Development conference, not, and I'll be very open and bold, not with the ODA bag mindset. Would be a huge, in my view, a huge strategic mindset, but let the international community know that Africa is ready to stop losing the money. Africa is ready to start control better its own economic and financial flow. So at the end of the day, mobilizing sustainable finance, if we squeeze the lemon, the conversation should be about how Africa controls better its economic and financial flows. What is has to do with debt sustainability? Then comes the second, the question that Pedro has asked me. Africa is in debt distress today. If you read all the reports, Africa is in debt distress. And if you read these same reports, they say that Africa is in debt distress because Africa is over in debt. Don't believe. Sorry, it's not true. Africa is not over in debt, one. Second, is not the reason that Africa, of course, is in debt distress. Again, the reason because Africa is in debt distress is because a lack of control of economic and financial flows. So if you are discussing debt management to build debt sustainability, we need, I believe, we need to acknowledge that in the past 30 years, Pedro, 30 years, Africa has organized 320 debt restructuring. 320 debt restructuring. And today, we still not have sustainability in our debt management. Why? Because those debt restructuring were only approached from a transactional standpoint, not from a transformative, let's say, standpoint. This is the reason that, as Minister of Finance, applying more or less this reasoning, we did a couple of things. One of the things that we did, we mapped the country, we identified Cape Verde assets, and we decided in 10 years' time, in 15 years' time, asset A, asset B, asset C, for example, in the case asset A was the tourism sector, would need to reach at least 20% of the GDP to put Cape Verde in a position to enjoy predictable cash flows, to start deciding how to finance the debt, and start building debt sustainability. This is what we did. But it took 15 years. It cannot be transactional. It needs to be transformative. Transaction would not deliver, let's say, this outcome. At the same time, of course, what I did as Minister of Finance to put tourism as the asset that would put Cape Verde in a different trajectory from a data sustainability. I had to build, Pedro, a domestic resource mobilization system. And I start in a very funny way. My first measure to building the DRM system in Cape Verde was by chasing the ghosts in the public administration payroll. As simple as that. There were lots of ghosts receiving money from Treasury, and I just cleaned them. That was my first measure, a funny one, but a true one. And then I didn't stop. I just stopped when I left the government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, a quick one. You've indicated that there is a money on the continent. And indeed, in the key messages, we recognize pension funds as, for example, one of those sources of dormant capital. The $3 trillion, that's the figure that we use there. But as you know, that money is not channeled to productive investments to enhance Africa's productive capabilities. So what is it that needs to be done better for us to convince our pension funds to, whilst investing in real estate, as many of them do, equally invest in those productive sectors? There was a reference, for example, for other source of funding, the need for us to create special purpose vehicles, this to attract individuals to finance structural projects. There was a reference to the Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia and so on and so forth. Could you have a word on that to clarify the options and in preparations to Seville, as it were? Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. Very quickly. Yes, the African pension funds, more or less, the total is around $1.3 trillion. And most of this liquidity is invested outside the continent, it's true. Meaning that, but this is African money, but is invested outside the continent, usually international financial systems. So this creates a paradox. Every time Africa taps international financial markets, every time, to get a loan, to issue a bond, you name it, Africa is borrowing its own money and pay interest in its own money. Why? Why pension funds are applied outside Africa and not inside Africa? It has to do with the risk profile. The risk profile. And everybody is very furious with the credit rating agencies. I think we are just wasting our time fighting with them, by the way. They have been configured to act in this way. What we need to understand, what is in our hands as policymakers, leaders of this continent, to reshape the risk profile of our countries. I worked 10 years for Citibank Citigroup. If you ask me what I did in these 10 years in Africa, I chased predictable cash flows. This is what I did. How we measure the risk profile of the countries? The ability of that country to produce predictable cash flows today, tomorrow, and in the next 25 years. Now I would like to ask you, ODA is predictable? No. FDI is predictable? No. What is predictable? Our own money, our own economic flows, our own financial flows. So there is only one way to reshape, redesign the risk profile of African countries. Again, as you know, Pedro, my obsession, again, building strong domestic resource mobilization. We stop losing money. We start producing predictable cash flows. From that day, pension funds will start investing in Africa. In the case of Cape Verde, pension funds are forbidden to invest outside Cape Verde. It's not an option for them, the Cape Verdean pension fund. If you have to invest, you invest here. You invest in Cape Verde and you invest in the development of Cape Verde.
Thank you very much. So the chair has reminded me that, yes, indeed, a round of applause, that we are going beyond the time that has been allocated for this conversation. But with your permission, Chair, I'll go through the panelists that we still have on board. And now, I mean, a very important one is really the governor of the central bank. Last time we were in a similar situation a couple of decades ago. I'm looking at 2008 and so on, the global financial architecture. I do recall that the ECA has organized a caucus meeting with all the governors of central banks to discuss whether they should go or not beyond the limits of their mandates. Here is about your monetary policy role. And at that time, we came with the suggestion that perhaps it was time then to pursue an expansionary monetary policy. So, Your Excellency, Governor, we are perhaps in a similar situation now, a couple of decades later, with escalating debt. What are your views about this? What are the kinds of initiatives that we should pursue? What kind of signals central banks should send to the market with a view to, among other things, mobilizing internally and outside much more long-term development financing? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, moderator. My name is Augustus Nwagaba, and I'm the Deputy Governor of the Bank of Uganda. I'm representing the Bank of Uganda here. I want to welcome you to Uganda and also to wish you very good stay and also enjoyable life here. This is one of the best countries you can have in the world in terms of anything that you want to enjoy. The hospitality is very high, and so please enjoy Uganda. Now, the role of the central bank, as we all know, is that central banks have the mandate for ensuring price stability. That's why we are here as Bank of Uganda. That's why you are there as the central bank in the country where you come from. So we ensure that the prices of goods and services remain stable. That's the mandate number one. Now, mandate number two is to ensure that there is sound financial system, that the financial system is very sound, that the commercial banks are working, that when you present your checks, they are honored. When you have credit, you will get credit, deploy it, and also repay. But you don't have very high NPL. You don't have very high loans, which are non-performing. Those have been the fundamental roles of the central bank. Now, for us, the Bank of Uganda, we have done exceedingly well in these two mandates. We have ensured that price stability is maintained, and our inflation here, our inflation target is 5%. But you can imagine we are below that target for so many years. Our inflation is about 3, where core is 3.4. Is headline, there is very high volatility because of the food prices and also petroleum products. But if you consider the core inflation, 3.4, against the target of 5, the Bank of Uganda has done exceedingly well in terms of controlling inflation or in terms of ensuring price stability. In terms of the sound financial system, we have done exceedingly well. We have ensured that the commercial banks are operating. We do not have bank runs. The national payments are working. People have confidence in the commercial banks. Here, there's a lot of confidence in commercial banks. We do not have closures for so many years behind. So when you put your money in the bank, or you are saving your money in the commercial bank here, you have confidence that the banks are operating. The bank is not about to close tomorrow. And this is very, very important for both domestic and foreign direct investment. Now, of recent, we have changed the mandate. We have said, no, the central bank cannot continue hiding behind this veil of financial stability. Macroeconomic fundamentals are very good. Economic growth is good. The financial system is sound. Prices are stable. This is not enough. Now, what we have done, we have added that the role of the Bank of Uganda, just listen. We have said that the role of the Bank of Uganda is to ensure price stability, sound financial system in support of socio-economic transformation. That is currently is our mandate. And under the socio-economic transformation, we are looking at financial inclusion. Because you cannot continue sitting just on your seats in these air-conditioned offices when many people are outside the monetary economy. Because when I look at I've been working with the African Development Bank before I became just before the president took me to our central bank. I've been moving in most of your countries. I've been working in most of your countries. For example, I've been working in especially fragile states in South Sudan, Central African Republic, Sierra Leone. I've been there. We have an office in Somalia, even as I speak right now. And what I've discovered in most of your countries is that the money is frozen. Most of the money in the African countries is frozen. It is outside the monetary economy. It is in what you call the informal economy and informal sectors. So what I have advised the governments to do, especially under African Development Bank, what I've been advising the government here to do is to bring these people in this monetary economy. Because once the people remain there, once money remains outside the monetary economy, once people continue keeping money in the mattresses, under their mattresses and in the cow horns, then it freezes the economy. The economy is frozen. Most of African country economies are frozen. Why? There is very little money that can be transacted. And you know, in economic, those who have studied economic theory and practice, once there is no money in economic activity, once there is no money being transacted, the velocity of money is very low, money moving between hands slow, and once the velocity of money is low, the speed at which money moves is one which determines economic activity, is one which determines growth, is one which determines the transformation of a country. There's no country which can transform when there are no transactions. How? Because when also there are transactions, that's when government can, of course, get taxes and so on. So, number one, the central bank is working on financial inclusion to ensure that as many people as possible are within the monetary economy. That's why we have things like agency banking, mobile banking, to ensure that there is at least instruments and products that can bring as many people as possible into the monetary economy. And then, of course, we are now adopting ECG. We are adopting sustainability. We want to ensure that any commercial bank that, for example, gives out a loan, the loan is a green loan. Yeah. We want to ensure that commercial banks can also...
Deputy Governor, unfortunately...
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we welcome the principle, the principle that you're expanding your mandate to support, among other things, financial inclusion. That's key. We have two members of parliament, the Honorable Dr. Emmanuel and the Honorable Dr. Wada from Ghana and South Sudan. So we are very short of time, but none of these things that we are discussing here can be done without the support of our parliaments. So your honorable members of parliament, if you could very briefly provide guidance on how you see the way forward for the continent. What are those two things that each and every one of you would like to be reflected in the African position to Seville, the Financing for Development Conference? Starting with you, Honorable Dr. Emmanuel from Ghana. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much. Let me stand on existing protocols and also say that we are happy to be part of this panel as parliamentarians and as stakeholders who have the power of the purse and oversight. It is important that we reflect on the discussions and the things that we are saying here, especially when we are talking about innovation and efficiency. Perhaps I'll start with how to be efficient and effective, and that is a responsibility that will squarely lie in the in the ambit of parliamentarians, especially when you look at the whole development issues from the point of view that in order for us to be effective, we need to have policy coherence. A lot of public funds are wasted because we implement budgets and we implement programs in silos. And what Ministry A may be doing, Ministry B will be doing the same. And because there is no policy coherence, you kind of dissipate a lot of public funds. So I think the first one innovation that must come is that we need to look at how are we making sure that there's policy coherence. And there's no way that you can see policy coming together than in the public budget, because budget is where the thoughts of government are actually manifested in terms of resource allocation. And in that respect, parliaments will have a bigger role in making sure that we question and we interrogate budgets to make sure that whatever has been put in national budgets are efficient. There are no para programs and para allocations and things like that. I think we also need to look at the issue of domestic revenues, mobilizing money within, and all the panelists have talked about the need for us to look internal. You look at property rates across Africa. A lot or every economy in Africa is growing in terms of properties, yet property rate is one of the lowest, domestic revenues that we are getting, and monies that we could have gotten from even property rates alone may be more than monies that we get from loans from IMF or World Bank or so on. So we need to look internal. The last thing I want to say is that anytime I hear GDP as a metric for development, I kind of shiver. I think that there is no time to debate that. But GDP as a metric for development is not something that is very helpful, in my view, for Africa, especially where we have competitive advantage in terms of environmental services that are discounted in the computation of GDPs, especially when we have natural resources, natural assets that are not computed as part of GDP. So we must probably begin to think outside this whole GDP thing and begin to have our own or call for a new development index that actually makes sure that Africa's natural capital and our ecosystem, environmental services are actually part of the computation of the development index. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think the point about mainstreaming natural capital accounting in national accounts would cover that, and I think beyond GDP methods, absolutely important, as well as the entire conversation about the importance of property taxes. Honorable Dr. Wada, you have the last word. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm really honored to have to be among such a panel and excellencies, honorable ministers, honorable members who are present here. I just want to recall to us what is the role of the parliamentarian, because we legislate, we oversight, we pass the budget, and also we represent people. So for me, the most important thing is to have a very institutional mechanism which is clear, so that we can finance our SDGs, because most of the time our governments, they don't have clear, I don't want to say that all of them, but some of them are not having the clear mechanism and policies and sometimes laws. And for us to achieve the SDGs, we have to align our policies and the frameworks to enable these countries to finance the SDGs. And I'm so honored to have listened to His Excellency President Museveni. Whenever we listen to him, he talk about how Africa is not poor. It's a mindset, because if we concentrate on the private sector, if we invest within our countries, I think we can do a lot. I'm a member of East Africa Legislative Assembly, and the motive of this assembly, it is people-centered and market-driven. So I believe that we as African, if we enhance our agricultural production, if we process the raw material, which we sometimes export outside, I think we can do a lot to our countries. And I'm pleased that we have women here, and the women topic was today in the agenda, because as women, we are more than 60% in this region. And I know that including women in this aspect will enhance the investment in the SDGs. And the other thing is that we have really to also include the youth, because youth make a percentage in our region. I want to also include that one of the objective of the SDGs is that we have to have a prosperous world, and we have to have a peace in our world. So we have to work very hard really to enable all the stakeholders really to help us achieve this. And sometimes as members of parliament, when we do the oversight, we find that even for our countries, for our private sector to access some of the loans really, it's a lot of hard work, and also there is twisting of arms. So it's on behalf of the people whom I represent, on behalf of this region, we want to also, as we have some of the stakeholders here, that, you know, as sovereign countries, we shouldn't include twisting of hands when it comes to the support which should come to this region to achieve some of these SDGs.
Thank you very much. So a round of applause to this excellent panel. Thank you very much for your insights. My Executive Secretary here, he agreed to provide the closing remarks. And with your permission, Chair, I'll request him to step in here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't think I agreed. I just have no choice. Yeah, thank you very much, really, for being here. Sorry you had an audience and I was not here, but I think you did a great job in terms of really getting information and advice from the experts that we have here, from the ministers to other experts. I just say my takeaway is 5 points. Number one is the economic management. The macroeconomic management is very critical. And what I mean by that is the monetary policy side, the fiscal stability, the financial stability, and the fiscal policy, all coming together to stabilize the economy. If you don't have that, and I'm just talking from the experience as someone who has been a governor of the central bank and a minister of finance, if you don't have that, everything else will not work. That's number one. And many experts here, including my good friend, the deputy governor, has elaborated on that. Number two, and where we have not done very well as Africa, is domestic resource mobilization. By this, I mean two things. Government needs money. The only way it does that is through taxation. Do you have appropriate taxes? Is our tax system digitized? How about the informal sector, the 82% who are in the informal sector who need to come the formal sector? What mechanism do you have in that? And at the same time, how do we make sure that the incentives that we provide are geared to give us a return in terms of the taxation? Where have we gone wrong to make sure that by this time we only have 15.6% of tax to GDP ratio, the lowest anywhere in the whole world?
Some of our countries are having 6% of tax to GDP ratio. Others are having higher, but on average, 15.6%. That means something has gone wrong because there is business happening. How are we taxing wrongly? And that's the most important for government to get revenues. How about the private sector? Our private sector is reliant now on commercial banks because you don't have the capital market. You tell me if there is any country that has ever developed without a proper functioning capital market. You can't find it. And that's why we have gone wrong, because the capital market is the one that makes available long-term resources to the private sector. And especially in our situation, it is so difficult because our commercial banks are not rated. And our countries also, the rating is very bad. And that's why we have two investment-grade countries now. It's Botswana and Mauritius. It means something has gone wrong. We have all been attuned to aid and having an exercise with IMF and World Bank, getting some of the aid from bilaterals, getting some of the concessional loans. We forget that we need to have rating so that we can now be able to mobilize resources outside these financial institutions and we get it from the marketplace. This is where we have to invest mostly so that we can be able to make sure that we can eventually be reliant on ourselves. And many people have said it. I'm glad that. Thirdly, we have a market. We have the Africa Continental Market, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. We all agreed this is our market. The trading and the openness has been in our regional blocks. There are 8 of them that are approved by the African Union. Now, we have been trading in those smaller blocks, but now we have to expand. But on average, when you put everything together, it's around 15% in terms of intra-Africa trade. But when you see some regions are trading more with each other, but not at the continental level. And that's why we need to remove whatever the impediments are there, make sure that we have one market. And I think the tariffs are also a signal to us that if we don't trade among ourselves, then we are not sure about the outside market. That's why it becomes now very, very important. Fourthly, there is also the private sector involvement. There is no way government alone is going to be able to develop the continent. We need private sector. We need the investors coming in Africa. But what is preventing them from coming? It's the risk. When you look at the rating, they see risk or perception of risk in most cases. And what we need to do is the de-risking. What do we need to do to de-risk so that people can come and make money, but at the same time invest in our continent? Invest in the whole infrastructure that we are talking about. Invest in the regional value chain, because now we have identified 94 value chains that we can start with, from coffee to minerals to tea, beef, everything. How do we make sure that our minerals can be processed to the final product here? How do we make sure that chocolate can be produced here? What can we do to make coffee is also processed here and so many other products? We are talking about cotton. We are not short of products on the African continent. What is needed to add value here so that the people who have the money on the continent and outside the continent with joint ventures, they can invest on the African continent. That's where we should be able to focus most of our attention. Finally, there are the accelerators. We need energy. We need energy. You can say it again. And that's where we are having a big problem. I was happy that 2 weeks ago, the Eastern Africa were meeting in Addis Ababa because they wanted the East African power pool. Here, if you don't have enough energy in your country, you can always buy it from other countries. How do you buy it? Now the trading platform has been completed in Eastern Africa. They have agreed on the wheeling charges. That means if you are transporting energy, for those at 200 kV, you can now be able to sell up to 500 megawatts, and those that are higher, 400, you can even sell more. But now what is left now, what you are discussing is having a settlement bank. If we trade, how do we pay each other? And if we do it in East Africa, power pool, Southern Africa power pool, West Africa power pool, and so forth, this is what is going to help us in terms of energy trade as you try to develop most of the energy. And by the way, we have the largest in terms of wind energy, in terms of the solar energy. That's why countries like Botswana are now even exporting to, and they are now working to export to Europe. They want to export 10.5 gigawatts to UK. Egypt wants to export to Greece. So many other countries, if you look at Nigeria to Morocco in terms of the gas pipeline, that can support so many countries. This time we should look at energy as a commodity and also go beyond the solar, the wind. Let's go nuclear energy, which is very clean. And now there's a small modular reactor that is also solving a problem because people used to fear it because it was expensive. But now you can start small and expand. But there's no way we can develop these kind of minerals and other products without energy. That's one of the things that is very critical. The other one is technology. We cannot lag behind. Artificial intelligence now, from the study that we did, out of 2,400 now AI products that we are seeing on the continent, we picked 373, those that are most impactful. They are in 31 products, and we saw it in 44 countries, which are online now. If you log on the ECA, you will find that they are there. They can show you who is doing what in agriculture, who is doing what in health, who is doing what in business processes, and so forth. And these are the information that we can share. Without doing much, you can learn from what other countries have done, and that way would be a quick way of accelerating our development. So we are seeing a lot of possibilities that we can learn from and learning from each other that can help us in order to accelerate. But now the urgency is very clear because aid, you can as well forget about it. And now trade outside, which you're relying on, you can see what is happening. And this is not going to last for a short time. It's going to last for a very long, long time. And that's why we need to do things differently and do it very fast. Maybe let me stop here, but I wanted just to thank all of you for really giving us your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We want to thank you for wrapping it up. We want to thank your deputy who has moderated the session so well, and we want to thank you, panelists, for sharing with us what you are doing in your countries. And please, let's learn and carry this home because we are all working under same conditions, same challenges, so that we find solutions collectively. Thank you. A round of applause to the team. Thank you. Members, it is 6. It is 5:30. We have another session for 1 hour and a half. I suggest bear with us, we take only 1 hour so that we're able to cover the activities for the day. But I want to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Fabrius David, the first Vice President of the Bureau, to chair this session. Please, Fabrius, take it up and give the moderator 1 hour. Thank you. If you want, you can speak. If you want, you can go up there. We choose you, go up there.
Thank you, Chair. We will now turn our attention to Agenda Item 5, High-Level Panel 2, Scaling Sustainable, Inclusive, Science-Based, Evidence-Based, and Data-Driven Solutions to dramatically increase economic growth, boost job creation, and accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Distinguished delegates, with only 5 years remaining until 2030, the deadline for achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, swifter progress is needed. This is particularly crucial for our region where, at the current rate of progress, only 10 of 144 measurable targets under the goals will be achieved by 2030. This is less than 7%. And we have 106 targets requiring accelerated action and another 28 showing signs of regression. In addition, in 2024, the African Union adopted the second 10-year implementation plan, 2024-2033, of Agenda 2063, and has designated that period the decade of acceleration of Agenda 2063. In the light of the launch of the plan, the initiatives used to implement the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 need to be better integrated and accelerated. The objectives of this panel are therefore, first, to critically reflect on, identify, and present sustainable, inclusive, science-based and evidence-based solutions that can dramatically increase the pace and scale of job creation, economic growth, and implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Secondly, to identify and articulate the targeted roles of governments, entities of the United Nations system, the African Union Commission, and other intergovernmental organizations, private sector companies, young people, and civil society organizations as stakeholders in the design of evidence-based and science-based solutions for implementation of the two agendas, and in supporting and effecting the adoption of such solutions. And thirdly, to identify the investments and success factors that are needed in order for solutions to have a real impact when implemented. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Director, Regional Service Center for Africa, United Nations Development Programme, Mr. Matthias Nab, to request him to introduce the speakers and panelists and take up his role as moderator of this panel. And as pointed out by Madam Chair, since we are running out of time and it is already 5:45, this high-level panel, and I ask you for your understanding, this high-level panel will last for 1 hour. So, Mr. Moderator, you have 1 hour to moderate and to animate this high-level panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my honorable chair. My name is Matthias Zananap, and I'll be your moderator for this session. We've just been told that we have only an hour, so that is enough, an alarm bell ringing. I would like to recognize and invite the distinguished speakers and panelists to be on stage with me, starting with His Excellency, the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Mariam Desalegn. Then I would like to introduce also the Deputy Executive Secretary, Program Support for ECA, Mr. Antonio Pedro, to join us as well. And as he's coming to the podium, I would also like to introduce the Assistant Secretary General and Regional Representative for Africa, FAO, Mr. Abebe Haley Gabriel, to come join us here. The Director General of the African Union Commission, Mr. Fatala Sijilmasi, please join us upstage. I would like to introduce Honorable Dr. Gladness Salema, MP, Honorable MP for Tanzania. Please join us. Please, let's give them a round of applause so they can. Well done, sir. The resident coordinator for Mauritius and Seychelles, Ms. Lisa Singh. And last but not the least, the Director, Africa Hub Leadership Center, Daniel Nyaganjura. Please join us as well. And our discussant, I would like you to also join us, is the Executive Director, Uganda Bureau of Statistics, Dr. Chris Ndatira Mukiza. Please join us as well. Dear colleagues, I am going to run a timekeeping schedule. And I note that we have quite a number of speakers, but we have only 1 hour as directed by the chair. So I will set the ground rules and ensure that once you are introduced to speak, you will be speaking to a particular question on the topic. I would advise that you speak to the question and try to shoot for at least 2 to 3 minutes. That way we can have the opportunity to have everybody speak and we don't keep everybody here till late. The chair did introduce the session and highlighted the objectives for the session, so I will not go through that. But before we get to the panelists, I was informed, and I think we will have a statement from the Assistant Secretary General, UNDP, Assistant Administrator and Regional Director for Africa, Ms. Ahuna Ezekonwa. If the colleagues could put her online.
I can talk. Procedure. Good evening, Your Excellencies, Mr. Moderator. My name is Evelyn Bamba. I am on mission with Madam Ahuna Ezekonwa. She was on her way here and got a little bit delayed. So she's supposed to be with us in about 2 minutes. I apologize for that on her behalf.
Okay. So in that case, we will take the presentation that we have. The presenter will take 6 to 10 minutes to give us the presentation. And it is my pleasure to introduce Ms. Oyebanke to give us the presentation. You have 6 to 10 minutes.
Can we have the presentation up, please? Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed, good afternoon. I have to go through this very quickly, but given that we didn't have a health break, I know people are tired, so I would like you to turn to your neighbor and just say SDGs. And then see somebody else say Agenda 2063. Then you do like this, we will achieve. All right, so I don't want anyone to sleep while I'm presenting, so that was just a, sorry for that. I'm Oyebanke Abejiri, and I work with the Economic Commission for Africa. My job here is easy. I'm here to inspire conversation and to get the conversation going for our honorable panelists to move on. Clicker. Okay. I'll be talking about the report, the Africa Sustainable Development Report, and it's one that looks at the progress in terms of the SDGs and as well Agenda 2063. It focuses particularly on the 5 SDG goals and related Agenda 2063 goals of this year. Those are Goal 3, Goal 5, Goal 8, Goal 14, and Goal 17. Right here, we have the related first 10-year implementation plan goals, but moving forward, we will be reporting on the second 10-year implementation plan. So very quickly, what do we find in terms of SDG 3 when we look at good health and well-being? We find that there is high maternal mortality of about 487 deaths per 100,000 live births, and there are significant regional disparities. I should mention that this presentation will be made online after this program. Also, and in a good way, we do have an increase in the proportion of births that have been attended by skilled attendants, going from 61.8% in 2015 to about 75% in 2023. There's also been a decline in infant mortality. However, Africa still holds about 55% of total global infant deaths. There's been mixed progress when we look at communicable diseases. And so when you take HIV/AIDS, for example, there's been a 40% drop in the number of incidences since 2015, 23% for neglected tropical diseases. But when you look at malaria and hepatitis B, they are 7% and 10% respectively. There's a rise in non-communicable diseases when we talk about cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, due to changing diets and lifestyles, and modest growth in universal health service coverage. Moving quickly to gender equality, when we look at legal frameworks, in 4 different areas, so talking about overarching legal frameworks in public life, violence against women, employment and economic benefits, marriage and family, and we look at it on a scale of 0 to 100%, we find that in Africa, we have achieved about 63% when it comes to promoting, enforcing, and monitoring legal frameworks for gender equality in 2022. The global average is 76%. But when we look at it vis-a-vis the theme of this year, we see that employment and economic benefits are the least at 55%. So we need to do more. Like has been mentioned earlier, there has been increased representation in public and private offices over the years. Women now hold about 25% of parliamentary offices, although this is still below gender parity. But for managerial positions, women are holding 32.7%, higher than the 27% global average. Now, we need to interrogate these numbers further to know if it is SMEs or large businesses, etc. There has been a slight decrease in the prevalence of child marriages, but now still about 30% of women are getting married before the age of 18. When we look at decent work and economic growth, we do find that 9 of the top 20 fastest growing economies were in Africa, and real GDP is projected to grow even faster than the world average. But while the growth rate is good, when we look at it per capita and when we look at the labor productivity, we find that we are not doing as well. And so annual GDP per capita growth is about negative 0.1% compared to 1.6% globally. This figure is not strange to us that we have 83% of workers in the informal employment. Unemployment is generally low at 6.5%. 5 percentage points below the global average. However, there are gender disparities. Youth unemployment remains a challenge, and we have about 22% of youth not in employment, education, and training. When we look at life below water, we see that there has been progress in marine biodiversity protection, with about 46% of key marine biodiversity areas protected in 2023, slightly above the global average of 45%. There has, however, been an increase in marine pollution with over 2 million tons of litter entering African beaches, and this is up from 1.7 million tons in 2017. Only 18 African countries have ratified the 2022 World Trade Organization Agreement on Fisheries, which aims to address illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing and overfishing. And finally, if we move on to partnerships for the goals, we find that African countries, as we know, is facing constrained fiscal space. Debt service as a proportion of exports of goods and services increased from 8.3 to 9.6%. Low tax to GDP ratio of 21% versus the global average of 33.2%. We know concessional financing is low and its interest is decreasing, but remittances did account for 3.4% of GDP in 2022, which is higher than the global averages of 0.8%. In the interest of time, I will move on very quickly to the recommendations. Now, I have high-level recommendations across the various goals. For example, we need to strengthen our healthcare systems, implement gender-based budgeting and legal reforms, enhance job creation, combat marine degradation, boost resilience by increasing domestic revenue generation. But I believe if I say this, I'm preaching to the choir. And I've been asked to give, really innovative and inspired discussion. And so I would say three things when you look at this report and when you look at the figures. The first thing is that we need to go beyond the numbers. When we say 487 out of 100,000 live births is the maternal mortality rate, it means 487 families are crying. 487 families are sad because the mother is gone. And the probability that the infant that was born is going to not do as well is also very high. So we need to go beyond the numbers and begin to put people at the end of it. We need to be proactive, not reactive. When we say non-communicable diseases are on the rise, what do we do about it? Do we let diabetes and cancer, cardiovascular diseases move on? Or what initiatives do we put in place? And as we wear our hats as public servants, NGOs, CSOs, academics, when we are thinking about what to do, we need to say, what can we practically do in this position that I hold to be able to make a difference to these numbers? The second thing is that we need to move on to implementation. We've heard this over and over again. As a development planner, I know that Africa is not lacking holistic plans at the local, national, regional, or continental levels. These plans reflect some of the recommendations that we have already, but we need to take a critical approach to understand why are our plans failing and what can we do with what we have. And finally, we need to invest in our young people. Agenda 2063 has 38 more years. I would have retired by then. However, the 1-year-old today will be getting to that age then. They are the ones who can birth, implement, and see our visions to fruition. We need to invest the right values, skills, passion, and compassion for others from now. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Ayebanke, and thank you for highlighting the key elements of the report, the Africa Sustainable Development Report 2025. But one key message that you gave is that we need to go beyond the numbers. And I think the report is available. And our panelists, distinguished panelists, you will be taking different angles and insights into some of the specific recommendations of the report. Colleagues, I forgot to mention another distinguished panelist who should have been here. I would like to now welcome the chairperson of the board, Zambia Statistics Agency, my own brother, Oliver Chiganya. Please join us, and my apologies for skipping. Can we give him with a round of applause, please? Okay, so now I would like to move to our panelists, distinguished panelists. And as I said, I will request that you stick to 2 to 3 minutes in terms of giving a perspective on the question that you'll be asked. I'd like to start with your permission, Your Excellency, Eli Mariam de Salem. Congratulations on this year's Africa Leadership Forum of former heads of states, which just happened here. Could you please give few insights from the forum on the role of Africa's leadership and practical solutions to accelerate implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063? I know it's a loaded question, and you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, our moderator. As you said, it's very much loaded, but nonetheless, I will try to summarize what the former heads of state and government, of course, the African Leadership Forum has deliberated on. I think we all agreed that we are lagging behind on the achievement of SDG targets, as was reported several times, so I don't need to report that. facts or figures are very clear. But we wanted to understand why this is happening. So the first and foremost thing is the capacity to deliver. I think that delivery capacity is much more important at this time, and African nations has to, focus on building that capacity, and we shouldn't wait for somebody to come and help us in doing so, but we do have that, capacity if we can manage it properly. So that is one impediment. But the second one is the basis for SDG development was implementation, means of implementation. You all know the Addis Ababa Action Agenda for financing sustainable development goals. I think these days that basis has already eroded. It doesn't exist, at least, because the notion was this will be financed in most cases for developing country, mostly in Africa, from ODA, and every wealthy country will allocate 0.7% of its GDP to finance SDG. That has never materialized, and hopefully it will not be materialized in the coming remaining 5 years. So what shall we do then? We deliberated that we need to focus on our domestic capacity. And African countries are not, collecting their tax properly. And our fiscal space is so narrow, so we need to collect domestic, finance through means of taxes. And that's very important. We have been saying this several times, but this is a time, it's a tipping point where we cannot go forward without it. So we need to do that. And this needs political commitment and as well as political action. So I think this is very important. How can we do that? The first thing is we have to reduce our leakages, if not completely stop it. The efficiency in Africa is so low. So we have to make our resources usage as well as generation to be very efficient. Now we do have digital technologies that can help us to expedite this efficiency. The second one is we have lots of leakages in terms of corrupt practices. We have to fight by tooth and nail to stop corrupt practices in Africa. Otherwise, we cannot. So I think it is a time for Africans to wake up and do something for ourselves. And I think our people also has to wake up, and we have to reduce corruption. And if you see the illicit financial flow from Africa, it's like 88 billion US dollars, which is huge amount of money that can be used. How can we stop that? And if we can't stop that, we do have money. And if you see our mineral beneficiation and oil and gas sector, that has huge resources that we are missing. So I think this is a time for us, as we deliberated in the African Leadership Forum, that this is a point where we have to deal with seriously and with commitment. We know there are politically unstable nations. The security and conflict issue is something which is very daunting, but nonetheless, these are the things we have to take and take responsibility seriously. And when we come to the second priority issue, I think we cannot do every SDG targets now. So we have to prioritize. As were discussed here, few SDG goals or targets being presented, but nonetheless, we have to prioritize. Each and every country has to prioritize that thing which they can implement up to the end of the SDG, 5 years remaining. So this is the responsibility of each and every country to prioritize depending on their own context and situations. So we had recommended that this prioritization is essential. Therefore, I think we have to focus on what we have. We haven't harnessed our potential in agriculture, and we have to transform our agriculture, which is the easiest than other sectors that can generate economic growth as well as revenue for us in this sector, also creating jobs for our young people. We can generate jobs for many young people in the agriculture sector. Of course, we have to also move into some productive sectors, starting from light manufacturing and also knowledge economy. Sometimes we need also to move further into digital economy because that's the area where we can leapfrog. So our recommendations is prioritizing with the context, country contexts that can serve the African continent. So there are a number of things we discussed, but let me stop here by prioritizing those basic things we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Your Excellency. And I guess I will not want to sum up because in the interest of time, but I think what is important to take away is the fact that there is still hope in salvaging what we can salvage, because what the former Prime Minister said is that we can still salvage some things. And basically, it goes back to us building our own capacity and using our own domestic resources to be efficient, but also prioritization. Let me now introduce our second panelist for 2 to 3 minutes to just have a reflection on the question I'm about to ask him. And this is to my good old friend, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Mr. Antonio Pedro. Africa has a great potential to increase economic growth and create jobs, particularly for the youth, as the Prime Minister was saying. How can science, technology, and innovation support Africa to achieve economic growth and decouple economic growth from environmental and social impacts? And while you are at it, I would also like you to share some insights on what are the science and evidence-based or technological solutions that can unlock this potential and accelerate implementation of the 2 agendas.
Thank you very much, Moderator Matthias. So, potential will not enable us to meet the SDGs. Potential will not create the jobs that we need. Potential will not address our structural problems. And what are our structural problems? In the morning, His Excellency, the President of Uganda, Yoweri Museveni, did say that exporting raw materials is exporting jobs, we are donors. So we need to address that. And it's only through science, technology, and innovation that we'll be able to move up in the ladder, moving from exporting raw materials to exporting finished goods. So it is not a luxury, therefore, to invest in science, technology, innovation. It's critical for us to be able to address our structural problem, which is at the bottom of every metrics, whatever you want to bring out there. So, and in doing, and it's equally existential, because if we do not invest in science, technology, and innovation, what constitutes our comparative advantage today will no longer be a comparative advantage. For everything where we have a very significant comparative advantage, 60, 70% of global production, other parts of the house are looking at alternatives to reduce their dependence on those resources. They're looking at utilizing science and technology, material science, and so on and so forth. So, meaning we need to prioritize this if we want to secure our comparative advantage and make our comparative advantage a competitive advantage. So that's a very important message. Second, and this is not the SDG that we are reviewing today, but it's really about SDG 12, sustainable consumption and production, and why it makes business sense in the current environment. As you know, certain jurisdictions are imposing non-tariff barriers in the form of carbon border adjustment mechanisms, basically imposing taxes for the carbon intensity of what you produce. And yet Africa has all of the elements to be the powerhouse for very, very, very clean products. You know the endowments that we have, 60% of solar energy, very significant potential in wind energy, geothermal energy, and so on. If you factor clean energy into what we produce, then we can beat whatever is being thrown out there against any producer that is carbon intense, including, for example, exporting to the European Union and so on. So it's about investing in harnessing our solar energy, investing in harnessing our geothermal energy, investing in harnessing our wind energy, with the view to ensure that the carbon intensity of what we produce is the lowest in the world. So this makes business sense. But what is the problem here? Is that unfortunately, and earlier I think we have a couple of numbers that reveal that science, technology, and engineering and mathematics systems is not a fancy area for our education system. So our governments need to send the right kinds of signals. For example, the government of Ethiopia provides bursaries, scholarships, and for those students that go, that prefer to go into STEMs rather than humanities. We're not saying those are not important, but given where we are as a continent, prioritizing science, technology, and engineering and mathematics becomes important. And so as part of that, for example, there is a very interesting study that looks at the circular economy. And often when we talk about circular economy, we think that, well, this is a business for developed countries. But many of those products end up here on the continent, from electric waste to the, and we are not making anything out of that. So that represents a very large business opportunity, which we need to develop the necessary capacities on the continent. So in other words, science, technology, innovation is not a luxury, is the pathway for us to translate and transform our comparative advantages into competitive advantages. It's a pathway for us to play a much more meaningful role in the global economic order, because we have all the assets to be a global powerhouse for climate action and investments, given our assets on all of those resources. We do have, for example, critical minerals. I mean, as you know, I would, as a mineral expert, I have to talk about critical minerals. I mean, from DRC to Gabon to South Africa to my own country, Mozambique, we have all of those minerals. So meaning that if we invest into being the powerhouse for the production of battery electric vehicles and so on, we will capture a market that is estimated to be about $60 trillion by 2050. That's the opportunity. But for us to achieve that, we need to invest in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we give him a round of applause? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pedro. I think you made a good case. I like your statement of potential will not create jobs. But at the same time, science, technology, and innovation is not a luxury, but we can transform that. Transform our comparative advantage into our competitive advantage. What a beautiful way to make the case for science, technology, and innovation. Dear colleagues, I would like to take the opportunity now to call on the Assistant Administrator and Assistant Secretary General and Director of UNDP's Regional Bureau for Africa, who is now online, to give her short statement that she was supposed to give before start of this session. So may I have the opportunity and the pleasure to call on my boss, Ahuna Ezekonwa. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Chief Kabede over there in Kampala, and greetings to all of you, colleagues. Apologies for stepping in a little bit late. Dear distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends of Africa, welcome to this important conversation. From what I heard so far, I think a lot of good ideas on the topic, which I think it's quite a timely topic today. Enhanced job creation will drive economic growth on the African continent through consumer spending, through increases in tax revenue and investment. And this focus on driving job creation and economic growth through sustainable, inclusive science and evidence-based solutions is therefore a key priority for us, especially in these times of everything chaotic in our global landscape. Let me say here that I'm in Lagos and just come out of a meeting with young innovators. And as always, these conversations really energize me, because in talking to them and hearing their stories of innovating for solutions in the development space, I feel quite hopeful, because here we have a conscientious generation who are not sitting and waiting for governments to create jobs for them, but are using their own superpower of having connectivity and being digital natives to co-create solutions for now and for the future. And I'll just give you one example. A young lady with her team discovered that it's increasingly difficult for small, medium enterprises who are engaged in businesses that require cooling devices, cooling facilities such as refrigerators and freezers, because of the lack of electricity. And so they have innovated a refrigerator that operates solely on solar, but it's not just the fact that those refrigerators don't need electricity to work, don't need power, they go through solar power, but that they have put devices on them that allows the business to pay as they go. So for a machine that costs $1,700, if you're a business that needs 10 of them to actually scale your business and produce more and sell more, you cannot come up with 17,000 upfront. But you can purchase these 10 machines and pay just 20% down payment, and then pay a small amount every month. If you don't pay, it automatically goes off. So the business is assured that payment will be made. The users are assured of constant supply of electricity and at affordable rates. The capital markets today are not designed for those on the lower chain here of the economy. But we have innovators who are designing for them, who are making sure that financial access is made possible to power these businesses that are actually the ones creating the majority of the jobs. They are the most neglected, yet they have the best chance of creating not just jobs, but meaningful and sustainable livelihoods. This is proven. SMEs provide more than 80% of jobs in some countries. So, I think that we already do collect enormous data on job creation through our tax systems, our pension registries, our national IDs. And the next step would be translating that data into insights that then inform public and private investment choices. But we also have AI coming on stream to help interpret this data and populate them at scale. So I hope that with this session, we are bridging that gap between ambition and action by leveraging already what's existing, particularly in the space of youth innovation and technology and the entrepreneurs that we have today in our countries. We are doing so UNDP through the Timbuktu initiative. We have already launched 4 tech hubs on the continent and university innovation ports, 14 of them, to also help our young people apply their minds to manufacturing, testing their ability to actually manufacture goods, not just assemble them. Because again, when we're able to broaden the base of manufacturing, we can start to count on more and more jobs. Right now, a lot of manufacturing is going down the drain because of the lack of facilities and enabling environment for that to happen, and the lack of spaces for experimentation. So I think my take here is we need to believe in our young people. We need to believe in bending capital towards some of their very dynamic innovations in the area of entrepreneurship. We need to spark the startup revolution, and we need to convince African billionaires to invest in these entrepreneurs, because that's what's going to assure not only jobs, but also hope and transformation of the narrative on Africa, which, if we're not careful, will turn negative once again and affect the investment environment. And I think this conversation, everything that's been said, boils down to 4 things, or 3 things: trusting African data and insights, backing African innovators and institutions, and building systems that are resilient to shocks and that are responsive to all citizens, not just the top 5%. It's about shared prosperity, dear participants. That's the only way we can sustain the future. There is a lot of prosperity in the world today, but it's not shared. It's locked up in a few hands. And that's what makes the future so uncertain and so fragile. So let this session really help us bridge that gap and go bold and also transform from hope to real action. It's time for bold, data-driven leadership, dear colleagues. So let's rise to it, but let's do so together. Thank you, and back to you, dear moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ahuna, for these insights, and also for reminding us that we need to start activate and popularize the startup revolution that will seek to create more jobs for our young people. Thank you very much. I know you are very busy, but for joining us, we are grateful. I would now like to go to our next speaker, who would also have the opportunity to address a perspective. And it's the Assistant Director General, Mr. Abebe Haile Gabriel. From the FAO perspective, and given the interlinkages between the various goals with food security and ecosystem sustainability, could you highlight 2 or 3 concrete transformative solutions to drive job creation and accelerate the implementation of the 2 agendas?
Thank you, moderator. Good afternoon to you all. 2-3 minutes in this very loaded question, very interesting question, but I believe that His Excellency President of the Republic of Uganda has alluded to quite a number of issues related to agri-food systems transformation this morning. Let me just focus on the topic of job creation. How do we create jobs? Businesses must exist, viable businesses, to hire people, or people must create viable businesses. And for these viable businesses to thrive, they must have markets. Any businessman, before creating the business, must do assessment of the markets. Now, let's look at some of the numbers at the Africa level. On average, available statistics indicate that we import about $85 billion worth of food, $85 billion US per annum. And these are cereals, livestock products, and so on. And we import them from Europe, from Latin America, from Asia, from the Americas, and so on, $85 billion US. And we don't borrow money to pay for them. Consumers pay cash. Okay, so there is this huge market and it keeps growing every year, which means that if we can create viable agri-food systems jobs, there is a market in Africa. It's not easy, it's not straightforward. That market is being crowded out by increased competition from the same imports, which means homework for our policy makers to do something about it. But there is market. The problem that we cannot access this local market and we cannot even export is because the productivity is low. It's about 1/3 of the average for developing countries. And so we must boost productivity. And I'm not talking just about production, agricultural production. I'm talking about value system development across the whole value chain. I'm talking about agribusinesses, agro-industries, because that is where most of the money is. According to some estimates, it's worth about $1 trillion business, the agribusiness, agro-industries within Africa. So if we're serious about creating jobs at a speed that corresponds with the growing demand for employment, then we have to really address those structural issues. Secondly, we have to also address the economic base. We're talking about our ecosystem resilience, our ecosystem management. Currently, we are engaged with degradation of land, deforestation, pollution of our water bodies, which is not sustainable. So we have to find solutions to address this, and there are solutions. We have climate smart agriculture, we have agroecology principles, we have restoration practices. We're not talking from theory. We have tried this in several countries, and there are rewarding, good practices we can scale up. Finally, that ties these things together. If you look at the richest people in the world today, in which sector are they? They are in the IT sector, they are in the digital sector. This is growing fast, but it's also bringing all sectors together. And this, we believe, it can be a vehicle to be leveraged to bring about agri-food systems transformation, which leads to increased job creation and expansion. FAO has an initiative called Digital Villages Initiative. Yes, it's about connectivity, but it's beyond connectivity. It's about development of content. It's about training. It's purpose-driven, where many young agricultural and agribusiness entrepreneurs take advantage of and benefit from. And this can be easily scaled up. It requires leadership, national leadership, governments. It requires partnerships, public-private partnerships. It requires investment. These things are not straightforward. But I think from experience, it also requires mutual accountability. So whenever we come every year, I think we should find a way of monitoring progress and holding ourselves accountable mutually. What have we done on the kind of things which we have spoken about? I thank you.
Can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much, Director General. I wish we had enough time to give you the opportunity to expand on some of the things you've said. But boosting productivity and enhancing value chain are keywords that are coming. I see a lot of opportunities here from all the panelists that have spoken. the glass is still half full. So thank you very much for giving us hope that we can still salvage and create jobs. Let me now have the opportunity to invite the Director General of the AUC, Mr. Fatala Sijilmasi, to also reflect or give us some reflection on the following issue. The adoption of the second 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 presents an opportunity to increase momentum on both agendas. From the AUC perspective, what major actions are needed and what role should African governments, partners, and private sector play in support of these actions or those actions? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, moderator, distinguished excellencies, members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on existing protocol, but allow me to start by extending heartfelt gratitude and recognition to our gracious host, the Republic of Uganda, its leadership, its government, its people, for the very warm hospitality and the excellent organization of this event, along with all the organizers. Chair, moderator, for the sake of time, allow me to share with you two key messages. I think since the beginning of the day, the key word that has been repeated numerous times is action. And indeed, my first message here is to say that the Agenda 2063, especially in its second 10-year implementation plan, is a plan of action. It stems from the observations made in the first 10-year implementation plan, where an assessment, a very pragmatic assessment, has been made on the achievements, the obstacles, the challenges, and what needs to be done. Again, a call for action. The second 10-year, building on the moonshots to cover the different priorities. And yes, everything is a priority, but we need, as His Excellency said, we need to prioritize among the priorities. But one of the methodologies that have been chosen, and I think it will help us move forward concretely, is to have clear targets, clear goals, and a methodology of monitoring and following up in order to make sure that the objectives that we have set are A, set on a pragmatic perspective, and B, that their implementation is monitored. And as we are doing this, we need to build on the observation, and I think it was in the excellent document that have been shared in preparation of this wonderful event, that our continent, Africa, has around a growth rate of around 3%. It varies, of course, from one region to another, from one country to another, but the average is around 3%. We know from evidence and data, we need to at least double it. And this doubling is not only incremental, but also, thank you, but also exponential. One of the reasons, and I want to highlight it, is the demographic parameters. We must not lose sight of the demographics of our continent. We are a continent of 1.4 billion people. We are projecting by 2050 to 2050 to be 2.5 billion. And I think earlier, a presenter very eloquently said that Agenda 2063 is an agenda for youth. And as we are speaking about Agenda 2063, we're talking about 2.5 and not the 1.4 of today. This is why growth is so important, not only incrementally, but also exponentially. These demographic parameters offer, of course, challenges, but also opportunities, which then we have to combine with the other challenges that we know, peace and security on the continent,
climate change, socioeconomic parameters, and so many others. But as we are moving forward, we have to build also on the enormous potential that we have. And I don't want to repeat them because they have been mentioned throughout the day. The youth and the great number and the fantastic opportunities it presents in terms of workforce, in terms of innovation. The agricultural lands that we have on the continent, 65% of the world's uncultivated arable land. And of course, I think it was mentioned by Deputy Executive Secretary, the limitless energy potential and critical raw materials that effectively empowers our continent, both for our industry and for climate solutions. So the monitoring, the implementation of the second 10-year implementation plan is a plan of action. And this is, I think, what should drive our transformative agenda. And the second 10-year implementation plan is a transformative agenda, but it's also owning the narrative of our future. We know that the solutions will come from the inside, and then, of course, we live in an open world where we connect with our international partners, which brings me to my second message, and this is that our continental agenda also is connected to the international agenda. We spoke throughout the day, and I want to support these statements about the Sevilla Conference on Financing for Development, a little later down the road in July. The UNGA, of course, in September, as every year. The COP30 in Brazil. The Social Summit in Qatar in November. Just to mention a few, and there are so many others. The outcomes of our deliberations here today, of all the work that I'm very proud to say that the UN system and the African Union Commission are working hand in hand towards the double achievements of the SDGs and the Agenda 2063. All the action and the solutions identified have to be promoted, defended, and highlighted in a coordinated and coherent manner in all these frameworks. Because at the end of the day, all these high-level events have a very important African priority that we can highlight, defend, and promote. In this respect, the active participation of the African Union to the G20, to which, as you all know, the African Union is now a full member of the G20, is a very important framework in which a certain number of global issues are discussed, such as the reform of the international financial architecture, the reform of the NDBs. We were talking earlier about the illicit flows, the financial illicit flows, access to finance, debt management, cost of capital, all these very critical issues that are on the global agenda, but that are essential and critical for growth. It's doubling on our continent. So I just wanted to close these remarks by connecting also the continental agenda with the global agenda, and again, reiterating the need of owning the narrative in order to promote our action plan. Thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. The 2 points you've raised are very clear. It's time for action. It's action-oriented, and also the need for coordination between the two agendas. I think that is really very clear. I really wish we had more time. I'm very conscious of the time that we have left, and we still have quite a number of panelists to share their insights. So allow me to try to break the ice a little bit and get somebody else, not from this side, but from this side. I'd like to invite our honorable MP from Tanzania to just, from where you sit as a lawmaker, and having heard all these panelists and since morning, what are the 2 things that you think you can share with us from where you sit as a parliamentarian that can speak to the topic that we are discussing today now about science, technology, and innovation, accelerating the agendas, the two agendas. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Chair, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity, and I support the insights which have been brought by my fellow panelists. So as a legislator, I think if we really want to experience sustainable development, it's very important that we look forward into having governance systems which will actually bring rapid transformation. They'll bring a change that will really support our development agendas. So I agree that we need to prioritize, but this evening I would like to speak our priority in terms of the key actors whom we have in the economy. And I feel like somehow they've been left aside as far as the support is concerned when we look on sustainable development. And these are the informal sector. So in our countries, in African countries, if you look on the economical contribution of whom is called the informal sector is actually significant. But you rarely see intentional support to create a rapid change from the informality. That is, we graduate them to the formality. And to me, I think that is something that is very critical from the legislation perspective. That is, we really need to prioritize on this informal sector because it is actually contributing to the economy for our countries. But even when we talk about the climate issues, they contribute a lot to the climate problems and climate challenges. And this is because they cannot adopt the sustainable practices in their operations. So I would like to urge this evening that as much as we are talking about the priorities in Africa, as far as sustainable development is concerned, we should never leave aside this group called the informal sector. But something that is also very important that I think from the legislation part, we need to look at it very carefully is the issue of data governance. I feel like this is something that maybe it has not been given the right attention. And to me, I believe data technology is what is key now as far as sustainable development is concerned. Most in our countries, we have yes policies, but even the policies, they sometimes conflict as far as data is concerned. So to me, I think it's very important that we harmonize our policies, but we ensure that we develop and we enforce policies which will support development and investment in robust data systems, but also data interoperability. And for this case, I look forward, for example, into having data interoperability beyond one nation. That is, we can look at the regional economic blocks. For example, how connected are we within the EAC? Because without the connection, without the data connecting, that is what is connecting the market, that is what is connecting the demand and the supply. That is what is going to transform our regional value chain. So if we don't have this data interoperability, data connectivity, we don't have robust system which can actually monitor even the implementation and be able to look at whether we are actually making progress on the SDGs or not, then we are really going to miss the train. And on that case, I would like to urge that we really need to have policies which will enforce on having data at the local context. Because currently, even when you read the reports on implementation of the SDGs, most of the time they're at the macro level, they're at the national level. But we really don't understand what is happening at the local context. So I think it's very important from the legislation part, at the national levels, but at the regional levels, we really try to make sure that we have this robust system which will give us data that will help us to make informed policies and also use the evidence to improve our situations. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Honorable MP from Tanzania, Dr. Gladys Salema. Thank you very much. The issue of data governance and informal sector are two key issues that came out, and I think that as legislators, we need to take that into consideration. Let me now turn to the next panelist. I should have actually given you the floor first since I called you up last. Oliver, the chairperson of the board, what are the priority statistical capacity development and investment needs that must be met in order to boost solutions to drive economic growth, job creation, and accelerate implementation of the two agendas? And what are the key roles of governments and development partners? I admit the questions are loaded, and we are just giving you 2 minutes to tell us your insights, but please give it a try.
Thank you, moderator. May I ride on the existing protocols, and want to thank you also for the opportunity. Let me start perhaps by just stressing that strengthening statistical capacity is crucial in all our countries. And what does this actually mean? It actually means to build a strong national statistical system that are robust, resilient, and agile to be able to produce data that is required to inform decision-making processes, and well as to be able to provide effective police monitoring for progress. So what would it entail in response to the question about priorities on capacity as well as investment? In my view, moderator, there are a couple of things, but because of the time that we don't have, I will highlight quite a few of them. One of them is the issue about data infrastructure and development of systems. One of the biggest challenges we have on the continent is the infrastructure of our national statistical system, which is very, very weak. We have a situation in some of our offices where you have just a couple of staff, a couple of computers that they use for developing their statistics. And therefore, I think investing in data collection becomes important for all our member countries to be very critical. And this means that, improving what the member of parliament has just said from Tanzania, improving the data integration, which is a challenge. A big challenge that should not just be at a national level, but you want to see this cascading up to the lowest level of development. Related to that, moderator, is the issue of strengthening the digital transformation. And I think we've seen also in the recent past where most of our countries have been able to do that. But I think we need to do a little bit more to use digital transformation in collecting, managing, and as well as dissemination of data. One of the issues, I think, also in terms of the investment on capacity is the issue of building capacity around data analytics. And here, I'm emphasizing a little bit more on issues of providing the skills that are required. What we see in most of our national statistical offices are statisticians that have been hired, but we need to change the narrative by having different set of skills, which is the data technologists, people that have data science prerequisites to be able to do that. We need the econometricians. And I think if the national statistical officers are not able to do that, then we'll have a challenge because then someone else will be able to do that. So reskilling and building new skills will be important. The other aspect, again, on investment is the issue of the ensuring that the improved monitoring and evaluation of frameworks. The evaluation that we have right now is on the assessment of progress on a number of things. But I think the evaluation that we don't have is the impact on the things that we do, the impact on the policies, the impact of the mechanisms that have been put in place. What is the impact of that? I think developing capacity in that area will be important. And lastly, around the investment, I think, Chair, I would want to emphasize what was already said earlier on, even by His Excellency, the President of Uganda. This is partnership. I think there were two forms. You talked about brotherhood and partnership beyond. But here, I think the emphasis is fostering partnership on data collection and sharing. Again, the representative from Tanzania did mention this, very, very critical. But partnership here, we're talking about how do we collaborate with the private sector, the academia, and the government, and civil society, that triangle, because they have data that is required. On the issue that you've raised about the key roles, there are two partners that I bring for discussion. And one is the government itself. What are we expecting in terms of the role of government? First and foremost is the issue of political will and leadership. To be able to, government to be able to demonstrate that there is a strong political will in prioritizing data and investing in it. Chair, you realize everyone this morning since we started, the data has been spoken. And everyone will tell you data is very important. But how much of that is actually turning into investment of data? And if you look around, very small. And perhaps data is actually the smallest amount that actually goes to data. So I think that appropriate allocation by government becomes very critical. Related to that is the issue of allocating and creating the necessary environment, in terms of transparency and so forth. That is also important. The other aspect I think related around government is collaborating also with the private sector. Usually the government does not want to collaborate with an area. I think the issue of leveraging of innovation, technology is important. A lot of innovation sits with the private sector. And I think the government having to turn and work with them, that becomes very, very important. The other partner, the other role is the partners themselves. I think what we would see from the partners is the issue of how do they provide support, in this case, financial support and investment around capacity building. And here we're talking about the infrastructure development that is required and the research in statistics. And related to that, I think, is that how can they support the training programs? I talked about the new skills that are required. I think the partners can actually play a big role in ensuring that we have the right skills that are put in place there. And lastly, around that same is the issue of facilitating data sharing, again, relating to what the Member of Parliament of Tanzania talked about, is that how do we foster this collaboration between the government, the international organization, the private sector, and research institutions to ensure that the data is actually flows seamlessly in all levels. On the aspect of the what this will actually entail, I think that the governments must prioritize development of robust data systems, which has been referred to. I think the partners should be able to offer financial support, as I said earlier on, and this would require or ensure what also accurate data drives informing decision-making, fostering economic growth and job creation that we've talked about, and will lay the necessary foundation to be able to transform this continent to the point, to the level that is desired. I'll leave it there, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Oliver. You said a lot in 2.5 to 3 minutes. And I just hope that our discussant, when he takes the floor, will be able to at least refer and recapture some of the issues that you are all bringing out that I am not able, in the interest of time, to summarize to you. But let me say that I will now invite the resident coordinator of Mauritius and Seychelles, Ms. Lisa Singh, to also give us a perspective on the following. In your experience as UN resident coordinator, which approaches and solutions being implemented by governments and United Nations entities have been proved to have an impact in driving economic growth, boosting job creation, and accelerating implementation of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. And for a bonus, what interventions and investments are needed to scale up? I know it's a loaded question again, but just give us an insight from the UN perspective and where you sit.
Thank you, Matthias, for that question. It's a very loaded question, as you say, but I'll try to pick up a few points. Look, from the UN perspective, when you just look at the panel itself, there are a couple of agencies represented here, right? Which means globally, we have a lot of expertise, knowledge, and know-how we can use to support the government. And one of the things I will say, because we're in this to resonate to the topic and the fact we've been talking for the last few days about the Agenda 2063 as well as the SDGs, I think it is upon the UN and our development partners to really ensure we help an integrated, coherent approach in the realization of this agenda. And we know that these agenda at the ground level, at country levels, are translated to the national development plans. So I think it's very important that we coalesce to strengthen the implementation through concrete measurements, concrete, partnership, concrete performance metric, concrete responsibilization. And this is where we're missing, because we've been talking a lot about how do we go from planning to action. And having worked in Africa for over 15 years, I can tell you there's no dearth of good planning policies. Where we lack is the implementation. And so I think this integrated whole of society approach we've been talking is really important because that allows joint result. And in this, I want to also pick up a point that that has resonated a lot. The whole issue of local content, citizen-centric agenda, because this is really important in terms of reinforcing the social contract. And we have a lot of, I heard a lot of examples where even yesterday when we were talking about the VNR, where these models are happening. And this is a value as UN we can support in terms of peer exchange and knowledge brokering. And in the continent, because we've been talking a lot about acceleration, I have a particular preoccupation, and this preoccupation comes from the fact that I'm resident coordinator in Seychelles and Mauritius. The two countries, Seychelles is a high-income country. It's the only high-income country in Africa. Mauritius is an upper middle-income country. Now, in Mauritius, we are suddenly facing, what shall I say, the middle-income trap. How do you accelerate? We've had diversification, but we need to now accelerate. And one of the key bottlenecks we've seen is we are looking ahead. We're seeing the future lies in digitalization, fintech, AI, blockchain, what have you. But the educational system is not geared towards taking us there. And if I take just an example, only 5% of Mauritian students are going into STEM studies. And when you break down into gender, it's even more serious. So this has a serious implication in terms of the future competitivity of this country. And I think this is an area that we really need to address. In the past, we looked at human capital from the perspective of education, health, very good tick marks. But now it's about skill sets, knowledge-based economy. And that also requires anticipation, strategic foresight, So these are the areas that are really important. I'll just have a last point. We've been talking a lot of brain drain. At the end of the day, because of the continental integration agenda, it's also about people movement. So we need to be cognizant that, we need to support the people movement. Migration has become a big part. So in this regard, when we're talking about value change, job creation, intermediate goods and exchanges, we're talking about jobs and capturing it and keeping it within the continent. So I think there has to be a very strategic pivot towards that. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Lisa. And thanks for sharing the perspective from the UN side, but also highlighting the fact that prioritization has started by the Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, and highlighting that the specific case of Mauritius, the issue of STEM and prioritizing skills and knowledge is key. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one more, and then we will take the perspectives of the discussant, which will also be very brief. And I will consider that to be the summary and conclusion from the discussant. So you will have at least more minutes than everyone else. I have the honor to introduce the director, Mr. Daniel Nyaganyura. And I would like you to address the following issue from the regional workshop for major groups and other stakeholders. I would like you to highlight, or could you highlight 3 concrete solutions to create jobs and accelerate the implementation of the 2 agendas? Just 3.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. We are talking about job creation. And I think the fundamental question we should ask is, how do we create the jobs? The main issue we should talk about is the fact that our educational system is based on the colonial educational system. That was actually designed to create and educate people so that they can enter into the job market of the interest that was not available. Now, after a post-colonial era, the industry disappeared. The educational system did not change. We still produce people who end up going to look for a job, not to go and create a job. As a result, we've got a brain drain. People are going where the industry is. So I think one of the first things we should look is addressing that. We need to develop capacity in our young people, in our women, in our youths, so that they can, at the end of a training, they will be able to come up and draft a business plan. They will be able to come up and write a business proposal. They will be able to manage a business. Very few people from our educational institutions will be able to run a business after a course of 3 years. So I think one of the things we need to address that. Let's ensure that we have curriculum that are talking to the challenges we are facing now. At the end of this, if we don't do that, we keep on producing people who are going to look for a job. We want to produce individuals that are going to create jobs after the college. But now when we have this cohort of people who have got education, who is educated in business, but they don't have resources. We talk about investment in SME. We look at taking these people who are now educated in business management and make sure that we give them resources, support them to develop projects, businesses, so that at the end of it all, they will be able to support the system. Now, we are looking at the youth, which is the greater part of our population. We are looking at the women. We are looking at those people who are living with disabilities. They've got brilliant minds, but they don't have resources to jumpstart the work. So from the point of view of the major groups and other stakeholders, we really look at how do we capacitate these people in terms of the knowledge to do that, as well as the resources to roll it out. But most importantly, when we are doing that, we need to have partnership. No one can change the curriculum without having partnership involved. The academia should involve the industry so that we can talk and create a curriculum that will respond to the industry. We use the community members, the civil society organizations to help in developing the strategies. So in all, I think the third part is we need to develop collaboration and partnerships to ensure that we address the issue of unemployment, job creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Mr. Daniel. And the focus on young people, that is really key in terms of making sure they have the skills and the capacity to be able to access the job market and to be able to deliver. Colleagues, we are just about to round up, and I would like to now invite our discussant, Dr. Chris. Having listened to all the panelists and their insights, I would want you to focus specifically on what your reactions to the solutions that they have highlighted are. What do you see as risk, and how should such risk be addressed? But I would like to transform that question to ask you to actually highlight 3 to 4 key things from your perspective that you think is a summary of everything that everyone has said on top of this panel. And you have 3 to 4 minutes.
Thank you, moderator. I want to first thank all the panelists for giving their insights on how we can accelerate the achievement of SDGs and the Agenda 2026. The key reflections I have captured are capacity development within our continent, capacity development within developing the human resources we have,
and also enhancing the digital economy, digitization of whatever we do. The other one is to think deeply and invest in science, technology, and innovation. Because this is one of the key factor of production that we know once we have the technological change, much of the output will increase beyond the other traditional factors of production. We seem not to be realizing our potential. Africa has fertile land as a factor of production. We have high numbers of the population. As we have seen, we are growing towards 2 billion. The biggest portion is youth. If I take the Ugandan example, 49% of the population is aged below 17 years. And if we do not plan very well for these young children, especially giving them proper skill sets in order to be productive, we are sitting on a time bomb. The other aspect that has been well articulated is financing for achieving the SDGs and Agenda 2063. We all seem now to notice that aid will not help us. We have had aid since colonialism up to today. We have not gone far. One panelist has assured us that we have enough resources, but how to mobilize these resources domestically while closing the leakages for efficient mobilization of the domestic revenue would be most optimal for financing the SDGs. And of course, the other aspect that came up, when we produce goods and services, where do we market them? We have enough population that can consume. However, there are some distortions within our economic structure. The high tariff and non-tariff barriers is one of them. The other one that the panelists have not mentioned is the interconnectivity within the region. For example, if you are to move from Kampala here, Entebbe, and you are going to Tunis, you have to pass either in one of the European capitals or somewhere in Dubai. And look at the time you have wasted. And if it were even goods, how would the African continental trade, free trade area operate if we can't even move goods from a village to the capital city, to the border, and across the border? We need to invest in the transport system. We need to build the infrastructure. I see people are now coming towards developing the standard gauge rail that will transport all these goods. How do you connect Africa to West Africa, to Central Africa, to North Africa, and so forth? So while we need market for our goods, that is the distortion that we need to address. The other aspect is that we have a lot of informal economy in our continent, and it's important that we see how to incentivize these informal activities into formal. They should be registered, but the informal actors should be educated as to the benefits of being registered. When I'm registered, will I only pay tax or I'll get some benefits from the tax collector government? The last point, of course, touches me as a chief statistician of the country, is on statistical governance. And Honorable from Republic of Tanzania also talked about data connectivity. We should move beyond producing and disseminating statistics within our countries only. We should have technology that centralizes the statistics. In East Africa, at least we are moving towards it. So if these other economic sub-regions could enhance that, so that we can be able to know where the opportunities are and where the weaknesses are, and inform the policymakers how to address them. The development of robust ecosystems within our nations is important. We have weak statistical infrastructure, as very articulated by my friend Oliver. We need also to embrace other means beyond the traditional data sources. We have been using censuses, surveys, and some of our administrative data, which is also in very poor shape. But we need also to embrace the data science, data analytics, to include the citizen-generated data and big data within our data system to inform policy. I think that's what I can conclude. We have very good policies. Somebody talked about our planning is weak. In fact, our plans are very good, but implementation of the plans within the African continent is a problem. How do we ensure that what our plan is implemented to achieve our national development goals, and therefore, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. Colleagues, in addition to what the discussant has really brilliantly summarized, I would have given each panelist 1 minute, but due to time constraints by my chair who is here, I will give him the last word. Let me include, in addition to the summary that Dr. Chris gave, we started with the report presented brilliantly by our colleague, which talked about some mixed feeling or mixed performance in the SDG progress. And I think that in itself was a wake-up call. But that mixed performance also tells us that the glass is half full. That means that there is still hope in somehow how we can redeem some of the SDGs in our specific context. And so the panelists looked at ways we could reorient efforts. And the questions were quite specific to some, but I think what was the thread was that there is hope, and we still have the opportunity with all the recommendations that you have given to salvage some of the SDGs, especially those ones that we can now prioritize. And prioritization as a keyword came across. So there is hope if we prioritize the right SDGs, put in the right investments, we can still be able to redeem some of the issues around not accomplishing them. But more specifically to the issue of scaling sustainable, inclusive, science-based, evidence-based, and data-driven solutions to increase growth, boost job creation. A lot of you also highlighted the fact that the potential is there, but our governments need to be intentional in terms of prioritizing STEM education while also making sure that the right investments into science and technology, into data governance, and into the investments in statistical infrastructure. I think all this is good and came as suggestions and possibilities that could still help us salvage the remaining SDGs that we have. I would like to stop here and to thank all our panelists sincerely while giving the last word to my honorable chair. Thank you.
This brings us to the end of a very enriching panel discussion. I would like to once again to thank all our panelists for your very insightful contribution to this panel. A special word of thanks to you, Mr. Moderator, for your timely management of this discussion. Actually, this brings us to the end of official business of the first day of our forum. Let me remind or inform you all delegates, that we shall resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. sharp. But before we leave the room, I would like to turn to the Secretariat and ask them to come on stage for any specific announcement before we close and before we leave the room. Anyone from the Secretariat, please? Okay, then I think no specific announcement. This is the closing of our first day of the forum. I thank all delegates and participants, all excellencies, for your presence and participation. I wish you all a very nice and relaxing evening, and we shall meet tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you all.
Donc, je posais excellent.
Vous serez là demain?
Oui, je serai là.
Ah ben on se retrouve alors.
Thank you.
Vous allez bien?
Vous êtes vous ici?
Mais oui.
Oui, parce que j'ai entendu après vous avez commencé de parler.
Ah, mais vous avez vu et écouté pour la journée internationale de la femme à Maurice.
Vous êtes ambassadeur?
Non, délégué à la pêche et à l'économie bleue.
À l'économie, avec le ministre Boulel?
Avec le ministre Boulel. Et donc, je suis le seul délégué de Maurice pour ce forum.
Ah, mais je pas.
J'étais devant. Maurice, nous avons été élus comme la première vice-présidente du forum.
Donc, félicitations.
Merci. Yes. Oh, yes, sure.